Chapter 991. Mordor City Arcane Tower. Soren's figure came to the top of the astrology platform. Not far away, Gloria was kneeling in the center of the astrology platform. Her beautiful long hair spread out, and in front of her was a strange crystal ball. This scene was full of a strange beauty, and Soren couldn't help but feel a little impulsive, so he stepped forward and hugged Gloria, then whispered in her ear, "How is it?" Gloria felt a hand reaching into her chest along the wide witch robe, and a trace of blush appeared on her charming face, but she didn't stop it. Instead, she whispered, "Mother just sent back the news. She's doing very well in the Sigil City. Moreover, she said that she has already controlled some forces in the Sigil City, so it's convenient for her to carry out the next step." Forces? It's only been a few days. The Fallen Witch has already controlled forces in the Sigil City so quickly? As if knowing Soren's doubts, Gloria told him what had happened. Then Soren learned that there was an unlucky demon who had the idea to take over the Fallen Witch, but this unlucky guy had already died. The Fallen Witch naturally took over his forces, a tavern in the Sigil City that was responsible for entertaining demons and demons. Although the Fallen Witch was a human, she had the Succubus Queen's emblem on her body. This succubus's breath helped her control the tavern. Now that the Fallen Witch had her own place in the Sigil City, she quickly gathered news of the Sigil City through various channels. What's the situation in the Sigil City? Although Soren knew a lot about the Sigil City, the gods themselves wouldn't enter the Sigil City, so he asked, "Was it affected by the catastrophe?" Gloria shook her head and said, "Mother said that the Sigil City is very peaceful. Any open war is not allowed, so any organization can only fight in the dark. Because it had been closed for a long time, there were almost no churches of other gods in Sigil City. Some of the priests of the gods had been disbanded. Currently, the two largest organizations in Imprint City are the Deities Association and the Ascendants. Other than that, there's also a special organization called Godslayer. Mother said that these people are closely related to the Arcane Empire. She is trying to get in touch with them." Godslayer? Soren was now comparable to the group of people who had ambushed the Queen of Spiders. He immediately said, "Tell her to be careful and pay attention to her safety. The High Priestess should be able to help with this matter. Currently, Milan is in charge of the temple. I am going to send the High Priestess to Imprint City to help her." The Saint Spirit Priestess Milan had already grown. Soren couldn't enter Sigil City, but the High Priest could. She herself came from the Godslayers. If the Fallen Witch wanted to contact them to obtain information about the Arcane Empire, the High Priest would definitely be able to help. "Yes." Gloria nodded and continued. "Mother said that she hasn't met the Lady of Pain yet. The Lady of Pain's appearance in Sigil City is completely random, and the length of time she appears has no pattern. She also can't understand the existence of the Lady of Pain. She only knows that she has absolute authority in Sigil City. The Lady of Pain, let alone the Fallen Witch. Perhaps even the gods couldn't understand the existence of the Lady of Pain. She was the oldest existence in the multiverse. She was also one of the most likely people Soren believed to be the greater divinity. Sigil City was connected to most places in the multiverse, and any god that entered this area would be suppressed by the Lady of Pain. Don't worry about the Lady of Pain for now." Soren shook his head and hugged Gloria into his arms. He then adjusted his position and reached out to lift her skirt. Then, under Gloria's coquettish gaze, he let her sit on his waist like a black lotus. His omnipotent hands moved a few times, and all the restraints were removed. Along with a low moan, Soren reached out and patted Gloria's plump buttocks. "Don't just stand there, move on your own." After saying that, he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. Gloria couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but she still obediently moved her hips. After a while, Soren seemed to have recovered and said, "There are many secrets in Sigil City. Some of them are unknown even to the gods. This time, your mother's mission is the core of the Arcane Empire, the Mies Energy Core. Alright, tell your mother to be careful of the soul suckers in the south of Sigil City. There's a very scary guy there." As if he thought of something, Soren's expression couldn't help but become serious. There were many secrets in Sigil City, and one of them was related to a very scary person. This guy should be the most powerful human in history, and currently he should be the most terrifying lich in the multiverse. However, he had nothing to do with the undead disaster this time, because the level of this terrible creature had surpassed the level of the Avatar crisis. He was called Elam. He was the greatest arcanist in the Thorium Age. He cultivated more than 3,000 arcanists in his life, and he contributed more than half of the power of the entire Thorium civilization because the original core of the floating city, the Mies energy core, was created by him. This guy was an unimaginable legend. From the Battle of the Orcs Gate to the fall of the first goddess of magic, traces of this guy appeared. Elam appeared and disappeared in history, and around the year 3185 of the Thorium Age, Elam's name appeared in the history books again. Because in this year, he had completed his greatest spell, Iolam's longevity. This spell allowed a great arcanist to live forever and never grow old. Later, he foresaw the destruction of the Thorium Empire, and then Karsus used the legendary level 12 spell Karsus's Incarnation to directly destroy the entire Thorium Age. Since then, this figure gradually disappeared in history. However, as a prophet, Soren knew that this legendary figure eventually became the Elder Main Brain Lich of the Soulsuckers, a terrifying creature with a challenge rating of 68. There was a portal in Sigil City that was connected to the city of the Soulsuckers where he lived in seclusion. This terrible creature was the same as the 3 legendary dragon species, and even the gods wouldn't easily provoke it. As if he thought of something, Soren continued, "Oh right. Let Kalina send someone to check out the distorted nether zone in the south of Sigil City. Remember, don't let her go alone. You can't let her go alone, right? Use money and treasures to hire someone to explore it. And if there's anything unusual, let her send the news back." Gloria stopped, turned around and asked in confusion, "What's there?" Soren stroked her buttocks and whispered, "Nothing. It's just that a time dragon seems to have built a nest there. I don't know if it's still there." Sigil City was an area outside of the gods. Therefore, there were also many links to terrible creatures outside of the gods in this place. Soren must pay attention to this. A time dragon. As a knowledgeable legendary witch, Gloria naturally knew what a time dragon was. She nodded with a dignified expression and said, "I know. The Avatar crisis." Soren couldn't help but sigh. Because of the Avatar crisis, the strength of the gods had decreased too much. Although Soren seemed to be very powerful now, in fact, the power he could exert now was not even comparable to the incarnation of a real god. Because the power of the godhood was suppressed by the Avatar crisis, Soren's current challenge rating was about 35. If Soren was restored to the form of a god, his challenge rating would be added to the level of the godhood. Then, Soren's challenge rating in his peak state was about 50. Not to mention whether a team of adventurers with a professional level of 50 could be assembled in the material plane. Even with the support of the Kingdom of God, it was almost impossible to defeat him. As if thinking of the past, Soren's expression relaxed a lot. He guided Gloria to twist her slender waist while taking advantage of the rare opportunity to relax his body and mind, and said, "If my current strength is converted into challenge rating, it should be at least 35, right? If I'm in the form of a true god, then I should be about level 50. It's equivalent to some of the gods and saints with great divine power. Gloria's current strength should also be a leader. If converted into challenge rating, it should be about level 24. Fallen Witch's strength may be a little weaker, so her challenge rating should be about level 21. If it's the High Priestess, then her challenge rating should be about level 24. If it's Vivian and Lillian, then Vivian should be about level 29, and Lillian should be about level 25. The Divine Priest Milan should be an elite, so her challenge rating should be about level 21. Saruman should also be about level 19. Haha. I can't believe that I've already cultivated a large group of boss-level characters unknowingly. What Soren just estimated was not the level of professions, but the challenge rating. In short, a team of fully armed adventurers had to reach this level to have a 50% chance of defeating one of them. If there were adventurers trying to kill Soren now, it would take at least 6 level 35 professions with legendary equipment and various divine artifacts to have less than a 50% chance of defeating him. The difficulty of killing him was even higher. Now, the number of boss-level bosses in the city of Mordor was more than the number of one hand. In terms of dungeons, the challenge rating for the port area was level 15 or above, the challenge rating for the outer city was level 18 or above, the challenge rating for the inner city was level 20 or above, and the challenge rating for the temple area was level 25 or above. As for the other pterosaur areas, Saruman's laboratory, the library, the witch's laboratory, the arcane tower, and so on, almost none of them were below level 20. No wonder so many enemies who wanted to spy on the secrets of the city of Mordor failed. A day passed quietly. The next day, Soren received a very important message. The messenger came from the palace of Arendelle. She brought a message from the Princess Royal. The Princess Royal will hold the Ascension ceremony in this month. At the same time, Princess Anna will be officially crowned as queen. Chapter 992. Princess Royal had officially become a god. This was a very important thing for both Arendelle and Mordor City, because this meant that Mordor City was powerful again. The whole city of Mordor knew about Soren and Princess Anna, and there were even messages in the taverns that the Great Lord of Shadows had conquered the sisters. Not only Princess Anna was Soren's intimate partner, but even the legendary Princess Royal had an affair with Soren. There was no way to explain this kind of thing, because the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be, so he could only leave it aside. Princess Royal becoming a god was not a trivial matter. Even if the disaster of the undead broke out now, Soren had to spare time to prepare, and at the same time, he had to send the news to other allies. In the study, Gloria's figure came out. Her expression was very calm. She came to Soren, handed a list to him on the desk, and said softly, "This is the list of prepared gifts. 3,000 high-quality pearls, 300 top-quality black pearls, 1,000 pounds of gold, 9,000 pounds of silver, 100 rubies, 150 sapphires, 300 amethysts, 500 rolls of high-quality silk, 1,000 pieces of oriental porcelain, 50 diamonds, and 1 heart of deep blue diamond." A long list of gifts filled the list in front of him. Soren took a look at it and was stunned for a moment, then he looked up at Gloria in front of him. "We can't let people look down on Mordor City." Gloria gently lifted her long hair, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Arendelle is the most important partner of Mordor City. In this case, I know what's important, and I already have a lot, so I can't ask more from you. If you can, I don't mind you taking Princess Royal as well." Speaking of this, she seemed to smile naughtily. This was not a gift list to celebrate Princess Anna's registration. It looked more like a betrothal gift for Soren. A betrothal gift worth more than 5 million Kindler. Soren was silent when he heard this. He reached out and took Gloria into his arms and murmured, "I'm sorry." Gloria reached out and covered Soren's lips. After a while, she sighed faintly. "I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to be a woman who stands behind you and supports you. Today's situation in the material plane is very complicated. Mordor City needs the power of Arendelle, and Arendelle also needs the help of Mordor City. Even the emperors of the mortal world wouldn't only have one woman by their side, not to mention that you have to face more than mortals. You need Princess Royal's power. Not only now, but in the future, you will also need a powerful ally like the eldest princess. Although I don't know what's going on, but I know how many challenges a new god has to face. Now, because of the Avatar crisis, the gods haven't done anything to you. But if the Avatar crisis is over, without enough power and strong allies, they may launch a conspiracy against you at any time. Princess Anna is a good target. If you can, I don't mind you bringing Princess Royal to your side." Gloria was a very smart woman, but sometimes, being too smart made people feel a little sorry for her. As the mistress of Mordor City, of course she knew a lot of secrets. Naturally, she also knew the value of Arendelle and Princess Royal to Mordor City. Although Soren became a mid-level god, he also faced a lot of enemies. The power of the 3 gods of death made Soren have to face many powerful existences in the future. Even the death god system was a potential enemy he had to face. In this case, as a god with a weak foundation, Soren needed a lot of allies, and they must be strong enough. Although Vivienne was a mid-level god, the time she became a god was too short. Although the Maiden of Pain served Soren, she was not strong enough, and she was not loyal to Soren. Saruman was still not strong enough. If it involved the struggle between the gods, the only one who could help Soren was the powerful Princess Royal. Gloria chose to be tolerant and give in at this moment. She was a very smart woman, because she knew that if she didn't choose so, Soren would face a difficult situation. How to deal with Princess Royal, and how to face Princess Anna. There was a short silence. Then Soren hugged Gloria tightly in his arms. He was not a person who would drag his feet. At this time he could only promise, "You will always be the mistress of Mordor." As Gloria said, Princess Anna was a good partner. She was the successor of Arendelle, and she could not interfere with Mordor because the whole Frost Kingdom needed her to manage it. If Princess Royal became a god, she would be the strongest link between Soren and Princess Royal. This relationship was enough to ensure that they would become the strongest allies in the future. Soren was a new god, and so was Princess Royal. "Go and get ready." Gloria raised her head and kissed Soren gently on the lips, and then said, "Although I can't guess what you want to do in the end, but I know that it must be the greatness above the gods. I don't want to be a burden to you. I just want to stand behind you and witness that moment with my own eyes." Everything in Mordor. Gloria saw everything that Soren had done along the way. She could feel what Soren was going to do, which was something that no god had ever tried. If it succeeded, the world would change because of it. There must be a lot of resistance. The gods were sometimes stubborn and conservative. The Avatar crisis gave Soren a chance, but with the end of the Avatar crisis, the conflict would inevitably lead to a new confrontation. Soren needed strong allies, and neither the goddess of agriculture nor the goddess of wealth were enough to be Soren's real help. Princess Royal could do this. In the future, even in the face of a powerful god, Princess Royal would still be the strongest fighting force that could not be ignored. The fleet full of gifts set off. At the same time, there were also messengers from the City of Wealth, the Northern Tower, and the Harvest City. Princess Royal's investiture ceremony and Princess Anna's coronation ceremony had obviously become a big meeting for Soren's allies. Even the messengers from the Eastern Kingdom had set off. After learning the news, the Eastern Princess immediately sent a team of messengers with rich gifts. She hoped to occupy a position in these alliances. Arendelle. With the arrival of autumn, the whole of Arendelle suddenly became lively. The fleet of Mordor City was docked in the port, and the airships were docked near the tower. Countless gifts were carried down one by one, which made people marvel at the wealth and generosity of Mordor City. The witch envoys from the Northern Tower followed closely behind. They brought the blessings and celebrations from the Eye of the North. The messenger of the Goddess of Wealth was also generous. This lady hoped to gain the friendship of Princess Royal, and trade with Arendelle could allow her to gain more divine power. The messengers of the Goddess of Agriculture were the last to arrive, even later than the messengers of the Eastern Princess, but they brought a special gift, an improved winter wheat that could be cultivated by Arendelle for 2 seasons. Princess Royal's investiture ceremony was very simple. At least it was much simpler than Soren's and Eugene's, and the internal composition of her church was also very special. The Ice Witches were the main composition of the church. Unlike Soren's clergy, Princess Royal's core clergy was ice, cold, and winter. This was the ancient clergy. In other words, Princess Royal's clergy had existed since the birth of all things and the beginning of the change of seasons. To some extent, Princess Royal's power was more special than Soren's, because she was very close to the ancient gods. The power of winter, cold, and ice made her less dependent on the church and believers. Although she could not be compared with Mother Earth, Princess Royal had an innate advantage over other gods. The whole church of Princess Royal had less than 1,000 people, and the number of priests was even fewer. Most of them were ice witches. In the future, the number of priests would gradually increase, and the scale of believers would also expand, but the dependence of the church on the secular world would be reduced. To some extent, even if Princess Royal did not have a church, her strength could at least be maintained at the mid-level divine power. This was something that Soren could not compare with. A large part of Soren's power was still in other gods. Whether it was the king of the dead, Klemvox, or the god of murder, Sirik, they all had clergy and divine power that Soren needed. The goddess of agriculture seemed to be unusually enthusiastic about Princess Royal's apotheosis. She not only sent cold-resistant crops that could greatly increase the agricultural output in the north, but also sent her own voter. This could basically represent the second incarnation of a god. Obviously, the goddess of agriculture wanted to get something from Princess Royal. And according to Soren's guess, the goddess of agriculture seemed to be very interested in one of the clergy of the Four Seasons. The official apotheosis would take place 3 days later. After Princess Royal's apotheosis, Princess Anna would be crowned queen. 3 days passed quickly. With the arrival of Princess Royal's apotheosis ceremony, the temperature of the whole material plane seemed to have dropped a lot. A cold current swept across the whole world. And this cold air suddenly made all races feel the arrival of winter. Princess Royal's apotheosis ceremony was chosen at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant that she did not belong to the evil camp, but was finally positioned as the neutral camp. Originally, Princess Royal's camp was the neutral camp, but because of the Avatar crisis, especially after she became the Queen of Arendelle, her camp gradually deviated. It was difficult for a king to guarantee pure kindness. Finally, Princess Royal deviated to the neutral camp when she was apotheosis. Of course, it was because of Sauron's influence. Princess Royal's final apotheosis was fixed on cold, ice, and winter. The apotheosis ceremony was very close to the ancient ceremony, and the prayers of believers were omitted, which meant that her need for faith and church was very low. It also meant that Princess Royal had finally decided on her own path. The incarnation of winter. P.S. Tomorrow's update will be brought forward to 8 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 993. Princess Royal's investiture ceremony was very special. Whether it was in Soren's or Eugene's investiture ceremony, the prayers were a very important part of the ceremony. However, in Princess Royal's investiture ceremony, this was completely covered up. This was because when the investiture ceremony began, snowflakes began to fall. There were no prayers echoing during Soren's investiture ceremony. The whole of Arendelle and Princess Royal's investiture ceremony were silent because of the sudden heavy snow. The weak prayers only echoed around the temple, and other than that, there was only the whistling of the north wind. This was Princess Royal's way of announcing her uniqueness to the gods, and also hinting to her believers that she did not need to pray as much as the other gods. Cold snow and winter. These were the sources of her power. Princess Royal's starting point was much higher than Soren's, and it seemed that she had succeeded. The weak prayers were covered up by the snow. However, Princess Royal's investiture ceremony was still going on. Golden light shrouded the sky above Arendelle, and with the arrival of the snow, more and more divine power gathered. This power did not come from the prayers of the believers, nor did it come from the power of faith converted by the divine network. It was a pure elemental power, made up of divine power. This is a power between the elemental gods and the human gods. Soren stood on the balcony of Arendelle Palace, and beside him was Princess Anna, who was dressed to the nines. The cute little princess, who had not seen Soren for a long time, seemed a little angry, but she could not help but look at Soren's side profile from time to time. The power of the gods was very different. Soren's divinity was also compatible with the ancient gods, and that was slaughter, death, and shadow. Any slaughter related to Soren could provide him with divine power, and death was a very important part. The shadow divine power originated from the shadow realm. This meant that even if Soren lost all his followers, as long as the shadow realm still existed in the multiverse, Soren's divine power could still be maintained at the level of a lesser divine power. This was the lower limit of divine power brought about by the ancient priesthood. Just like the great god of death, Jurgil, although he was tired of the priesthood of death, he could become a mid-level divine power, or even a great divine power at any time if he wanted to. The lower limit of Princess Royal's divine power was higher than Soren's. With her current believers, churches, and priests, it would be difficult for her to maintain the faith of a false god. But now the power she showed in the investiture ceremony was intermediate divine power. Princess Royal opened another door for Soren. To a certain extent, the power that Princess Royal displayed at this moment originated from the elemental gods. In other words, it was the cold and snow that were outside of water, fire, and earth. This special power made Princess Royal an existence that didn't require faith, just like the elemental gods. Even if her church became very weak, Princess Royal could still maintain the power of a mid-level divine power, unless someone stole her priesthood. This success allowed Soren to discover a new mystery of the gods. It also meant that Princess Royal had officially become the embodiment of winter and ice. She had become a special existence between the elemental gods and the human gods. In the blink of an eye, the whole of Arendelle was covered in silver because of Princess Royal's investiture. At the same time, as the ceremony was completed, the golden light of divinity gathered in the sky above the temple. A special and desolate divine kingdom was responding to Princess Royal's summons. That was the divine kingdom of ice. An ancient divine kingdom that had been silent for thousands of years was finally reawakened at this moment. At this moment, Soren even suspected that Princess Royal was the reincarnation of the goddess of ice. Just like the previous incarnation of the god of light was the sun god, many gods would come back through reincarnation after they fell. The cold wind gradually dissipated. However, the whole divine kingdom of ice was wrapped in a layer of white. The figure of Princess Royal appeared in the sky, followed by the golden figure representing Soren. Then a golden light appeared over the Temple of Wealth, followed by figures in the Temple of Agriculture and the Temple of Sea. The gods were celebrating her. Almost all the gods who had an alliance with Soren appeared to celebrate Princess Royal. Even in the far south, Eugene, who was in the sky above the orcs, also appeared to celebrate Princess Royal. In any case, Eugene was able to become a god with the help of Princess Royal's power. However, all this seemed to be just the beginning, because just as Princess Royal's ceremony was officially completed, a little bit of special light appeared. Then a goddess with a smile appeared from the light. When the other gods saw her figure, they couldn't help but be stunned. Even Soren quickly bowed slightly to the goddess in front of him to express his respect for her. This goddess wasn't very powerful. She was just a mid-level god, but no one dared to ignore her existence because she was the goddess of luck. Tamora. Surprise. All the gods present were very surprised, because no one had thought that the goddess of luck would appear at the Princess Royal's apotheosis ceremony. I give you my blessing. The goddess of luck smiled and walked in front of Princess Royal, then put her palm on Princess Royal's head. At this moment, Princess Royal looked like a well-behaved daughter, quietly accepting the goddess of luck's blessing. The goddess didn't stay for long. She just appeared and gave Princess Royal her blessing, then quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. But before everyone recovered from the surprise of the goddess of luck's appearance, suddenly the elemental power of the whole Arendelle became very strong, and then there was a huge wave at the port. The endless sea turned into the figure of a giant. He looked at Princess Royal above Arendelle, then nodded slightly, but it seemed that this was just the beginning. Then the wind suddenly appeared, and in the sky above Arendelle, an ethereal shadow of a goddess also appeared, and at the same time, she nodded slightly to Princess Royal. The goddess of water elements, Istisha. The goddess of wind elements, Arcady. It seemed that the special nature of Princess Royal's ascension had even shocked these ancient elemental gods. 2 of the 4 elemental gods actually appeared. The appearance of the goddess of water elements should be related to the priesthood of ice and snow, and the appearance of the goddess of wind elements should be due to the north wind domain that Princess Royal mastered. There was a trace of inquiry in the eyes of these 2 gods, and their attitude was far less intimate than that of the goddess of luck. They just nodded to Princess Royal and disappeared. This meant that there was a weak connection between the priesthood of Princess Royal and them, but the relationship between them was not close. This situation was very common among the gods, just like how the wind elemental god had some dealings with Adelie Fenrir, winged elven guardian goddess, and Sandaker, god of exploration and exploration, but their relationship was not close. Similarly, the goddess of water elements, the guardian of the sea elves, and the goddess of the sea also had contacts, but the relationship was also very ordinary. The arrival of the 2 elemental gods was more because of the special nature of Princess Royal's priesthood. At the same time, there was a little connection between the 2 sides, and they happened to be in the material plane, so they appeared to celebrate the official ascension of Princess Royal. It had to be said. Although the ascension of Princess Royal was not as big as that of Soren, the scene of the gods' celebration was more magnificent. There were 2 great divine powers, and there were a lot of mid-level divine powers. As for the weak divine powers, there was only the Maiden of Pain, who came with Soren. Such a luxurious lineup made it impossible for any god to underestimate the existence of Princess Royal. Although she was officially ascended today, no matter who wanted to do anything to her in the future, they would have to consider the weight of the gods present today. The golden light gradually converged. The figure of Princess Royal returned to the temple, and the other gods had already left. Soren was the only true god who stayed in Arendelle, because his relationship with Princess Royal was very close, far more than the other gods' relationship with her. The ascension ceremony was over. The seemingly simple ceremony announced the amazing background of Princess Royal, although to a large extent, this background was related to Soren. The Palace of Arendelle. As the figure of Princess Royal dissipated, Soren turned his head and looked at Princess Anna beside him. He hadn't seen the girl in front of him for a long time. She had become more and more beautiful. She was like an orchid gradually blooming, showing unparalleled beauty. But at the moment, Princess Anna's expression was not happy. Her small face was full of resentment. From time to time, she looked at Soren and snorted in a fit of anger. She looked a little haggard, and it seemed that she had been very tired recently. As a young girl, it was not easy for her to learn how to manage a kingdom. Anna. Soren took Princess Anna's white little hand. She struggled a little in a fit of anger, and then let Soren hold her hand. A slight blush appeared on her pretty face. At this moment, Soren's expression was very serious. He looked into Princess Anna's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Have you really thought it through?" Princess Anna was a little confused. She didn't understand why Soren didn't apologize to her after not seeing her for so long. Instead, he suddenly asked such a question with a righteous expression. But Soren's expression was too serious, so she was stunned by him. Thought what through? Doesn't this bastard know that I like him? Princess Anna's imagination ran wild, but at this time, Soren held her hands and said seriously, "Have you really thought it through? The Avatar crisis will be over in 2 years at most. At that time, I will return to the kingdom of God. And it will be almost impossible for me to return to the material plane. Even if I descend, I can only use my incarnation. You still have a long life. If you want, you can even immortality as a mortal. I can't be by your side all the time. And as a god, whether it is dignity or possessiveness, it determines that after you choose me, no other man can walk into your life. You will be accompanied by a long period of loneliness, and even if you choose to grow old as a mortal, you will have to face a choice, that is, to enter my kingdom of God, or to enter the Princess Royal's kingdom of God. All of this. Have you really thought it through?" Hearing Soren's words, Princess Anna suddenly froze in place. Then, many questions that had troubled her for a long time were answered. No wonder her sister had always opposed her and Soren, even after knowing that Soren had become a god. No wonder Soren had been avoiding her, because he had seen further than her, and she had never thought about those questions just now. Yes. Whether it was Princess Royal or Soren, they would return to the kingdom of God after the end of the Avatar crisis, and Princess Anna had to stay in the material plane at that time. Even if they could use their incarnations to descend, they could not accompany her for a long time. If she really chose Soren, then it was tantamount to choosing a long and lonely road. Soren could never be with her like a mortal husband. At most, he could only use his incarnation to descend once in a while. All of this was not easy for a girl. It was precisely because of this that Princess Royal hoped Princess Anna would choose a mortal. There was a short silence. Then Princess Anna raised her head and looked at Soren with great seriousness and said, "I do." Everything was frozen. Thousands of words were overshadowed by these 3 words. Even if she knew that she might be lonely in the future, she still said, "I do," without hesitation. Soren did not speak again. He just sighed and hugged the girl in front of him tightly in his arms, no longer escaping. Princess Anna buried her head in Soren's arms, rolled her eyes, and then whispered in Soren's ear with a blush on her face, "If you really can't accompany me in the future, then give me a child." At least she will accompany me. After that, the girl shrank back like an ostrich, and even her ears became crimson. P.S. Since writing, the time for exercise has gradually decreased, and Futu's weight has increased by more than 20 kilograms. His results are not as good as the great gods, but his weight is. It's really sad. Thinking about the news of the death of a certain writer, he was so scared that he peed his pants. So he decided to run to lose weight. He must not be fat, although he was now developing this trend. Coincidentally, there was a reader brother in Tsingtao who ran a WeChat store, specializing in authentic Nike running shoes produced by Tsingtao Taiguang. When he heard that Futu wanted to lose weight, he mailed me 2 pairs of shoes. Futu ran around in them for 3 days, and he really slipped away. When I went to the store and asked, a pair was more than 800 yuan, and this brother only sold it for more than 400 yuan on WeChat. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so I could only promote this brother. If you need, search my WeChat number. V537547. Awakening Nike Sports Discount Store. Mention my name and you will get a discount. Chapter 994. Arendelle. Palace. This was a beautiful country wrapped in silver. Although it was only October and there was still some time before winter, because of Princess Royal's investiture, this year's winter had obviously started earlier. Shortly after Princess Royal's investiture, Princess Anna's coronation ceremony was also held as usual. Unlike the investiture ceremony of Princess Royal, Princess Anna's coronation ceremony was very grand. Not only Mordor City, Northern Tower, Harvest City, Falcon Kingdom, Southern Islands, etc., but even the Lord of Light, Lady of Silvermoon, and the God of War sent people to celebrate. The reason was simple. Princess Royal's investiture was one thing, but Princess Anna's coronation was another. Princess Anna's coronation was part of the secular world. Especially after Princess Royal made it clear that she did not need much faith from mortals at the investiture ceremony, the other gods were immediately moved. Arendelle was the center of the Frost Kingdom. This land occupied the entire northern region of the continent, and had a very vast land and population. Because of the protection of Princess Royal, even after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the population of the entire Frost Kingdom was still about 10 million. This was a considerable number. Even if the gods were to share it, they would still be able to win a lot of believers. The system of the Frost Kingdom was the enfeoffment of royalty. Princess Anna directly led more than 5 million people around the kingdom of Arendelle. The other residents of the north were ruled by the lords of Glacier City, Winterspring, North Sea City, and so on. Almost every one of them had legendary strength and above. They had come to Arendelle today, and would swear allegiance to Queen Anna at the coronation ceremony. Arendelle was the second largest city in the material plane. At present, the largest city in the material plane was undoubtedly Mordor City, which now had a population of more than 400,000. The population of Arendelle was slightly smaller. The population in the Royal City was about 120,000. Because of the inherent advantage of sea transportation, the population around the city was still about 70,000 to 80,000. Unlike other cities, because of the management of Mordor City and the Ice Witch's use of magic in their lives, even after the population of Arendelle exceeded 100,000, the whole city was not dirty and messy. However, the layout of Arendelle's city was still flawed. The city could only accommodate about 200,000 people at most. Any more and the city would become bloated and dirty. Soren had been living in the royal palace all this time. As for Princess Royal, it seemed that she no longer objected to him being close to Princess Anna. She acquiesced to everything that had happened. On the day of the coronation, tens of thousands of people gathered in the square and near the palace. As an ancient family that had ruled Arendelle for hundreds of years, both Princess Royal and Princess Anna were loved by the people. Teams of guards in brand new armor guarded the palace, and patrols maintained the order of the entire square. Both sides of the road were almost jammed. Today, Princess Anna would drive the dragon carriage around Arendelle, so that all the people could see their queen. The last part of the ceremony was held in the palace. When the coronation ceremony was completed, many northern lords would swear allegiance to her. The orderly guards had already gone out. This was a glorious moment for Princess Anna. Soren personally sent her to the dragon carriage, and then watched her leave the palace. "My lord." A dark figure appeared beside Soren and knelt down on one knee. "Believers of Lady Night have been found near the South City. There are 3 lurking devils at the North Port. There are spies from the Southern Island in the East City. At present, they have all been targeted. My lord, what should we do with these people?" Princess Anna's coronation ceremony was so grand that it was almost impossible for no one to have evil intentions. Soren's expression was very cold, and he slowly said, "Deal with them all secretly. Don't alarm too many people, and don't affect the ceremony." Just like before, Soren's believers had been secretly protecting Princess Anna and getting rid of those who had evil intentions for her. Although the elder princess had great power, whether it was the Ice Witches or the Temple Church, it was impossible to have so many rogues under Soren's command. Any conspiracy could not be hidden in front of him, and today, Soren's murderous intent was undoubtedly heavier. Understood. The dark figure disappeared. At the same time, more than 5 teams of top rogues inside Arendelle could also act. Almost all of them were first-class assassins, proficient in all kinds of assassination methods, killing and shadow. Although Soren's clergy was not murder, his mastery of assassination was getting stronger and stronger. With Soren's order, there was a brief disturbance in the distance, but it soon subsided. In the palace, Princess Royal cast a puzzled look at Soren, but after Soren nodded slightly, she looked away. Someone was trying to destroy Princess Anna's coronation ceremony. They didn't dare to do anything when Princess Royal was crowned as a god, because the consequences were too terrible. But during Princess Anna's coronation ceremony, Soren's rogues killed at least 5 waves of people who tried to cause chaos and panic during the process. Among them, there were even believers of Lady of the Night, but now their bodies were lying in the cold trench. There was a loud cheer in the square. The people of Arendelle were celebrating their queen, and the whole city was shrouded in a sea of joy. This was something that Mordor could not have because Princess Anna was a kind ruler, and Soren was not. Kindness was sometimes regarded as weakness. So all this required Soren to secretly deal with some people who had ideas. The whole ceremony needed to be completed within a day. So when Princess Anna walked around Arendelle, she immediately returned to the palace. There was still one important part of her coronation ceremony that was not completed. The mighty crowd gathered in front of the palace, and Princess Anna, who looked extremely noble and beautiful, came to the balcony at the top of the palace. She waved to tens of thousands of people, and there was a loud cheer below. Then the cheers gradually subsided, and a golden light rose into the sky, and then turned into the figure of Princess Royal. Soren watched all this silently. After the incarnation of Princess Royal appeared, his figure also turned into a golden giant and floated in the clouds. The pressure of the gods enveloped Arendelle. Countless mortals had uncontrollable awe in their hearts, and all the noble lords in the entire Frost Kingdom humbly lowered their heads at this moment. The final ceremony was completed by Princess Royal, and Soren was just a bystander. The 2 gods turned into golden phantoms and stood in front of the palace of Arendelle, while Princess Anna looked at them with a scepter in her hand. With a strange melody coming from the temple, a golden crown that symbolized the supreme royal power of Arendelle appeared in the palm of Princess Royal. The golden giant of Soren stood in the clouds and nodded with a smile. Then Princess Anna lowered her head slightly, and Princess Royal held the golden crown in both hands and slowly put it on her head. Today, Princess Anna was officially crowned as the Queen of Arendelle. As the gods completed the final coronation ceremony for Princess Anna in the clouds, the cheers also resounded throughout Arendelle. Chapter 995. It was a gray wasteland. It was as if some terrible power had taken away all the vitality here. All the plants had withered, and even the soil was covered in a rotten smell. It was obvious that there had just been a battle here. There were many corpses of necromancers nearby, and there were also some people wearing strange robes. They had the emblem of a golden scale supported by arm bones on their chests. These people were the priests who served the king of the dead, Clemvox. They had just experienced a great battle, but they were still loyal to one of them. It was a young warrior with a handsome face and calm eyes. He held a heavy sword in his hand and wore a special armor. In front of them was a group of people who wanted to retreat. The leader was a figure in a gray robe. His pale fingers held a staff, and his body was covered in a strong smell of corruption. Vishalan. The young man approached step by step and said slowly, "You can't escape." The god of Lich, Vishalan. Soren had followed traces of this god before, but he couldn't find it. The fall of the god of mages was related to him. At that time, Soren finally tracked down the god of prophecy, Savras, and was led to the territory of the ancient red dragon. At this moment, the god of Lich, Vishalan, was surrounded by his fanatics. Most of them were necromancers, and there were 2 powerful liches. The god of Lich's priesthood was necromancer, evil liches, and immortality. He was one of the most hated enemies of the god of death, because he and his followers often disturbed the rest of the dead. Vishalan was a skeleton. This was a cunning god. Since he was a mortal, he had been wandering among the gods to seek benefits and avoid punishment. He used the power of the goddess of magic to escape the wrath of the Lord of Storms, and secretly colluded with the Lady of Night to work for her. At the same time, he secretly tried to please the Lord of Storms again. At this moment, there were very few followers around him, far fewer than the priests in front of him. However, his expression was calm, and the soul fire in his eyes jumped slightly. He said slowly, "Naive Klemvox, do you think you can kill me like this? You've already fallen into our trap." Klemvox calmly listened to the other party's words, then slowly took a step forward and said, "I know. If there were no traps, how could a weak god like you dare to appear in front of me? Let me guess who's plotting against me? Naruto." All the gods knew that Klemvox, the king of the dead, had always wanted to take back the power of the death god system, and the god of Lich was the one who stole it. The god of Lich had avoided Klemvox for hundreds of years. Now that he dared to appear in front of Klemvox, he must have something to rely on. Visharan chuckled. "Since you know it's a trap, you still dare to come. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." As his voice fell, Yizichen's voice fell. A strange figure appeared near the wilderness. He was wearing a broken black cloak, and his upper body was a pale skeleton. He held a huge death scythe in his hand, and a terrible pressure shrouded the nearby space. Even if he did not speak, everyone recognized his existence, because this aura of hatred towards life could only be found on one god, and that was the god of death, Hell. Naruto. Klemvox, the king of the dead, had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "This is not the Grey Eagle world. Do you really want to get involved in the struggle between the gods of this world?" There was not only one material plane. Although Naruto had faith in this world, his core faith was in a material kingdom called Grey Eagle. The world he finally chose to descend to was here, and it was obvious that he had a plan long ago. There were many material planes in the multiverse, and there were many gods scattered across the material planes. Their faith was scattered in many places. Among these gods, there was a special one, the Queen of Spiders. In almost all the worlds with drows, there would be the faith of the Queen of Spiders. Her few believers were spread across most of the material planes. Unfortunately, her faith was limited by her race. The strength of her faith in a plane was completely determined by the size of the drow's race. "You don't deserve to rule death." Naruto's voice was full of decay, as if he wanted to end everything. He said hoarsely, "Your weak doctrine is simply a blasphemy to death." Klemvox's doctrine was very gentle. He ruled the field of eternal sleep, and the church insisted on letting the dead rest in peace. He maintained a hostile relationship with most of the necromancers and liches of the evil camp. Klemvox had always been against resurrecting the dead. He believed that the dead should follow their original trajectory, and should not be awakened to wander in the world. To some extent, most of the kings of the dead were hostile to him. Although Naruto's figure appeared, Klemvox's expression was still without the slightest fear. Because he was the king of the dead, a god with great divine power. Naruto was a mid-level divine power. Vishalan was a weak divine power. Even if these two gods worked together, they could not be his opponents. This was why Klemvox dared to come even though he knew there was a trap. He did not want to give up the opportunity to end the god of Lich. As long as he killed the god of Lich, his enemies would be reduced a lot. And he would also take back some of the power of death. The scythe of death cut through the void. With the surging divine power, the heavy sword in Clemvox's palm was shrouded in dark power and directly blocked the opponent's attack. Some translucent shadows holding the scythe of death appeared. These were his servants of death. Since he knew it was a trap, of course he would not come alone. He had gathered most of his power and was ready to destroy two opponents of the death god system in one fell swoop. Hehe. With just one confrontation, Naruto was forced to retreat. He said in a hoarse voice, "Worthy of being the king of the dead. Such divine power is indeed not something we can match alone. However, you have to face more than just the two of us." Hearing Naruto's words, Clemvox could not help but frown. Things seemed to be a little beyond his expectations. He thought that the god of Lich was only colluding with Naruto, but at the moment when they just fought, some rotten and depraved evil breath also appeared in the wilderness. Not knowing when, the whole wilderness was full of all kinds of powerful undead. The undead, Orvo, a terrible lich with a staff, appeared on the battlefield. He looked at Clemvox with cold eyes and did not hide his disgust and hatred for him. Sazastan, the leader of the Red Robe Wizards, the evil lich who once ruled the Tori region. Behind him were many wizards in red robes. The undead king Orcus. With the evil breath from the bottomless abyss, the chaotic force field of the demons spread. Orcus' huge and fat figure appeared, looking at Clemvox with crazy eyes. One by one, powerful undead appeared. These undead were at least high-grade legends, and there were even many powerful demigod liches. They were all undead kings who occupied the lower planes. From the spiritual world to the underworld. From the gray wilderness to the bottomless abyss, evil and terrible undead creatures were everywhere in every corner of the lower planes. These people were the enemies of Clemvox. From the very beginning, his doctrine had violated the wishes of these undead kings. If there was no outbreak of the Avatar crisis, none of these undead kings would be able to defeat Clemvox. But now, with the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, Clemvox was weakened a lot even though he was a powerful god. This made it possible for these undead kings in front of him to fight with him. Hundreds of liches appeared in front of him. These liches came from more than 10 different planes and half-planes. The terrible breath of the winter ghosts also appeared. For any undead, the king of the dead was an enemy worthy of fear. And the divine power and priesthood of the king of the dead were also what they most desired. Naruto's conspiracy was to take advantage of the hostility of these people to Clemvox. For thousands of years, Clemvox's church and doctrine had offended countless powerful undead. If it were not for the influence of Jurgil, he would not be able to hold the position of the king of the dead. Clemvox's expression finally became dignified. If there was no Avatar crisis, he would not have the slightest fear in the face of so many enemies in the form of a true god. But now he was only in the form of a saint. Even if he was the Lord God of Death, he might not be able to fight against so many enemies. But at this moment, he had no way out. Naruto had sealed all the space, and all he could do was to fight with all his strength. October was coming. Soren stayed in Arendelle for 7 days. When he returned to Mordor, it was almost October. Gloria welcomed his return, and at the same time, brought back the good news from the fallen witches. But before Soren could be happy, he couldn't help but look up at the sky in shock. In the realm invisible to mortals, the star representing the king of the dead, Clemvox, was dim. As if some kind of restriction had been lifted, the death aura in the entire material plane suddenly became rich. With the slight fluctuations of the elemental tide, a breath full of decay, depravity, and death gradually spread. Clemvox was in trouble. Although he had not fallen yet, his situation seemed to be more serious than the disappearance of the goddess of magic last time. Because the slumber realm, that shrouded the material plane and controlled by the king of the dead, Clemvox, was gradually declining and fading. Since Clemvox became a god, the slumber realm had shrouded the material plane, so the possibility of the resurrection of the undead in the material plane was far lower than in other worlds. Now the slumber realm was gradually dissipating. Chapter 996. What happened just now? Gloria came to Soren's side and held Soren's hand nervously. She murmured, "I felt something just now, but it wasn't clear." Although she had the power of prophecy, she wasn't a real god after all. Mortals didn't feel anything when the realm of eternal rest dissipated. But legendary masters would have a weak feeling because the energy of the whole material plane had changed. They would feel a cold and evil breath approaching. Only real gods could perceive the changes in the whole world. As the main god of death, Klemvox's realm of eternal rest was like a magic net that covered the whole world. This kind of power made it so that ordinary dead people couldn't resurrect on their own. They had to use necromancy spells to transform into undead. Now that the long sleep domain was gradually dissipating, along with the dense death aura, even without any spells, dead creatures could be directly transformed into undead. The realm of eternal rest is dissipating. Many great gods had their own realms that covered the material plane, just like the climate of the Amazon rainforest. To a large extent, it was because of the influence of the Storm Lord's realm. Soren closed his eyes and felt the changes in the material plane. He murmured, "Something happened to the king of the dead, Klemvox. The realm of eternal rest that covered the material plane is dissipating." This was a fate that Soren couldn't change. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know where Klemvox was. He was a great god, and unless he deliberately wanted to meet with Soren, it was difficult for Soren to track him down. Everything still happened. In the end, Klemvox still had a battle with the kings of the dead. Although he didn't know where Soren was, he was sure that the battle must be very fierce. The king of the dead's current state should be very bad. If even the realm of eternal rest had lost its effect, then Klemvox should be very, very seriously injured now. At the same time, as a mid-level god and a god that was close to becoming a great god, Soren also felt a rotten and evil power seeping into the material plane when the realm of eternal rest disappeared. This was the power of Naruto. Although Naruto's faith had spread to the desert, for most of the old gods, Naruto was still a god from another world, an outsider. His faith originated from a country called Grey Eagle. Naruto had spread his faith in the material plane for about a few hundred years, but in the world of Grey Eagle, he was already a very powerful god. There were many such gods from another world, including the entire orc god system, which had spread to the material plane during the Battle of the Orc's Gate. Gloria's expression was solemn as she slowly asked, "Will the undead calamity become even more severe because of this?" Soren nodded and said, "Yes. Yes, it will become very serious." The realm of eternal rest was a power that suppressed death, which greatly increased the difficulty of resurrecting the dead. The dissipation of the realm of eternal rest meant that the dead would automatically turn into the undead. Perhaps in a few days, those places that once had a war and a large number of refugees would quickly become a paradise for the undead. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. As if to prove Soren's words, some strange changes were beginning to happen near the Agate River in the south, where the war between the orcs and the half-elves had broken out. This was a black and fertile land. In order to fight for this land, the half-elves and the orcs had broken out continuously. At this moment, under the pitch-black night sky, on this battlefield where tens of thousands of people had died, a pale palm bone suddenly stretched out from the ground. Then, the white bone lifted the soil and a half-orc who looked very rotten crawled out. Even after death, his body was still tall, and he held a rusty sword in his hand. In his eyes, there was a weak soul fire. All of this seemed to be the beginning. The whole land began to churn, and one by one, the undead crawled out from the ground. There were orcs, humans, half-elves, and the undead that had died on this land were resurrected one by one. However, at this moment, they didn't do anything, because on the other side of the battlefield, a very strong undead aura broke out. This was the graveyard of the orcs. Accompanied by the evil aura, a half-orc shaman that was almost rotten crawled out from the ground. He held a white bone staff in one hand and a skull in the other. At this moment, he was looking at the other undead with the soul fire in his eyes. Dong dong dong. A strange vibration sound was heard. In front of the orc graveyard, a team of necromancers in gray robes were casting spells, and next to them was a legendary lich. They seemed to be summoning something. Boom. The graveyard in front of them suddenly exploded, And then a burly half-orc walked out of the graveyard. His body didn't rot much, but it was covered with various livor mortis. This meant that he was very powerful when he was alive, and he had tempered his body to a rather amazing degree. This was the Fireblade Sword Saint of the half-orc clan. He didn't die in the battle with the half-elves, but in the subsequent demon invasion. In order to protect the clan, he died together with a secondary demon lord from the bottomless abyss. He used to be the right-hand man of Eugene, the divine ascender. But now he was resurrected as an undead, and his sword was covered with dark flames. This was the withering fire from the high-grade undead, and it was also the most vicious fire of negative energy in the lower plane. It could use the vitality of any living creature as fuel. With the resurrection of the Fireblade Sword Saint, the surrounding necromancers also retreated and bowed slightly to show their respect. This was a high-grade undead with a creature level of more than 25. His death was because of the curse of the secondary demon lord, so he couldn't enter the Holy Kingdom, and was forced to wander in the endless river Styx. Clemvox's realm of eternal sleep dissipated, which not only meant that the restrictions of the material plane were lifted. At the same time, it meant that other undead kings had the ability to reach out and touch the spiritual world, the underworld, and other areas of the river Styx in the lower plane. Without eternal sleep, there was no rest. They could use their evil power to summon the souls of the dead. The same scene happened in Amber City. In the beginning, when Soren left, thousands of houses in the city were burned to ashes, and many people were burned alive in the fire. At this moment, in the dark night, a strange white fog spread. There weren't enough bones here, but the remaining souls and resentment led to the birth of ghosts. One after another, pale phantoms floated in the ruins, constantly emitting strange and horrifying laughter. Bottomless Abyss, Soren's Holy Kingdom. After such a long time of development, the entire Holy Kingdom had changed a lot. The size of the reincarnation pool had doubled, but the number of heroic spirits was 10% less than before because many of them had fallen in the war against the Holy Kingdom of Fear. Although new heroic spirits were constantly born, it still couldn't make up for the gap in the beginning. The dead ugly monkey became an oracle from another world. He was currently the highest authority in the Holy Kingdom, and was responsible for helping Soren manage the whole kingdom. Of course, he was only responsible for the part of fighting and guiding souls. The specific construction of the Holy Kingdom was still the responsibility of the original Saint Cardinal. At this moment, a golden beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant god's temple, and then the ugly monkey's figure quickly returned to the temple and knelt in front of Soren's statue. His expression was solemn. About a few minutes later, he walked out of the temple and announced to the other heroic spirits, "There are abnormalities in the underworld and the river Styx. Clemvox, the god of death, and his servants from another world can no longer complete the task of guiding souls. Our Lord has given an oracle. From now on, the souls of believers will be guided by us personally." The authority of the gods was part of the operation of the world. Just like the fall of the goddess of magic would cause the collapse of the magic net and affect the entire material plane, Clemvox, the king of the dead, directly caused the souls of the believers of the gods to be unguided. The gods and the god of death had a contract. That was the souls of most of the believers. Except for those who were particularly devout and important, who would be personally guided by the oracles from another world. The rest of the souls would go to the underworld and be collected by the servants of death. Finally, the oracles of the gods would be responsible for guiding them to the interior of the Holy Kingdom. Most of the souls that were not guided by the oracles from another world would enter the river Styx, and a small number would wander into the bottomless abyss, the Bator Inferno, the Grey Wilderness, and other areas. The ugly monkey had begun to fulfill his duties. He had guided 3 batches of souls so far, about 300 people in total. They were all believers who died in the battle when the elemental chaos broke out in the sphere of influence of Motor City, and some wanderers who believed in Soren and died in battle in other places. These souls all went directly to the underworld at first. Then, as the oracles from another world, the ugly monkey had the ability to temporarily leave the Holy Kingdom. He was responsible for completing the contract and assisting Soren to take the souls from the servants of death. But now it was impossible. Clemvox, the king of the dead, was missing, and those servants of death could no longer complete the task. Although the souls would enter the underworld, they had lost the protection of death. This meant that the devils, demons would be ready to take action. When Clemvox was still alive, there were bold devils who stole souls from the underworld. Now that the undead kings had joined forces to seriously injure Clemvox, causing his whereabouts to be unknown, many devils and demons could not wait to reach their hands into the river Styx. The figures of the devils were looming in the disaster of the undead. They were creatures whose interests were paramount. After the first plunder of the material plane, these cunning devils quickly targeted the underworld. In this case, the believers of the gods could only rely on themselves for protection. As the oracles from another world of Soren, from now on, the ugly monkey needed to personally lead the demon hunters to guide the souls of the believers. Otherwise, they would be stolen by the devils. Chapter 997. Blood dyed the earth red. Eugene dragged his heavy steps forward slowly. Behind him was a tall and burly half-orc with dark red skin. This was the current leader of the Fireblade clan, the 7th-generation Fireblade Swordmaster, and the right-hand man of Eugene, the Ascendant. Around Eugene were piles of white bones and many half-orc bodies. The power of the gods suppressed the evil, and in front of them was a broken body. It was the awakened Fireblade Swordmaster, the powerful existence who once killed the lesser demon lord alone. In this battle, the half-orcs suffered heavy losses. In order to eliminate these resurrected undead, Eugene personally participated in the battle. Nearly 3,000 of the half-orc elite troops died in the battle, which was a very heavy blow to the clan. But Eugene had no choice. He could not allow these undead to spread. Otherwise, the survival of the entire half-orc group would be seriously threatened. Cremate the bodies of these warriors. Eugene's expression was extremely tired. Even after becoming a god, he still maintained his old face. He did not want to deliberately change anything because in the belief of the half-orcs, he was an elder like a father or an ancestor. He slowly said, "Let the shamans prepare the soul summoning ceremony. The souls of these warriors must be sent to the ancestral land to rest." Clemvox, the king of the dead, had an accident, and the souls of all races in the entire material plane were not safe. Eugene looked up in the direction of Autumnfall, where he could see a faint fire. He could imagine what kind of predicament Autumnfall would encounter after losing the realm of eternal sleep. The city was in dire straits. The ghouls in the dark finally showed their fangs. With the arrival of the undead disaster, Autumnfall could become history at any time. The same scene happened in Amber City. A large number of ghosts made many ordinary people flee in panic, but the outbreak of the Avatar crisis made them have nowhere to go. The City of Wealth also broke out in the undead riots, but fortunately, the divine power of the Lady of Wealth had recovered a lot, and the riots subsided overnight. Motor City. The dark night fell, and a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Soren's figure appeared at the top of the tower, and beside him stood Gloria. "My lord." A black shadow appeared behind Soren and knelt down on one knee. "There are undead in the north and south of the island of Motor. Some resurrected skeletal creatures have appeared in the west. The temple's guards have already set off." Soren nodded, then looked at the city wall. He did not intend to take part in this battle. The city of Mordor already had enough strength, and the army was enough to quell this level of chaos. Squads of soldiers rushed out of the barracks. At the location of the Great Shrine, the priests were also gathered under Milan's arrangement. The island of Moder itself had experienced many battles. This time, the people who were resurrected were the Aborigines who had been killed by Soren. As for the other skeletal creatures, they were dangerous monsters that had been killed. Most of the undead were relatively easy to deal with. The only troublesome one was the resurrected Quetzalcoatlus, or rather, an inferior bone dragon. The city of Moder was originally the habitat of the Quetzalcoatlus. In order to prevent the Quetzalcoatlus from hurting the civilians, Soren killed most of the Quetzalcoatlus that could not be tamed. Now some of these Quetzalcoatlus had been resurrected. They had become undead creatures. Although they had lost the ability to fly, they were still a strong threat. About 5,000 troops quickly mobilized towards the place where the undead appeared. The priests followed behind the army and cast spells. The whole process of the battle was very fast. Under the leadership of the giants, the army of Motor City took less than 3 hours to kill all the undead. At the same time, because Soren's divine power was very abundant, the army of Motor City only lost a dozen people under the treatment of the priests. This kind of loss was already very small compared to other places. Because in these 2 days, whether it was Port Tylon, Raging Sand Island, Snake Island, or other places, there were a lot of casualties. In the wilderness, the mighty undead army was gathering. They seemed to be summoned by some terrible power, and gathered towards the south. However, what surprised Soren was that the first target of these undead army was his old opponent, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The undead army was approaching the Principality of Rossard. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was in a very bad mood. It could even be said that she even wondered if she was cursed by the goddess of misfortune. From the very beginning, after encountering Soren and entering into a hostile relationship, all her plans became very unsuccessful. She even died in the hands of Soren. Although because of the life concealment spell, she was resurrected with the help of a spell clone body, but because of this her strength was greatly reduced, falling from near the advanced legendary level to the legendary level. Although she later recovered a lot with the help of the Queen of Yuma, her days were even more difficult. Because Soren's power was getting stronger and stronger, the city of Motor became the most powerful force in the sea. During that time, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was on tenterhooks all day long. Fortunately, Soren had too many things to do, and he had no time to deal with the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. But this did not mean the end of her misfortune. She did not know when the news of her collusion with the devil leaked out, and she offended many good gods. Even the Church of the God of Light condemned her as an evil existence. Then the rebellion broke out. The whole rebellion consumed most of the Duke of Red Dragon's experience, and even until now, she had not been able to completely quell the rebellion. Devils were cunning. Although they gave the Duke of Red Dragon's wife power, they also asked for more in return. Even the Queen of Yuma, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, was very close to her, and she was very clear that the other party was ultimately coveting her soul. She was eager to get her soul and transform it into a lustful demon. The cunning devils only contributed a little, but they were never lenient when it came to taking benefits. The Principality of Rossard was originally a rich kingdom in the south, but now it was severely depopulated. The continuous wars had reduced the population of the Principality of Rossard by more than 30%. Now, when the Duke of Red Dragon's wife learned that a large number of undead were gathering and preparing to attack the Principality of Rossard, she was in a bad mood. Obviously, the undead were preparing to turn the Principality of Rossard into a kingdom of the undead. Too many people had died in the war, and it was easy for them to become nutrients for the undead. If the undead army broke through the Principality of Rossard's defenses, the whole kingdom would soon become an undead paradise. Inside the castle, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife sat on the throne. Her appearance was still beautiful, but her expression was unusually tired. In front of her was a distorted shadow, and it was obviously not a human. "Can you send troops to assist me in repelling the undead?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife's expression had a hint of anger, and she said in a low voice, "During this period of time, the devils have plundered a lot of souls. If the Principality of Rossard is conquered by the undead, you won't get anything in the future." A voice that sounded like both a man and a woman came from the distorted shadow, and it said slowly, "Don't worry. After all, the material plane is the territory of the gods. Even the archdevils don't dare to provoke them. The undead army won't break through the kingdom so quickly. You just have to wait patiently." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was even angrier when she heard this. She said seriously, "Wait. How long do we have to wait? 3 cities and more than 20 towns in the south have been destroyed. More than 10,000 soldiers under my command have died. On the contrary, the number of undead has not decreased at all. Now there are even more of them. What can we get by waiting? Do you have to wait for the undead army to surround the capital before you are willing to take action?" The distorted shadow paused for a moment and said, "I will send the news to the Duke as soon as possible. Please wait patiently, my lady." After that, it disappeared. Bang. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was so angry that she directly smashed the porcelain next to her. Her full breasts rose and fell rapidly, and it took a long time for her to calm down. She muttered, "Damn devils! Cunning devils! Since you are not willing to take action, then don't blame me for finding a way out." After calming down, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife began to think about who could save the Principality of Rossard at this time. Looking at the entire material plane, there were not many who had the ability to do this. She first thought of the elves. But the elves would not help her. These hypocritical fellows could not wait to kill her. Then she thought of the Church of the God of Light. But she had already colluded with the devils. The Church of the God of Light simply could not tolerate her, and she could not accept the Church of the God of Light. But, in addition to these two forces, there were not many who had the ability to help Rossard out of the predicament. Arendelle was far away in the Frost Kingdom, and she had no intersection with the Princess Royal. There was only one person who was so close to the Principality of Rossard, and had the ability to help them out of this crisis. That was the city of Mordor. As if thinking of a terrible existence, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife could not help but tremble. But then she could not help biting her bright red lips, hesitating and struggling as if she was thinking about the possibility. She murmured, "There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. He is an evil existence. As long as there are enough benefits, it is not impossible for him to help me. But how much do I have to pay for this?" At the border of the Principality of Rossard, many refugees had died, and the undead army had exceeded 1,000,000. If this continued, the scale would grow larger and larger. Only the city of Mordor had the ability to resolve this crisis. But the Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not know how she should persuade the legendary Sorin, especially when the two sides maintained a hostile relationship and had fought before. She did not have many chips in her hands, and there were even fewer that could be exchanged. But if the Principality of Rossard was destroyed, not only would she lose all her power, she would no longer have any value. Even if she could escape the revenge of her enemies, it would be difficult to escape the control of the devils. The Queen of Yuma had been coveting her soul for a long time. Chapter 998. The connection between Mordor City and Arendelle became closer and closer. Especially after Princess Royal officially became a god. Many people knew that His Excellency Sorin had stayed in Arendelle's palace for a whole week. As for what he had done, it was self-evident. Arendelle had just held 2 ceremonies, and no matter what happened, they must be postponed. Princess Anna had just taken charge of the country, and there were still many things to do. And it was during the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. After half a month, Mordor City had recovered a lot from the last war. Because of the resources of the bottomless abyss, the golem factory had been producing continuously. Sorin was now crazily producing soldiers. However, compared to the expensive steel golems and diamond golems, the most produced in Mordor City were clay golems and stone golems. Hundreds of these 2 types of golems were produced every day. The witches under Gloria's command had increased to more than 300 people. Almost everywhere except the Northern Tower, many witches had chosen to join Gloria's command. Especially after she mastered the divine profession of prophecy, many witches who specialized in divination had become her disciples. The Eye of the North didn't say much about this because she knew very well that it was impossible for the Northern Tower to survive the later stage of the Avatar crisis alone. Time passed quietly. Just as the undead catastrophe was getting more and more intense, Sorin also received news that more than 1,000,000 undead army had gathered near the Principality of Rossard. Then something unexpected happened. The goddess of magic had appeared. Although she only showed her traces occasionally, all the news indicated that this was true. The goddess of magic actually showed her traces in the god of knowledge, although it was only for a short half a day, and then she disappeared again. This was undoubtedly an exciting piece of news. This meant that the goddess of magic had recovered well, and it was estimated that it would not be long before the divine network could be repaired. However, things soon took another turn, because shortly after the goddess of magic appeared, another goddess also showed her traces. She was the goddess of death and magic. She was an otherworldly deity from another world. She didn't have much faith in this world, and her main faith seemed to come from Naruto's original world. She only appeared and disappeared suddenly, and it seemed that she had clashed with the Lich God. The situation suddenly became complicated and confusing. Even Soren could not predict what would happen next, but the chaos seemed to be getting more and more intense. Not long after the two goddesses appeared, a more respectable god also performed a miracle. That was Lady Misfortune. It was as if Lady Misfortune couldn't bear to be left out, because of the appearance of Lady Luck. She appeared in a place that no one had expected, which was the already destroyed Amber City. After performing a miracle, she disappeared. The situation was becoming more and more unpredictable. Soren had already changed the course of history, so he was unable to predict the future. Therefore, he could only train his Nigong and accumulate his strength to deal with the changes. It was now October. When the third group of envoys from the Eastern Kingdom arrived, an absolutely unexpected letter was sent to him. Even Soren was surprised by it. This letter was from his enemy, the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon, the ruler of the Principality of Rossard. This was a letter that was sealed with a secret technique. When it was sent to Soren, it was not opened. He opened the letter with some doubts, and after quickly reading it he said playfully, "Interesting. She wants to ask me for help. I don't know if she's dreaming or not. Or is she desperate?" The content of the letter was very simple. The Duke of Red Dragon actually wanted to ask Soren to help her deal with the undead army. She also asked for a reward in the letter. She was willing to secretly cede a large piece of land in the Principality of Rossard. Soren touched his chin and murmured, "So, she has been abandoned by the demons? It's not surprising. The demons have always put their interests first. The outbreak of the undead disaster is beyond their control. It's impossible to use the demon army to protect the Principality of Rossard. But why should I help her? She actually has the audacity to beg me." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was Soren's enemy. The reason why he hadn't done anything until now was that he had more concerns. He didn't want the gods to think that he had the ambition to occupy the continent. But this didn't mean that Soren would be willing to help the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Moreover, it was meaningless to occupy the land during the Avatar crisis, and it was difficult to defend it. But when Soren was about to refuse, he hesitated. As an evil god, he certainly wanted to seek greater benefits for himself. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was a very valuable chess piece. Now that she asked him for help, Soren immediately began to think about what he could get from her. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was close to the south coast, and had a large population and army. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife had a lot of bargaining chips, and there were also a lot of valuable things for Soren. Soren thought for a moment and said, "Since she asked me for help, then let her come to Mordor City and talk to me in person. If she doesn't even dare to come to Mordor City, then this person has no value to me. If she dares to come to Mordor City, then it's not impossible to consider. After all, her value is not low." A legendary dragon bloodline warlock, the ruler of the Principality of Rossard, a warlock family that had been passed down for thousands of years. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife had a lot of things that Soren could use, and her soul was also very attractive to Soren. If such a high-grade legendary spellcaster was integrated into the Kingdom of God, it would be very useful. Let's do that. Soren immediately began to prepare a letter for the other party to come in person. As long as she dared to come, Soren had a way to deal with her. The bottomless abyss. The third layer, the Forgotten Land. Compared to the undead disaster in the material plane, a war had recently broken out in the bottomless abyss. First of all, the demon lords in the lower planes were in trouble. The appearance of the ancient Zerg gave them a headache, and the appearance of some ancient evil creatures made them even more uneasy. Because they assisted Soren in attacking the Kingdom of Fear, the demon army in the Galumba arena suddenly shrank by 2/3. But just when the other demon lords thought they had an opportunity to attack the other side, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Sauron, the Baelor leader, had a large number of high-grade demons under his command, and these high-grade demons were given some strange rings. In addition to his own ring, a total of 9 powerful demons were given rings. These rings gave them the terrible ability to mobilize divine power, making them very powerful all of a sudden. The war had only broken out for a few days, and any demons who tried to challenge Sauron's rule were crushed. At this time, Sauron had become the most powerful demon lord in the Forgotten Land. However, there was still an enemy in front of him, and that was the King of Gnolls from the bottomless abyss. Although there were some accidents that made Yeenagu stop the attack, the huge Gnoll army still existed. Only by defeating them could Sauron completely control this layer of the bottomless abyss. Under the dark night sky, on a land that had just experienced a massacre, the space suddenly distorted strangely. The aura of death gathered, and there was some kind of very dark energy faintly. Then a crack broke open in the distorted space, and then a slender man with frightening black eyes and dead white skin jumped out of it. His face was unusually pale. His expression was cold, crazy, and cruel. It could be seen at a glance that he was a very narrow-minded, self-centered, and extremely extreme person. This was a very intuitive feeling. From the moment his existence appeared, the nearby space was shrouded in evil energy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. A strange suppressed low laughter sounded, and then it turned into a crazy and violent laughter. The cold man murmured, "I'm finally out. Clemvox. Midnight. Tyr. Shanda. I'm finally out. Now, all of you have to pay for what you've done." The crazy laughter suddenly stopped. Then the cold man looked around in surprise and murmured, "Where's my divine power? Why is my power so weak? Damn it. What happened to this world? Why has my power weakened to such an extent?" The god of murder, Sirik, the former prince of lies, finally broke the seal because of the Avatar crisis, but he suffered a serious blow as soon as he came to the material plane. He had consumed a lot of power to escape the seal of the chaotic space and time, and under the Avatar crisis, he was directly suppressed into the form of a saint. He soon found that he had become very weak, and the speed of recovery of his power was very slow. There was almost no divine power gathered. This meant that his church was about to dissipate. Damn it. Sirik gritted his teeth and cursed his former enemy, murmuring, "How long have I been sealed?" He looked up at the sky. The stars under the night sky were all dim. He seemed to think of something. He had seen such a night sky before and murmured, "The Avatar crisis? Has a new Avatar crisis broken out? Great." Suddenly, his expression was full of surprise, and he murmured, "God is really helping me." His rise couldn't be separated from the last Avatar crisis. After breaking the seal, and discovering that the Avatar crisis had broken out again, Sirik's heart was suddenly full of joy, because he was once the biggest winner of the Avatar crisis. If he didn't seek his own death, he might be the god of gods. Sirik firmly believed that he was favored by fate. The outbreak of the Avatar crisis was the favor of fate. Because he had just broken the seal, only the Avatar crisis could help him take revenge on those powerful enemies. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. Sirik firmly believed that he would be the final winner. And this time, he would really become the god of gods. P.S. The cute girl with a big dick that you have been shouting about, the beautiful administrator in women's clothing, has been updated on the public WeChat account. She is one of the book friends. I don't need to say who she is. I'm just an old driver who silently gives out benefits. You can see it by following the public WeChat account, Buddha. Chapter 999. That night, Soren felt something. It was a wonderful feeling, a resonance brought about by the divinity of death and slaughter. At the same time, Soren also felt a sense of crisis. This meant that someone who had the same power as him had arrived. Sirik. Soren stood at the top of the arcane tower. The cold night wind blew his long hair. He hadn't taken care of his hair for a long time. Gods didn't need it, but because he was in the form of a saint, his body still maintained the metabolism of a human. In the form of a real god, his body had turned into an existence of energy. Sirik had been sealed for too long and had lost his church, so his arrival was different from other gods. His movements were quieter, and his power was weaker than other gods in the beginning. However, slaughter itself was a source of power that could easily increase. As long as Sirik was given a chance, he would be able to recover quickly. There were only a few sources left for the inheritance of the power of the three gods of death. The first source was Sirik. He used to be the biggest winner, but unfortunately he was too late. The second source was Klemvox. He took over part of Sirik's power, and existed for a long time because of Jurgel's help. But now Jurgel might not be very satisfied with him, because the outbreak of the undead disaster meant that there was a huge conflict between his doctrine and the other undead lords. Jurgel's position was very delicate. No one could predict what an existence like him cared about. The third source was the Dread Lord. He created the Son of Fear, who was now completely replaced by Vivian and Lillian. The last source was Soren's blood. He was the nameless hero who killed the god of slaughter, Baal, but in the end gave up inheriting the divinity and lived the rest of his life as a mortal. This person was the most terrible existence. Countless legendary creatures had died in his hands. But it was hard to imagine that he would give up becoming a god at the last moment and live the rest of his life as a mortal. That was how Sirik took away the massacre priesthood. Otherwise, there would have been another death priesthood in the battle between the three death gods. This existence's bloodline was already very thin. Soren should be the only successor, and this inheritance was mostly due to the convergence of other powers. In the beginning, Soren's power was very weak, but as he killed and died, the divinity of slaughter in his body became more and more condensed. This was a terrifying power that originated from plundering. According to history, Sirik's first target should be a god related to death and slaughter. Soren pondered silently, recalling everything that had happened in the past. He muttered, "But history has already been changed by me. I'm Sirik's #1 enemy now, but he won't find me so soon, so he doesn't have many targets to choose from." Although Sirik was very weak, he still had the foundation of a mid-level god. If it wasn't for the fact that he had ruined himself, this evil guy would definitely be the child of destiny. But since he read the Sirik scripture himself, this guy's luck took a turn for the worse. He was originally the strongest god, but creating the Sirik scripture consumed a lot of power. This was an evil book that even the main gods would be affected by, but he was stupid enough to read it himself. In the end, he directly fell into endless self-worship. Although he was lucky to recover later, madness had already seeped into Sirik's soul. Since then his luck had disappeared. First, he lost the battle with the god of tyranny, Ban. Then he was tricked by Klemvox and Midnight. Finally he was directly sealed for thousands of years, and even the church dissipated. Right. Soren seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "Goddess of magic. Midnight. King of the dead. Klemvox. These two are definitely Sirik's most hated enemies. I'm afraid Sirik wants to kill them even in his dreams." Now, although the goddess of magic is missing, the news of her serious injury will definitely be known. Klemvox is also in trouble now. With Sirik's hatred for them, he will definitely find a way to deal with these two. So as long as there is a trace, maybe I can find a way to find something. The one Sirik hated most was Klemvox, who was one of his fated opponents. Then there was the goddess of magic, Midnight, who was also an existence he wanted to take revenge on. If I were Sirik, what should I do now? Soren was used to thinking in reverse. At this time, he assumed that he was Sirik and said to himself, "If I were Sirik, I would be very weak after just breaking the seal and escaping. The church is basically destroyed. In this case, my strength is at most above the high-level legendary level. Then the first thing I should do now is to hide and find a way to restore my strength." So, what should I do to restore my strength at this time? Blood sacrifice. This is the most direct, fastest, and effective way to restore myself. It can quickly make myself a demigod and restore the form of a saint. However, if I want to recover my current strength, it's impossible for me to use an ordinary blood sacrifice. They are at least high-level legendary creatures, or creatures with divinity. If it is such a creature, then the target range is narrowed a lot. Sirik was an evil god. A very orthodox kind of evil god. So Sirik was different from Soren. He accepted blood sacrifices and enjoyed them. To restore his strength, it must be a high-level legendary creature, preferably a divine creature. If the range was narrowed to this scale, then Sirik's targets would be reduced a lot. How can I find him? Soren fell into deep thought and said to himself, At present, the most high-level legendary creatures in the material plane are liches, undead, devils, and demons. Almost all high-level legends among the mortals occupy important positions. Such existences are too difficult to kill and too obvious. It is easy to expose myself. There were many high-level legends in the material plane, but their status was very special. For example, the Eye of the North was a high-grade legendary witch, but her status was the ruler of the Northern Tower. The other high-grade legendaries were similar. They either held important positions in the Church of the Gods, were strong people who ruled a country, or were powerful people who held power within their own race. Elves, dwarves, orcs, and humans. Soren continued to deduce and murmured. These 4 races can be excluded. The possibility of being exposed is too high. In the current environment, the most suitable ones are undead, demons, and devils. It is too difficult to find traces of devils. The devils have retreated to the abyss. Then the undead are the most likely. Cyric has the clergy of murder, conspiracy, lies, deception, and illusion. Murder is the evolution of death. He is most likely to kill the undead. His thoughts were clear. Soren continued to deduce. With Cyric's ability and clergy, I am afraid that the first step of the blood sacrifice has been successful. If he wants to kill a lich, no one should be able to stop him. Then he should have at least recovered the strength of a demigod. It was difficult for mortals to stop Cyric. Now there were many undead in the material plane. There were many demigod liches and divine undead. Cyric only needed to find one, and kill it to recover a lot of power. There was nothing Soren could do to stop this. And because of the clergy of illusion, lies, and deception, Cyric was very good at deception and hiding. The possibility of finding him was very low. If he recovers the strength of a demigod, Soren continued to ponder and said to himself, then the next step is to recover the strength of a true god. This requires more blood sacrifices, more divinity, and at the same time a church. Cyric's church has disappeared. Then when he has a certain amount of strength, he will definitely rebuild the church. Then there will be fewer choices for him. Either he kills a god and disguises himself as him to receive faith, or he can rebuild the church. This is very difficult. It is impossible without hundreds of years. Even my church was completed by the church of the half-elf god. The Queen of Spiders once killed a god, and pretended to be him to receive faith. The truth was not revealed until she had complete control. Cyric is very likely to do this. Divine power would not be obtained for no reason. Cyric also needed to recover step by step. If this is the case, which god will Cyric choose as his target? First of all, this god cannot be too powerful. Second, this god must have some connection with him. It is best to have something to do with one of his clergy. The target that the Queen of Spiders killed was the god of the Underdark. Then Cyric's choice of target will be narrowed down a lot. With his current strength, even if he uses tricks, he can only kill a weak god or a mid-level god at most. So, if the range is narrowed down, he may only choose these targets. Soren waved his hand, and the picture of the gods appeared in front of him. At present, all the gods of the material plane were in his knowledge. Excluding some who must not be provoked, the range of choices was very small. At the same time, in a dark basement, the body of a dead lich was in the center of the altar. Cyric's eyes were filled with joy. The light of divinity appeared on his body. He said with a ferocious expression, "What a stupid guy. Do you think you can fight against gods with a phylactery? What a naive fool." The power of the soul was plundered, and the flame of divinity was integrated into the body. Cyric contentedly absorbed the energy and returned to his demigod form. It was easier for a god to fight a lich than he had imagined, especially one that was related to death. He could destroy the lich's phylactery as soon as he killed it. The flame of the soul of the lich turned into the power of Cyric. He quickly recovered his strength and thought about the next target. But for some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy at this moment. Chapter 1000. Under the Dark Night. A special visitor came to the city of Mordor. When she came down from a warship, the guards around her couldn't help but look at her. There was no other reason, the other party was too eye-catching. Even though she was wearing a black cloak on the outside and a loose black robe on the inside, it couldn't hide her impressive figure. She was far more voluptuous and tall than the average woman. Even the tall guards seemed a little shorter when facing her. This was a woman with extraordinary charm even though her face couldn't be seen clearly. She wore black silk gloves on her white palms, and her exposed skin was as white and tender as a baby. Beside her were the upper-level officials of Mordor City. At this moment, they were carefully welcoming her to the mansion of Mordor City, as if they were facing a great enemy. "Don't look." The patrol captain, Kent, patted the guy who was drooling next to him. Even if he couldn't see her face, the guards under him seemed to be possessed. He couldn't help but say coldly, "That's a distinguished guest going to the inner city. It's not something you guys can imagine. And if I'm not mistaken, that woman is a warlock at first glance. She's dangerous." Kent was a veteran. He guessed the woman's profession with his full intuition. This kind of extraordinary charm could only be possessed by a warlock. Even if the other party's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, her aura was enough to affect others. The tall woman moved forward with the officials. Her figure was so tall, probably close to 185 meters, so she was particularly eye-catching when she walked. After wearing black high-rise riding boots, she was half a head taller than most men. At this moment, her expression seemed casual, but careful people could still detect a trace of tension. She seemed to be unintentionally observing everything in the port of Mordor, but there was a trace of shock inadvertently appearing. Even if she had already known everything from the mouth of the spy, she was still very surprised after seeing the changes in Mordor City with her own eyes. The changes here were too fast, so fast that it was beyond her imagination. The flat road was paved with cement. No matter if it was raining or blowing, it had no effect. It was enough for 10 carriages to pass together. This was a road that even the king's city didn't have. From the port area to the inner city, there were rows of crystal street lamps. These expensive luxuries were casually built on both sides of the road, and it seemed like they had been there for some time. Even when night fell, the port was not deserted. The residents of Mordor City had long been used to drinking or finding other ways to pass the time, such as the popular baths. The residents of Mordor City liked it very much. The cheap price made them like cleanliness, and they despised and were proud of the dirty appearance of the outsiders. The pride of Mordor City had seeped into the bones of the residents. They were proud of their identity as citizens of Mordor City. "What's that?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was surprised by the things she saw along the way. But when she saw a civilian open a metal pipe and clear water immediately flowed out, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. A man who looked like an official carefully replied, "This is a water pipe. The unified water supply system of Mordor is only laid here at present. Residents pay about 10 copper dirhams a month to meet the water supply needs for a month." Even under the cover of the night, Mordor City looked so clean and tidy. There were not many residents who used tap water. Most of them were from good families. 10 copper dirhams was within their range of affordability, mainly because it was very convenient. As for other residents, they used well water, which needed to be specially brought over. It was obvious that they were a little envious and wanted to use this convenient water source. The pursuit of new things was also a symbol of identity. Most of the people who couldn't afford tap water in Mordor City were civilians who had just obtained their identity. It seemed that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was very curious about these. The official next to him nodded and began to introduce in a proud tone. "These are street lamps, used for illumination at night, and also used for festivals and celebrations. Over there is a high bridge and water shelf. These are drainage ditches, directly connected to the sewer. There is no sewer as large as Mordor City in the entire material plane. It's just that recently, because the place is too big, it seems that some kobolds and goblins have moved in. This is the residential area. All the houses are built with bricks and tiles. They are far stronger than other cities, and they are not afraid of fire. Over there is the staff area, which is the second batch of buildings. They are all 2-story buildings. The library there contains hundreds of thousands of books. Over there is the museum, which contains many precious cultural relics. Next to it is the theater, where there will be 2 performances every Sunday. The largest building in the south is the college, which has more than 5,000 students at present. Over there is the green belt. In the future, these roads will also be planted with trees. Recently, some droll people have strongly requested that the scale of greening be expanded so that nature and the city can be balanced. The official next to him introduced one after another, his expression full of pride. He had been to many places, including those big cities and the capital, but no city was as neat, civilized, advanced, and beautiful as Mordor City. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked at all this silently. She lived in the main city of the Principality of Rossard, but compared to everything she saw in Mordor City, she suddenly found that the city under her rule was like a garbage dump full of feces and dirt. They were not on the same level at all. The faint fragrance of flowers came. The greening of Mordor City was divided into 3 parts. One part was supervised by the city hall. They planted the plants and flowers that humans were used to. The other part was led by the half-elves. They liked all kinds of flowers. The last part was the largest part, which was the responsibility of the Church of Agriculture and the Droll. They liked to plant trees and other plants, hoping to balance the city and nature. During this time, they were studying a new direction for the future, a city full of green but advanced and beautiful enough. Right. Recently, these droll people had a very bad evaluation in Mordor City. As soon as they came over, they took over the work of environmental protection and greening, which made many residents who usually did not care about these things realize the stubbornness of the droll. The officials of the city hall also hated them, because these drolls stubbornly argued with them on the allocation of land. They thought that the scale of greening should be increased. Damn it! Mordor City's greening was already dozens of times more than other cities. Didn't they know that the island of Mordor was so big, and there were still many places to divide the land? Civilization. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked at all this silently, and suddenly said 2 words softly. She finally knew the huge gap between her and Soren. The power of Mordor City had grown to an unimaginable level. They even had extra financial resources and manpower to do these things that were almost unimportant. It was something that only needed to be considered a little, and only considered in peaceful times. In short, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife looked all the way and felt a kind of rich aura, as if they were blatantly telling others, "Grandpa is rich. Grandpa's technology tree can already be used by the people." Chapter 1001. In the end, Soren chose to meet the Duke of Red Dragon's wife at the City Lord's mansion. On the way, whether intentionally or not, the officials of the City Hall took the Duke of Red Dragon's wife to visit the city of Mordor, but most of them were civilian and commercial aspects. As for the military force, there was nothing to show off, because in the whole material plane, who didn't know that the army of Mordor was famous for its fighting ability? Soren sat in a chair and looked down at his old opponent in front of him. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife, his former enemy, even almost killed him, but now she was just an existence that he could kill with a wave of his hand. Time had changed everything. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was obviously a little shocked after seeing Soren, but she restrained herself very well, because as a high-grade legendary profession, she felt the pressure of the gods on Soren. The more powerful the existence, the easier it was to feel the horror of this pressure. It was a gap that mortals could not cross. "It's an honor to meet you, the great Lord of Shadows." The tall Duke of Red Dragon's wife humbly lowered her head, then took off the veil on her face and slowly said, "Everything in Mordor is an eye-opener for me." A charming face appeared. The Red Duchess had always been very confident in her beauty. She was not even afraid of the Baator Inferno, but now Soren's calm eyes made her a little uneasy, because in Soren's eyes, it seemed that he didn't care about her at all. Soren played with the ring in his hand and slowly said, "I didn't expect you to ask me for help. Why not the devil? Or some evil god who secretly has a connection with you? Have you been abandoned by them?" Soren's words were so aggressive, but the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was just stunned for a moment, then calmly said, "I came here because only Soren can give me the help I want. I can also provide Sir Soren with what you need." It seemed that she had already thought of how to deal with the situation before her. Soren smiled playfully. "What I need? What can you give me? Land? Population? Wealth? I can get them myself. As long as I want, Mordor City can take over the entire Principality of Rossard in 7 days. Sorin's words sounded very arrogant, but his tone was very calm, as if everything was insignificant. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife couldn't help but take a deep breath. She rationally felt that this was impossible, but looking at Sorin's attitude, it didn't seem like he was bragging, so she said in a serious voice, I believe that the force of Mordor is strong enough. However, if you want to take over the Principality of Rossard, you have to pay a sufficient price. This is a turbulent time. No matter who it is, they should conserve their strength. It's best to improve your strength without changing too much. My coming here already represents the greatest sincerity. If Sir Sorin really doesn't want to cooperate, then you can let me leave now, or kill me here. What the hell? This little bitch's temper was really stubborn. Sorin originally just wanted to show his power to the other party, but he didn't expect the Duke of Red Dragon's wife to be so stubborn. He suddenly smiled and said slowly, You even have the awareness of death? It seems that your current situation is really bad. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was silent. She originally thought that his stubborn words could give her more bargaining chips, but she didn't expect Sorin to point out the essence of her situation. Her situation was already very bad, and she was even prepared to die in her heart. What a terrifying evil god. He actually easily saw through her heart with just a few words. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was filled with unease and fear, but this time she had no way out. Instead, she stepped forward and met Sorin's gaze. The Principality of Rossard is indeed in grave danger. The undead army has already gathered in the millions, and with the current strength of the Principality of Rossard, it's impossible to stop them. But why Sir Sorin? If the Principality of Rossard is broken through by the undead army, and all the living are slaughtered, how strong will the undead become? With so many sacrifices, how many terrifying creatures will the evil liches summon from the underworld? In that case, I won't be able to escape death. But what about the Windspear Hills that Sir Sorin put so much effort into? I heard that they have taken in a large number of refugees, and there are also many believers who serve you. If the undead army destroys the Principality of Rossard, how terrifying will their strength be? With the current strength of the Windspear Hills, do you think they can stop the undead? This cooperation is not only for myself, but also to solve some problems for Sir Sauron. Sorin laughed and stood up, clapping his hands. I didn't expect the legendary Madam of the Duke of Red Dragon to be so eloquent. As a true god, Sorin did not deliberately change his appearance, so when he stood up, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife immediately noticed that she was slightly taller than Sorin. She quickly lowered her head, so that she looked a little shorter than Sorin. It was an inconspicuous detail, but it showed that this woman knew her limits. Sorin did not care about this small difference. If he wanted to, he could turn into a giant at any time, but there was no need for that. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife lowered her head to show her position. She came here to ask for cooperation. She was very clear about her identity, and she was also expressing her respect for Sorin. I can provide you with the help you need. Sorin looked down at the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, who bowed her head and said slowly, But I'm not interested in the reward you can provide. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife bit her lips and said in a low voice, Then what do you want? Sorin looked at the Duke of Red Dragon's wife in front of him, and walked around her twice. He had to admit that she was a rare beauty, and the quality of her soul was very pure. No wonder the Queen of Yuma was so interested in her. If it was this woman, her soul should be enough to cultivate an excellent, otherworld god's messenger. Right? Sorin's gaze made the Duke of Red Dragon's wife feel like she was naked. His gaze even seemed to penetrate her soul, making her unable to hide anything. You don't seem to be a devout believer. Sorin smiled and lifted the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's chin. He said slowly, You believe in Lady of Night, right? As a dragon disciple, you actually chose Lady of Night as your believer. Interesting. I'm not interested in anything related to the Principality of Rossard, but I'm very interested in you and the Warlock family behind you, and my appetite is also very big. If you want my help, you and the Warlock family behind you must swear loyalty to me. You can think about it slowly. To me, the threat you just mentioned doesn't exist. I have a way to settle the Wind Spear Hill. Chapter 1002. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was speechless. Soren was right. The city of Mordor did have a way to settle the civilians in the Wind Spear Hills. The only difference was how much it would cost. But she had no choice. The undead army had gathered to a terrifying scale. According to the current progress, it would take at most 3 to 5 days for the millions of undead to launch a full-scale attack. The liches and necromancers were resurrecting more undead, and they used these undead to form even more terrifying skeletal creatures. In this way, even the city walls could not stop the undead army from advancing. That's impossible. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife struggled for a while before she said, "My family will not surrender to you. At most, I will make some concessions in this regard." The sorcerer family had its own inheritance. Because she had a close relationship with the devil, she had no choice but to ask for help from Soren, who used to be her enemy. But the sorcerer family did not have a deep relationship with the devil. Whether it was the devil or the evil gods, these people did not want to get too involved because it would be difficult to escape in the end. In the heyday of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the family fully supported her. But since she lost to Soren for the first time, there had been a disagreement within the family. Some of the sorcerer bloodline thought that her behavior was wrong, and some even directly left the family and moved to other places. At present, the family's internal conflicts were not small. There were still about 40% members who were willing to be loyal to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not have the confidence to control these people. After all, the Dragon Disciple was a group that could easily grow up. There were 1 or 2 other legendary sorcerers in the family who could threaten her. Soren stood up and said calmly, "Nothing is impossible. Actually, I'm more or less aware of your current situation. Do you mind if I make a hypothesis? Currently, you can only mobilize about 80,000 soldiers in the Principality of Rossard, which is not enough to stop the undead army. Currently, there are no forces in the Principality of Rossard that can help you survive this crisis, and the glorious city is being held back by the winter ghosts. By the time the paladins react, this place will have become a kingdom of death. Under such circumstances, what will your fate be?" Soren smiled playfully and looked straight into the eyes of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. "If I'm not mistaken, you didn't obtain your power entirely by yourself." He circled around the Duke of Red Dragon's wife and sniffed her fair neck. He then whispered in a devilish voice, "You are very talented. But dragon warlocks are a profession that takes a lot of time to grow. You're only about 30 years old, aren't you? No matter how talented you are, you're only at the legendary level. In other words, you use some kind of secret technique to increase your strength. And it's a very evil secret technique. You have the aura of a devil on you, and the energy in your body is somewhat mixed. Your bloodline is mixed with many forces. If I'm not mistaken, you use some kind of evil secret sacrificial technique to extract the bloodline of some of your kin, right? This seems to be a method that only archdevils can use. If that's the case, there should be an archdevil behind you. Let me guess who it is. Currently, all the archdevils in power are rather honest. It seems that only one of them is eager to prove herself. If I'm not wrong, the one who signed a contract with you and secretly helped you is the Lust Demon Queen, right? But it seems that she's ready to give up on you? Of course. I shouldn't say that she's given up, but rather that she's waiting for the ripe fruit. From the perspective of the gods, if you're transformed into a lustful demon, you'll be a very good material. But are you really willing to go to the Bottor Inferno and become a lustful demon? Are you willing to have your memories wiped and be controlled by the devils? With every word Soren said, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's face turned paler. In the end, she was completely pale. Soren's words seemed to have some kind of magic, and she felt as if she could see the future. The devils seem cunning, but in fact they're short-sighted. They like the benefits in front of them, and at most in the near future. Soren stood in front of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife and said in a deep voice, "I don't think you can escape. There aren't many people who can help you. Even if other gods are willing to help you, They'll have to consider the consequences of offending Queen of Yuma. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife trembled. After a while she looked up at Soren and said, "What do you want from me, sir?" Soren finally showed a satisfied smile and said slowly, "There aren't many things about you that are worth my attention, and you're just one of them. I can help you get through this crisis, and I can even help you escape the wrath of Queen of Yuma. But as a price, you have to be loyal to me. I can promise you that no matter what happens in the end, you'll be able to obtain a status no lower than that of a Holy Spirit in my kingdom. I won't tamper with your memories, control your soul, and let you reincarnate in your original form in my kingdom." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife bit her lips. To be honest, Soren's treatment wasn't very good, but she didn't have many choices. Whether it was going to the Bator Inferno to become a devil, or becoming a Holy Spirit in a god's kingdom, she didn't want to do either. She wanted to live. And to survive, she had to be able to get through this crisis. The Queen of Yuma didn't give up on her. She was waiting for her to reach a dead end. And then she would harvest the fruits of her labor. This was something the Duke of Red Dragon's wife couldn't accept. "I agree." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife struggled for a long time, and finally knelt down in front of Soren. She humbly lowered her head and said, "Great ruler of shadows, I'm willing to offer my loyalty to you." No matter what, as long as she was still alive, there was still hope. If she could get through this crisis, she might have a way to escape from the control of the evil god and the Queen of Yuma. No matter how small the chance was, she had to try. Soren looked at her playfully. The once high and mighty Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the ruler of the Principality of Rossard, and the enemy who almost killed him, was now kneeling in front of him. He had to admit that this feeling was great. P.S. I'll be taking the train tomorrow. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Chapter 1003. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife stayed in Soren's room for a long time before she came out. When the Duke of Red Dragon's wife came out of the room, her clothes were obviously a little messy, and her face was a little flushed. On one hand, it was because there was a small dispute between the two sides on the issue of cooperation, and on the other hand, it had something to do with the excitement brought by Soren's complete suppression of his former opponent. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was a very smart woman. She knew how to use her strengths and advantages, and she knew that she herself was a very useful bargaining chip that could be exchanged for more benefits when necessary. Therefore, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife served Soren well in the following time, letting him fully understand the difference between a dragon disciple and an ordinary person. This difference was not only in terms of temperature, but also in some other physiological structures. Evil gods would never be held hostage by morality. When the Duke of Red Dragon's wife left, Soren's expression immediately became cold. He gently waved his hand, and a black shadow appeared outside the room. Soren said in a deep voice, "Send someone to secretly watch her, and pay attention to the Principality of Rossard's movements." The women in this world would not be loyal to someone just because of one pleasure. What he had just enjoyed was just a trivial seasoning for Soren. He could not stay in the mortal world for much longer. Once the Avatar crisis was over, he would have to return to the kingdom of God, and the difficulty of returning would be greatly increased. Soren could clearly feel that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had not completely surrendered to him. She was just fighting for her own interests. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not want to enter the fallen Bator Inferno, but she also did not want to enter Soren's kingdom of God. Dragon Disciple had a very long life. With the strength of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, if she stayed in the material plane, she could at least live for thousands of years without aging. She was only using herself as a bargaining chip to gain more benefits from Soren. Soren, on the other hand, did not mind eating the candy. He was determined to get the soul of a high-level legendary profession, and he would not be soft-hearted just because of a simple pleasure. Whether it was the goddess of wealth, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, or even the goddess of magic, who had been temporarily removed, Soren would never compromise. If it was necessary, he would not show any mercy. "My lord." A gentle female voice sounded outside the door, and a graceful half-elf wanderer appeared. She knelt down on one knee and said, "The things you want are ready." Soren nodded. Got it. After saying that, he put on a long robe and appeared in the temple. Soren was familiarizing himself with the power of the gods. After being a god for so long, he had also mastered a new ability that he could bestow upon his followers. Gift of Slaughter. This was a special ability that originated from the power of the slaughter domain. It was a kind of divine grace, and it was related to Soren's titles such as Slayer, Deathwalker, and so on. This ability could only be bestowed upon Soren's devout followers, who could access Soren's slaughter and death domain, and mobilize a trace of slaughter power. However, this power was not bestowed upon them, but was added to their weapons. Crafty Approach. Slaughter. Death. Slayer. Deathwalker. Soren pressed his palm on the temple, and then a majestic divine power gradually spread and transmitted to the hearts of all the devout followers who believed in and served Soren. There were many kinds of divine powers, and the most common ones were divine grace and domain access. Soren's new ability was related to Crafty Approach. With the power of Crafty Approach, he could bestow upon his devout followers a new kind of special power, and let them receive a little bit of divine power from Soren when they visited the domain. This ability could be called a heritage weapon. Along with the ripples of divine power, many devout followers had knowledge of a new ability in their minds. Excited prayers came from outside the temple, and at the same time, all the devout followers of Soren could not help but praise his greatness. Soren's new ability was a gift from God. This ability could bestow upon his devout followers the power of heritage weapon, or it could be said that through sacrifice, their weapons could have the power of soul devour, from the slaughter domain. In the process of visiting Soren's slaughter and death domains, the devout followers could visit the special domain of heritage weapon. In this case, they could choose a weapon that they were best at as their heritage weapon, and this weapon would gradually increase with their level. A level 5 rogue could spend about 200 kindler's materials to upgrade their weapon through rituals and sacrifices in Soren's temple. This heritage weapon would be infused with a little bit of divine power, and thus become a +1 magic weapon. This weapon contained a trace of soul devour. Any enemy who died under this weapon would have a trace of their soul power imprisoned, and at the same time, the weapon's ability would be strengthened. When the weapon was strengthened to a certain extent, it could continue to be upgraded in the temple by spending 500 kindler's materials, and eventually become a +5 rare grade weapon. This weapon was a bit similar to the legendary Black Demon Sword. Soren's mastery of this ability was entirely due to the power of the evil god, and at the same time, it was also related to his comprehensive abilities. Under normal circumstances, after becoming a true god, the gods themselves would experience a lot less battles. Most of the gods would turn the direction of their research to power. These powers could be used to cultivate special professions like Dark Guardian, and could also be used to bestow other domains and divine blessings. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Soren had mastered divine blessings. This weapon was an evolution of the power of slaughter, and it was very evil to other gods. Soren didn't care about these things. The gift of slaughter was his own unique ability, and the weapons that were created through sacrifice could only be used by his devout followers. In other words, he was born with faction restriction. This was why this ability was called a heritage weapon. After a weapon with soul devour was created, other than its original owner, only Soren's fanatics could use it. As for other professions, even if they obtained this weapon, they would be cursed when they used it. The inspiration for the gift of slaughter came from the One Ring in the bottomless abyss. When Soren created the One Ring, he injected the power of slaughter and death into it. This power helped him secretly control the demon lords who gave him the One Ring. The gift of slaughter was another weakened version. Its biggest function was to strengthen the combat ability of his followers, and it gave them the possibility of borrowing a trace of the power of slaughter from Soren. Upgrading a heritage weapon from +1 to +5 required about 80,000 kindler's materials, and some powerful high-grade enemies had to be killed. This kind of divine blessings wouldn't be very effective in a short period of time. However, as time passed, Soren's church would gradually produce some +5 rare weapons, and this kind of accumulation would become quite terrifying after a few decades. In the temple, Soren spread out the power of the gift of slaughter, and almost immediately, devout fanatics began to sacrifice. Most of them were high-grade rogues. During the process of sacrifice, a trace of divine power was fed back to Soren. Although this power was very little, it brought a trace of vibration to the divinity of slaughter. Golden light rippled in the temple. After Soren gave the first divine blessings, he also began to create the first special profession. Every powerful god would create a few unique professions. For example, the mystery knight of the goddess of magic, the storm lord of the lord of storms, the ascetic of the god of suffering, and so on. When the gods used their clergy and divine power to give power to their followers in a special way, a new profession was born. And these new professions often gained additional power from the clergy and domain of the gods. Soren didn't plan to cultivate a dark guardian. Although the dark guardian was the standard of an evil god, Soren didn't think that this profession was suitable for his church. There were many special professions such as magic archer, shadow dancer, pale lord, red dragon warlock, shapeshifter, pugilist, weapon master, mystery knight, and so on. The special profession that Soren was going to create was the arcane assassin. As a god who controlled the power of rogue, shadow, slaughter, arcane, and death, Soren could choose to give the arcane assassin new special abilities. This ability was equivalent to an additional divine blessings, allowing the assassin to mobilize more shadow energy and master some simple arcane skills. At the same time, Soren also limited the advancement requirements of the arcane assassin. Just like the Shadow Lord, that he wanted to advance, the ability and advancement requirements of this legendary profession were actually controlled by the god of shadow. This was the ability that was given to them by their clergy. The arcane assassin must be advanced by a rogue. In other words, a level 5 rogue, a level 5 assassin, and a level 1 arcane assassin. Spellcasters could also advance, but they must at least have the corresponding rogue ability and assassin level. When they successfully advanced into an arcane assassin, they would receive additional special abilities from Soren. A level 1 arcane assassin would be given the ability to summon shadows. A level 2 arcane assassin would be given the ability to travel through shadows, as well as additional evasion abilities. A level 3 arcane assassin would be given the special ability of Stealth Master. Soren determined the final ability of the arcane assassin according to the abilities and clergy that he mastered. This profession was a high-grade advanced profession. To advance into an arcane assassin, one had to be at least profession level 11. The abilities that came with this profession were related to Soren's clergy. They were given amazing reflexes, extraordinary speed, top-notch stealth skills, as well as decent deceit and concealment abilities. This profession's specialties were added to spying, assassination, stealth, and so on. A successfully advanced arcane assassin would first visit the lurker domain, followed by the shadow domain, then the slaughter and arcane domains. Soren gave this profession the ability to cast spells. This included but was not limited to shadow jump, shadow travel, dark vision, shadow summon, shadow transformation, and so on. However, unlike traditional spellcasters, who understood and mastered these skills themselves, the arcane assassin was given this ability by Soren. They only used this power and tool, but they did not understand this power and tool. Therefore, every ritual to advance into an arcane assassin required Soren's personal approval. This meant that the arcane assassin was born with the help of his clergy. Although there was no strict requirement for belief, most of those who could advance into a profession were definitely followers of Soren. P.S. It was a 22-hour train ride and it was terrible. But on the way, I finished thinking about the special profession that Soren gave me. I'll act cute and ask for votes next month. Chapter 1004. The light of divine power surrounded the great shrine. At the same time, all the shrines in the material plane that served Soren had a faint golden light. This was the power of faith that Soren was extracting from the entire church. Even for a god, it was not easy to create a new advanced profession. The ability that Soren wanted to give to the new profession determined how much divine power he needed to consume. Moreover, these advanced professions were often unable to make ends meet. If Soren cultivated too many of them, he might need to consume more divine power. Therefore, Soren needed to set a limit. He had to raise the threshold of the advanced arcane assassin to ensure that every advanced arcane assassin was an excellent rogue. The arcane assassin's dexterity cannot be too low. The required dexterity should be around 22 points. If you want to obtain the ability of divine arts and arcane, then your perception should not be too low. Accompanied by the golden light of divine power, Soren calculated the minimum perception requirement for the arcane assassin. If you want to advance to the arcane assassin, your dexterity must not be lower than 22 points, and your perception must not be lower than 14 points. This was the minimum requirement for a priest. As for other attributes, there were no mandatory requirements for the arcane assassin. However, the higher your perception, the more shadow divine arts you could use. At the same time, Soren also provided more shadow damage for the arcane assassin. When using Shadow Strike, the bonus from perception could add additional shadow damage. Next, Soren began to set the equipment restrictions for the arcane assassin. In order to reduce the consumption of divine power, the arcane assassin must only wear leather armor. Soren could not give them the ability of a rogue swordsman. Next, the preferred weapon was a dagger. Those who used a scimitar would need an additional ability. Dual wielding was a must. Almost all the rogues who believed in Soren had the potential to be a battle thief. Dual wielding was an additional ability. Finally, there was the more important part. This was the part where Soren consumed the most divine power. He set the legendary ability of the arcane assassin. Basically, all special advanced classes had the unique power of the legendary level. For example, the Storm Lord could summon lightning, the ascetic could be immune to elemental damage, and the weapon master could choose his own weapon. The arcane assassins that Soren created had to be given the corresponding legendary abilities. Otherwise, they would only be a normal high-tier class. On the other hand, Soren's goal was for the arcane assassin's final form to be an advanced legendary tier character, possessing abilities that would not be inferior to any other legendary tier character class. Rogue level 5, Assassin level 5, Crafty Assassin level 10. The normal template is level 20. Without taking into account the part-time jobs, there should be a unique legendary ability. Soren thought for a while and waved his hand. The light of divinity shrouded the temple, and at the same time, he drew power from his divinity of shadow and murmured. The power before legendary comes from the divinity of wanderer, which gives extra bonuses to the profession. Then after becoming a legend, I should be able to use the power of the shadow, priesthood. For my first legendary ability, I'll choose the direction of bloodline strengthening. I've decided on you. Transformation into a shadow being. Soren controlled the power of the shadows, so the first legendary ability he gave to the arcane assassin was transformation into a shadow being. This was a very powerful ability. Through rituals and special items, one could turn into a shadow being, retaining the most basic characteristics of a human. They needed to eat and rest, but they did not have any fatal weaknesses. Their body was transformed into a semi-energy state. The biggest advantage of transforming into a shadow being was that they could be resurrected. Not only could they be resurrected through divine spells, but they could also store their life source somewhere in the shadow plane. After their physical body died, their body would automatically draw the materials prepared in advance to complete the resurrection. In other words, they could reconstruct a semi-energy body. This ability had appeared in some of the top shadow assassins before. At the same time, Soren gave the arcane assassin additional shadow abilities after transforming into a shadow being, strengthening their stealth ability, and giving them the special arcane skill to merge themselves into the shadows. Okay. For the second legendary ability, I'll choose Shadow Assassin. Soren thought for a while, and gave the arcane assassin a high-grade divine spell as an additional reward. This divine spell was a level 8 divine spell. It could use one's own shadow as a medium to summon a shadow assassin with 60% of one's strength. It was similar to Mirror Image and Simulacrum, but the effect was slightly weaker. This was an additional divine spell, and casting it would consume Soren's divine power. Currently, he only planned to give this divine spell to the rogues who believed in him. The arcane assassin transformed from an outsider would definitely not be the same as the arcane assassin transformed from his believers. This ability was considered a gift from God. As for killing and death, I can't give it to them yet. The core of Soren's divine domain was still in the shadow plane. With his strength as an intermediate god, he could only give them 2 additional legendary abilities at most. However, the profession of the arcane assassin was created by him. After Soren's own strength was strengthened, he could still give them additional abilities. Creating a profession could not be done casually. Although Soren could directly give the arcane assassin a level 1 to 9 divine spell, doing so was basically equivalent to creating a chosen. The burden of divine power would be very terrible. Soren could only choose one of the abilities as an additional gift to reduce his own consumption of divine power. Along with the spread of a golden light, the arcane assassin created by Soren was officially formed, and with the glory of the temple, most of the devout believers learned about the arcane assassin. However, if they wanted to advance, they had to go to the Great Temple of Mordor. At present, only the Great Temple of Mordor could complete the transformation ceremony of the arcane assassin. This was too long, and Soren needed to give the shadow blessing. It took almost a day or 2. Soren's great temple ushered in the first batch of rogues transformed into the arcane assassin. They were originally advanced assassins because there were not many choices for the rogue profession. There were only 2 legendary professions that they were most likely to advance into. One was the arcane assassin, which was the ability of a part-time mage, but it required high intelligence. The other was the shadow master, which was very scary. The birth of the arcane assassin was tantamount to lowering the threshold of the legendary profession. At the same time, it also greatly improved their ability, allowing these people to mobilize more shadow energy. In just 3 or 4 days, the number of people in Mordor City who had transformed into the arcane assassin had reached 100 or 200, and this number was still increasing. At the same time, good news came from Sigil City. Inside the tower, Soren's figure appeared at the top of the arcane tower. During this time, he was busy dealing with the transformation ceremony of the arcane assassin. At the same time, he observed whether there were any shortcomings and obvious weaknesses of the profession he created. These needed to be determined through actual combat. "You're here." Gloria's figure stood in front of the crystal ball. After Soren appeared, she turned around and smiled. "Look at this. Mother recently found this in Sigil City. It can be sent back in about a day or 2. A huge steel machine appeared in front of Soren's eyes. He walked to the crystal ball and took a look. He wondered, "What is this?" Gloria explained. "This is a magic steel furnace. The demand for steel in the arcane era is very high. This huge demand can't be met by the backward steel forging methods alone. What you see in front of you is a furnace used to forge magic steel ingots. There are bigger things outside. This is a set of small steel forging furnaces from the arcane era. It can meet all the requirements of a small floating city. As long as iron ore is put in to smelt, the initial refining can be completed. The later part can be done by golems. The output is not yet clear, but it will definitely be far more than the current Mordor city. Wasn't this a small automatic steelmaking factory?" Soren looked at the rune lines on the huge steel instrument in front of him. It was densely packed like a circuit board. He couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the arcane civilization. "It's quite troublesome to transport this thing back, isn't it?" Soren said. Gloria nodded and said, "First take it apart and then transport it back in batches. Mother has already made contact with the surviving arcanists in Sigil City. Their situation doesn't seem to be very good. These are all exchanged with soul crystals. For arcanists, gold coins were not of much significance. They only cared about those precious resources." By the way, Gloria seemed to think of something. She mysteriously handed a scroll to Soren and said, "This is the information collected in Mother's Tavern. It comes from an astral explorer who has been wandering for hundreds of years." Astral explorer. These were some legendary creatures wandering in the astral world. They were all very powerful creatures. "What is this?" Soren took it in confusion, opened it and looked at it. Then his expression was a little surprised. "Really? Gloria nodded and said, "It should be true." Mother also spent a lot of money to exchange for this information. It recorded the trajectory of a small diamond meteorite. The astral explorer personally boarded this meteorite about 1 kilometer in diameter. The surface of this meteorite has been crystallized. Its interior should have been transformed into a diamond form because of the elemental reaction. The astral explorer left a space waymark on it, but for some reason he couldn't take it away with his own ability, so it was best to sell its location at a high price. Diamond asteroid. In the boundless multiverse, some asteroids would directly transform into diamonds for some reason. Its density and mass would greatly increase. This was one of the most valuable treasures in the astral world. Even the gods could not ignore it. However, a diamond asteroid with a diameter of 1 kilometer, even Soren was not sure if he could bring it back. Chapter 1005. In about 2 days, the fallen witch sent back the parts of the steel furnace. The core of the whole huge machine was a rune stone, which was like a central processing system. There was a huge rune engraving operation in it, which was responsible for the normal work of the whole machine. Although the arcane civilization did not have a huge computer, it had advanced artificial intelligence like Thaling. To some extent, the two civilizations had similarities. Soren was not an expert in this area, but Gloria and the Fallen Witch were very familiar with it. Especially Gloria, who had recently begun to study some of the mysteries of the magic network. If she succeeded, she might be able to further master the true meaning of the mage clergy. At the same time, the army of Mordor began to move to the south coast. After all, the number of the undead army was still too large. Soren had to secretly help the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, so he issued a contract against the undead. In the name of the Lord of Mordor, the Lord of Shadows and the true God of Rogues. The contract said that under the threat of the undead, they should temporarily put aside the hatred of the past. Even if there was hatred, it had to wait until the undead were dealt with. On the surface, they temporarily resolved the hostile relationship with the Principality of Rossard. Others could only guess that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had found a way to ease the relationship with Soren, but they would never think that the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had given up the demons and turned to Soren. The world was so realistic. Although the demons were powerful, their strength was limited in the material plane. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not hesitate to betray them in a desperate situation. Soren was not a naive child. The struggle of the gods was full of conspiracy and betrayal. He knew very well that if he did not have enough strength, even the Maiden of Pain would secretly betray him, let alone the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Soren was now at the peak of his power because he was strong enough, and he was still getting stronger. As long as he could ensure the growth of his power, these people would be more loyal than expected. Soren would not personally participate in the battle against the undead. At most, Soren would deal with enemies above Demigod Lich, and with the current situation of Mordor City, he also needed a group of loyal people to die in battle. That's right. Soren needed them to die honorably as warriors. The army of Mordor was huge, and there was a steady flow of reinforcements. For Soren, Mordor was about to undergo a military transformation. As it turned out, there were simply too many pirate warriors. Soren needed more disciplined civilian warriors, so it would be best if 10 or 20,000 of these pirate warriors died in battle. This was the magnanimity of the evil god. To Soren, the death of 10 to 20,000 pirates was nothing. Their deaths were not worthless. These people would save millions of civilians, and at the same time, wash away a part of their sins. More importantly, Soren's kingdom should also be supplemented with a new batch of heroic spirits. In order to protect the heroic spirits and petitioners of the divine kingdom, the gods would also engage in a more tragic battle in the material plane. Those who died would be received into the divine kingdom to be reincarnated, and the original rebellious habits of the pirates would also change a lot. Soren was already qualified to play chess in the material plane. As a chess player and an evil god, Soren was cold enough and good at calculation. Mordor City needed to change the blood of the army because after the first difficult period, the pirates had begun to show signs of corruption and difficulty to manage. Their habits were very bad. They had followed Soren for the longest time. So many pirates could not be managed. They could only be sent to other sea areas to guard. But there were still many bad things happening. For example, in Raging Sand Island, Shipwreck Bay, and other places, pirates who were born without knowledge and were rude and evil often committed some crimes. And some of these crimes would be transferred to Soren. After all, he was an evil god. What Soren needed now was not pirates, but a group of more disciplined navies. The roots of the pirates were there. Even with Soren's cruel suppression and strict legal protection, the pirates themselves were still difficult to restrain. For such a long time, there had been constant battles in Mordor City. The pirates were the main force on the front line. At present, the number of casualties was not small. The ones left were all elites. Some of the potential ones had been included in the officer class. Most of them were literate and quickly adapted to the current life. Most of those who could not integrate into the civilization and still maintain the pirate habits were placed in other islands and sea areas. Soren was now mobilizing these pirates. The number was about 50,000. Soren's plan should be about 50% of the casualties. Of course, before letting them die gloriously, Soren's church had to do something to tell these pirates where they belonged after death. Only in this way could they die for him. Life and death. Today's Soren was no longer the Soren of the past. As a true god, he could decide the life and death of nearly 20,000 people with just a thought. Thinking of this, he could not help but murmur, "Is this the world in the eyes of the gods? It's no wonder that mortals are so insignificant to the gods." The mighty fleet began to gather, and at the same time, they transported troops to the vicinity of Port Tylon. These pirate warriors gathered together happily, calculating how many military merits they could get this time. The most valuable thing in Mordor City was military merits, which could be exchanged for too many things. And these people did not know that at least half of them would die in this operation. The priests of Soren's church also began to mobilize on a large scale. Their task was to bless these warriors. There were resurrected necromancers in the undead army. They had to bless the warriors and ensure that their souls could be taken into the kingdom after death. At the same time, in the third layer of the bottomless abyss, a large number of heroic spirits began to gather in Soren's kingdom. Under the leadership of the ugly monkey, a group of divine servants were transformed. They were ready to leave the kingdom at any time. After the heroic spirits died in the material plane, they would be taken into the kingdom. This would be a large number of heroic spirits. The estimated death of the pirate army was more than 20,000 people. In addition to other additional casualties, Soren's kingdom would welcome more than 30,000 petitioners this time, and many of them were qualified to be transformed into heroic spirits. Now the number of shadow creatures that could be transformed in the kingdom had decreased a lot. Even if he controlled the entire kingdom, it was not enough to make up for the shortage. The petitioners that Soren needed to be killed in the material plane. This was the decision of an evil god. As an evil god, he could not be soft-hearted when dealing with these problems. Chapter 1006. The expansion of the undead became more and more serious. However, Soren also had a lot of things to do. Taking advantage of the buffer time after defeating the Dreadlord, he also aimed at the astral plane. The first target was naturally the Diamond Asteroid. In the boundless astral plane, there were many meteorites that had undergone material transformation like this. Some of them fell to the material plane as meteors. Currently, the largest diamond mine in the southern countries was caused by the fall of a certain meteor. However, it was controlled by the Wizard Alliance, and after hundreds of years of mining, there was not much left. Diamond was a common and rare material that wizards needed. Because it could be cut into diamonds, it was also very valuable among mortals, and was loved by many noblewomen. Soren's need for diamond was not for money, but because diamond was consumed in high-end alchemy experiments and the production of legendary golems. Why did Mordor have so few diamond golems now? Was it because there were no legendary soul stones? Whether it was the bottomless abyss or the material plane, Soren could get a lot of high-grade soul stones. The key was diamond. To be honest, the production of diamonds in the material plane was limited, and the value was also very high. Buying them through conventional channels was enough to empty the treasury of Mordor. It was not impossible to synthesize diamonds, but it cost a lot and was very slow. The witches could only make very small diamonds by destroying elements. Then it was imperative to plunder resources from the astral plane. Whether it was the Northern Witches or the Wizard Alliance, they had never stopped exploring the astral plane for a long time. And powerful creatures from other planes also targeted the astral plane as their main target. The astral plane wanderer was a benchmark for high-grade legends. Mordor City. After explaining all the things that needed to be dealt with during this period of time, Soren locked the teleportation mark on the scroll and was ready to go to the asteroid to see the situation. "Do you need me to go with you?" Gloria sat on a wide and soft velvet chair, gently lifted her long hair and said, "Maybe I can help a little." Soren shook his head and said, "No. Mordor City still needs you, and the astral plane wanderer will sell the information. This matter is definitely not that easy." The unknown meant danger. This time Soren didn't set off with his main body. Instead, he created an avatar that possessed 80% of his strength while he remained in the arcane tower. "Then I'll help you open the portal," Gloria said as she stood up. Soren did not object this time. Since he had to activate it, it was better to conserve his divine power. He had a feeling that there was something dangerous on this small planet. Otherwise, the other party would not have given up so easily. A white light appeared. After Soren's avatar nodded to Gloria next to him, he went straight into the portal. In the boundless astral world ocean. As soon as Soren stepped out of the portal, he saw a white halo surrounding him. This was the area of the astral sand. This silver river was spread all around the astral world. It was a very special substance. The asteroid was now in the astral river. As soon as it reached this place, Soren felt a dangerous aura. A huge creature was swimming not far away. Astral giant whale. A special kind of astral world life. It looked somewhat similar to the whales in the material plane, but its body was up to 1,000 meters long, and the largest maybe tens of thousands of meters long. It was a dangerous creature that wandered in the astral world. They were the original inhabitants of the astral world. A strong sense of crisis emerged, and then Soren felt a little pain. Then crazy data appeared. Affected by strong radiation. Force test of exemption triggered. Constitution test failed. Tenacity test failed. Under the influence of high-intensity radiation, you receive 10 points of radiation damage per second. An invisible energy field enveloped Soren. This was the energy radiation on the asteroid. The destruction of matter brought terrible energy. Even with the ability of his avatar, he could not avoid it and received such high damage. If it were immortal, how serious would it be? Damn it. How can there be such strong radiation on it? Soren put a layer of protection on himself, but the effect was not very good. The invisible radiation had been hurting him. Even with his amazing vitality, he could not hold on for too long. He had to constantly buff himself and heal himself at the same time. He tried to take a step forward, but it was very difficult. He could not help but be surprised. Such a high gravity. It was a terrible gravity. This asteroid had a gravity far beyond that of the material plane, even higher than that of the Earth elemental plane. According to Soren's preliminary estimate, the gravity here was more than 50 times that of the material plane. This meant that it was extremely difficult for ordinary warriors to walk here. Is this going to become a white dwarf? Soren laughed self-deprecatingly. The gravity of a white dwarf was much more terrible than this. A normal white dwarf had a gravity 1 billion times that of the material plane. Basically, it could only be reached in the form of pure energy. Even most elements would be affected, which meant that even atoms and electrons would be affected. Although the structure of the multiverse was different, there were still some similarities. In this world, there was something called annihilating matter. It could be found at the edge of the abyss and the distorted nether. It was a very rare material, and Soren had a little bit of it. Some of the annihilating matter was only the size of a fingernail, but it weighed more than 10 kilograms. This was caused by elemental collapse. According to the knowledge from his previous life, Soren knew that there were molecules, atoms, and electrons inside matter. Things that seemed to have no gaps were actually filled with space inside. When these spaces were compressed, the elements would collapse, and a huge object would be directly compressed to a very small size. Some divine artifacts did not look big, but their weight was amazing. Some things looked small, but they could be tens of thousands of feet long. There was a very strange relationship between these. There is no doubt about it. Soren looked down at the crystallized ground under his feet and muttered, "This asteroid seems to have passed through the distorted nether. Its size has been greatly reduced because of the elemental collapse. It was such a small planet. The gravity was more than 50 times that of a material plane, so its size could be estimated. It was definitely hundreds of times bigger than it was now. Perhaps because of the distorted nether or some other reason, the elements inside the planet had collapsed. The elements were just like the molecules and atoms in his previous life. Their structure had been completely changed. The gravity is not more than 10,000 times. Then the change should be on the molecular level. The atoms inside should also be distorted. But according to the rules of this world, the small things that have been changed should be called elements. There were gaps and rules in the arrangement of substances, but if the smallest thing was directly compressed, its nature would begin to change. Just like Earth in his previous life, if the elemental collapse happened according to the rules of this world, the molecules and atoms would be directly crushed together, and the size of Earth would be directly reduced by hundreds of thousands of times. Supergravity. Superradiation. Soren sensed his surroundings and muttered, "No wonder that astral wanderer gave up on exploring. With such a strong gravity, it was difficult for spellcasters to walk on it." Even Soren felt that it was a little difficult after taking a few steps. He was not yet in his divine form, so he was not completely immune to the effects of gravity. 50 times the gravity was enough to directly kill any ordinary person who reached it. The elements have been crystallized. A golden light appeared on Soren's fingertips. He cut out a structure from the asteroid in front of him. It was a pale white semi-crystallized material. It was only the size of a fist, but it was heavier than steel. He muttered, "The elements on the surface have collapsed so much. Then the elemental inside should have been completely destroyed. The destroyed material seems to have its own gravitational effect. In other words, it is very likely that a large destroyed core has been born inside this asteroid. Once the elemental destruction occurred, the weight of a material of the same volume would be more than 10,000 times the original weight. The unusual radiation and gravity of this asteroid should have been born because of this. How do I transport this thing back?" The surrounding scenery quickly retreated, and the asteroid was still moving according to its original trajectory. It was not difficult for Soren to bring it back, but if he did not find a way to reduce its kinetic energy, it would destroy the entire outer islands. This thing hitting a material plane was much more exciting than an atomic bomb. Let's see what's inside first. Soren thought for a moment, turned his divine power into a long sword, and directly cut the surface of the asteroid. The surface was very solid, and it felt like a steel armor. After cutting about 20 meters of thickness, Soren found traces of adamantine. It was not the scattered adamantine. Instead, it was a huge piece of adamantine that had been completely formed. There was no way to estimate its size, but the smallest one was the size of a fist. Its value was simply immeasurable. Soren's expression was very surprised, and he said to himself, "The elemental collapse really led to the birth of a large number of adamantine. The value of this asteroid is completely immeasurable. If we transport it back, the city of Mordor can mass-produce adamantine golems. But if we want to transport it back safely, we have to use divine power." It was not small. Its weight was amazing. There was only one way for Soren to transport it back, and that was to use divine power to guide it, and it could not be placed in a material plane because the damage it would cause was too terrible. What if I use divine power to reduce the impact, and then set up a circle to buffer it, and send it to the shadow plane? Soren fell into deep thought. There was no doubt that this would also bring a lot of disaster to the shadow plane, but it would definitely be much less than the material plane. The most feasible way for him now was to send it to a place near the laboratory in the shadow plane. At most, he spent a few hundred divine power to strengthen the nearby space and material to withstand the impact of the asteroid falling. Soren was the god of shadows. If he used the power of the plane, he should be able to minimize the consequences. Chapter 1007. He could not swallow such a big cake by himself. In order to transport this thing back, the northern witches in Arendel's power must be borrowed. If Soren and Princess Royal joined forces, they should be able to greatly reduce the consumption of divine power and avoid the possibility of some disasters. There was also the problem of the strong radiation of the asteroid. This required a huge protective energy enchantment and an isolation area. The source of the radiation should be the annihilation material. As long as Soren took away the annihilation material, the crystals and diamonds on the surface should not have such terrible radiation. The birth and destruction of matter was a very long process. In theory, many planes that currently existed could also be destroyed. Many annihilation materials were born because of the collapse of some half-planes. When a half-plane was about to die, a large amount of matter and energy would shrink extremely, and something like a black hole would form inside, and eventually connect to the distorted void. Finally, when the entire plane or the divine kingdom was destroyed, the extremely collapsed and contracted elements would be born into annihilation materials. They were things that were difficult for mortals to touch. Too strong radiation would kill mortals, and only high-grade legends and gods would pay attention to these things. Some demigod liches would try to use annihilation materials as phylacteries. In this way, unless it was a god, ordinary people could not destroy the phylacteries at all, and they could be resurrected constantly. It seems that I have to go and see Princess Royal. If he wanted to transport this crystallized asteroid back, it would cost a lot of manpower and material resources. It would be difficult for Mordor to transfer so many spellcasters to complete it. Soren had to borrow some ice witches from Arendelle, and at the same time, let some of the high-grade witches of the Northern Tower participate in it. As for the distribution of benefits, it was very simple. The diamond on the surface alone was enough to pay the reward. Moo! The scream of the astral giant whale came. Soren turned around and found that the astral sand in the distance was rippling, and then another larger astral giant whale appeared. It seemed that they were fighting for position. Two astral giant whales were fighting in the void. They followed the asteroid and did not want to leave its track, but they did not dare to get too close. Energy radiation? Soren seemed to have thought of something. He muttered. Astral creatures seem to eat radiation as their food. This astral giant whale seems to like the radiation, but it seems to be afraid of it. It seems like they can't withstand such intense radiation. Even Soren couldn't withstand the radiation in his saint form, so these astral whales probably couldn't handle it either. They only dared to follow from a distance, enjoying the radiated energy. And now, it was obvious that an even more powerful astral whale had set its sights on this place, and was preparing to fight for this spot. The vitality of astral whales was even more astonishing than giant dragons. Killing them was a thankless task, and there wasn't much value in doing so. The astral whale only had one legendary core, and it could teleport away when it was in danger of death. Basically, all living creatures in the astral plane were close to legendary. Soren would have to kill his way into their bodies if he wanted to kill them. Forget it for now. Soren's energy radiation had reached thousands of points, and even his energy shield was broken. He directly cast a teleportation spell, and prepared to go back. He would come back to see if he needed to deal with these astral whales after everything was ready. A ray of light appeared. When Soren came back to his senses, he was already standing in the void. Where is this? Soren looked around in surprise. In front of him was a vast and boundless sky. He could tell at a glance that this was not a material plane, because he could barely see land. He could only see large clouds that stretched for thousands of kilometers. There were also thunderstorms in the distance, and the wind elements in the air were abnormally active. Some elemental spirits with wings flew across the sky, and he could vaguely see an island floating in the air. This was not a man-made floating island. It was a floating island formed by the characteristics of the plane. This seems to be the wind elemental plane? The gravity in this world was very low. There was an endless sea of clouds visible to the naked eye. And there was almost no land or sea below. There was only an endless sky. The wind elements were abnormally active here, and most of the creatures in the perception range of the gods had wings. Because the gravity was very low, if it rained in the wind elemental plane, it would fall directly into the air and then gradually evaporate, forming clouds in the sky below. This was a world shrouded in a sea of clouds. There were only a few lands in the entire wind elemental plane, and most of them were the territories of the jinn. They were relatively easygoing creatures, and they built their own fortresses with material blocks, as long as it was solid. In the absence of material, the residents of the wind elemental plane would use ice as their building. Teleportation interference? Soren stood in the sky and fell into deep thought. He murmured, "Is it because of gravity or energy that distorts the space structure and interferes with the teleportation? If that's the case, it's a bit troublesome." The wind elemental plane was not a place to stay. Soren directly opened the teleportation lock on the city of Mordor, and then disappeared from this world. Shortly after he left, a jinn shrouded in the demigod's aura appeared nearby and wondered, "Is there a god visiting the wind elemental plane?" But it seems that he has left. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. The jinn were some lazy creatures, and they only actively fought against the bottomless abyss. For a long time, they lived their own lives. Mordor City Arcane Tower. As soon as Soren came back, Gloria greeted him and whispered, "How was it?" Soren's avatar disappeared, and then his original body stood up and said, "The harvest is more amazing than I thought. But it's also very difficult. I'm afraid we can't do it with our strength alone." After that, he introduced the situation of the asteroid, including super strong radiation, more than 50 times the gravity, and the astral giant whale that followed next to it. "Is the gravity so strong?" Gloria frowned and whispered, "If the gravity is so strong, it's basically impossible for ordinary people to get close. Can you cut it and bring it back?" Soren shook his head and said, "It's too expensive. Its structure is very hard, and just the outer layer is close to the hardness of steel. My divine power can't support cutting at all, and it's very slow to use weapons." Gloria fell into deep thought. After a while, she looked up and said, "So you're going to send it to the shadow plane first?" Soren nodded. Gloria whispered, "The impact is too big. I'm afraid the shadow plane can't bear it. The elements collapsed to such an extent. This asteroid was originally not much smaller than a half-plane. It would definitely cause a disaster if it hit the shadow plane. What else can we do?" Soren said. Gloria thought for a while, then suddenly said to the air, "Thaling, calculate the capacity of the lock at full power, and the energy needed to fully open the lock." Lock. Gloria's words immediately opened Soren's mind. He looked up and said in surprise, "You're going to use the lock to reduce the impact?" Gloria nodded and said, "We can try. If it's possible, we can try to create an anti-gravity barrier and place a huge floating ring on it. With your divine power, it should be able to reduce the impact to a minimum." Floating ring? That was a good idea. The floating ring could greatly reduce the impact of the asteroid after entering the shadow plane. Coupled with the energy of the magic lock, as well as the divine power of Soren and the Elder Princess, it might be able to safely land in the shadow plane. It was worth a try. Soren immediately had an idea. He looked up and said, "I'm going to see the Princess Royal now. You're in charge of contacting the Eye of the North. I'm sure they'll be interested." It was hard for women to resist diamonds, especially such a big one. Soren was confident that he could convince the Princess Royal, and the Ice Witch's demand for diamonds was not small. According to Soren's judgment of the asteroid, even if he distributed a part of the profits, his harvest was enough to make thousands of diamond golems. Of course, he couldn't invest all the diamonds in it. Many alchemy techniques during the Arcane Empire also required diamonds. To bear its weight, the floating ring must be very large. Gloria thought for a moment and said, "Mother is now in the sigil, and I can't rely on my own strength. You'd better persuade the Princess Royal to help me." Princess Royal was also a top-level spellcaster. Gloria needed the Princess Royal's divine power to help complete this huge floating ring. The floating ring was originally planned to be placed on the entire island of Moder, and the largest area it could bear was about half of the island of Taiwan. Gloria continued. This floating ring is made up of a total of 1 main ring and 35 auxiliary rings. At present, there are 12 auxiliary rings that can be used. The current progress of the main ring is only about 50%. We need a large number of mithril and adamantine. If he wanted to harvest, he had to invest first. Soren frowned and thought for a moment. I'll find a way to do that. The city of Moder had reserves of mithril and adamantine, but they couldn't meet such a large consumption. It seemed that he had to find a way from the treasury of Arendelle. It was impossible to give up this diamond fossilized asteroid. After Soren got it, he could immediately start to make diamond golems on a large scale. At that time, the combat power of the city of Moder would be greatly improved. It could even be said that he already had some confidence in winning the Avatar's crisis. The withered wilderness. A figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly appeared. His pale pupils were jumping with soul fire, and his skeleton seemed to be about to fall apart. Damn the goddess of magic and death. This bitch who only wants to steal the fruit of death. How did she find me? Naruto? Did she betray me? The figure shrouded in a black robe was a lich. On his staff, there was an emblem of a laughing lich skull wearing a crown, with a solid black hexagon background. Chapter 1008. The city of Mordor was ready for war. A large number of navies began to gather near Raging Sand Island. For this expedition, there was some commotion in the barracks inside the city of Mordor. When they learned that the army was going to the Principality of Rossard, many officers of Mordor were eager to try. They were different from the veteran pirate army. These people had less combat experience, and were more eager to prove their value. But what they didn't expect was that this battle was actually handed over to the pirates, which made some people feel disappointed. The most valuable thing in Mordor was military merit. Military merit could be exchanged for resources, money, land, houses, and power. In theory, most of what mortals needed could be exchanged through military merit. More importantly, military merit could also be exchanged for some things that could not be obtained through conventional channels, such as making it easier for their children to become a professional, a priest, a wizard, etc. The soldiers of Mordor were eager for military merit, but now that they were stationed on Mordor Island, there were fewer channels to obtain military merit. It was not easy to have a big operation, but the result was that the navies outside were diverted, which inevitably made many newly promoted officers feel disappointed. However, the pirates were happy about this order. They thought that even if they were not in Mordor, they were still very important in Sir Soren's heart. The vast sea needed them to guard, and when there was a really difficult battle, Sir Soren's first thought was the pirate army that followed him everywhere, not the new recruits in Mordor. The military faction of Mordor was currently divided into 2 rows. One was the original pirate leader class, and the other was the new officer class. In the view of these pirate leaders, it was obvious that their value and status were higher, so they were eager to prove themselves and asked to fight. The city hall also accepted their request. The main force of this battle was still pirates, and there were only about 9,000 elites on Mordor's side. In name, Mordor and the Principality of Rossard were temporarily reconciled, one in the south and one in the north, and at the same time, they gathered forces to stop the attack of the undead army. However, the real battle had yet to break out. Fighting against the undead army required a sufficient number of troops. Otherwise, it would be easy to be drowned by the sea of undead. This time, about 100,000 troops would be gathered for the battle. Among them, the number of professions would be greatly increased. The goal was to wipe out the undead on the south coast in one go. There was no need for Soren to deal with these matters personally. The commanders of this battle were many pirate leaders, including the half-elf first mate, Adele Isabella, Sir, One-Eyed Dragon, and so on. The nominal supreme commander was the high priest. Fighting against the undead was not something that could be eliminated in a day or two. Soren's focus was still on finding ways to transport the Diamond Planet back. Therefore, he paid a visit to Arendelle the next day. Inside the palace, Princess Royal received Soren's avatar. Although she had officially become a god, Princess Royal and Soren were both unable to return to the kingdom of God. Thus, she was still living in Arendelle's palace. However, she was no longer in charge of the kingdom's affairs. A meteorite made entirely of diamond? After hearing Soren's words, Princess Royal couldn't help but raise her head in surprise. Really? Have you seen it with your own eyes? The astral wanderer often sells some information, but the authenticity is not that high. Soren nodded. I've seen it with my own eyes. This is a sample from above. You can take a look. This meteorite is very valuable, so we have to get it as soon as possible. A diamond ore appeared in Soren's palm. In order to be more convincing, Soren also brought back some samples. The one in front of them was one of them. The other one was given to the Northern Tower for the Eye of the North to personally appraise. Princess Royal was surprised when she saw the fist-sized diamond. It was hard for women to resist the temptation of diamonds. But then she frowned and said, "Why is there such a strong negative energy corrosion? This meteorite seems to have passed through the lower planes, right?" This is the aura of the Chaos Sea. Did this meteorite pass near the Chaos Sea? As the top spellcaster in the material plane, Princess Royal could see more things. She couldn't help but murmur, "This meteorite seems to have passed through the lower planes, and it's close to the position of the twisted nether. When you found it, did you feel a strong radiation?" Soren was a little surprised and nodded. "Yes, there is indeed a strong radiation on it, so I need your help." Princess Royal's expression became serious. She pondered for a moment and said, "This thing can't be brought back to the material plane. Its energy radiation is very fatal to mortals. If it's brought back to the material plane, it can kill all the mortals on the island of Moder in a day." Was it that exaggerated? Soren was surprised and murmured, "The radiation of this thing is so terrible. I don't know if it's possible." Speaking of this, Soren stopped. Even with his divine body, he was hurt, so it was even more terrible for mortals. This thing's radiation range was very large. If it was brought back to the material plane, it could instantly cover the area of an island. Living creatures and mortals in this range would be extremely dangerous. "I'm going to send it to the shadow plane." Soren thought for a moment and told her his plan, including using the floating ring to reduce its impact. Princess Royal thought for a moment and nodded. "With the two of us working together, there should be no problem." "But when can the floating ring be made?" Hearing her words, Soren's expression was a little awkward. "It'll be fast. But the materials are a little short, and I may need your help. After all, ordinary witches can't complete the task." Princess Royal bowed her head and didn't say anything. After a few minutes, he raised his head and said indifferently, "What are the missing materials? Leave it to me. I can help with the floating ring. But now the undead disaster is getting worse. We'd better finish this as soon as possible." Soren nodded. Then he took out a list of rare mithril and adamantine materials. Most of the materials in Mordor City were available, but these two were not common in the abyss. The eldest princess took it and glanced at it. Then she said calmly, "No problem. Send it to Mordor City tomorrow." Surprised. This time Soren was really surprised. The materials on this list were more than the inventory of Mordor City, and Princess Royal said it was no problem without blinking. It seemed that Arendelle's background was deeper than he thought. But it was normal. A kingdom that had been passed down for hundreds of years, and it was the birthplace of the Ice Witches, so it must have accumulated a lot of resources. With the help of Princess Royal, the speed of the plan suddenly accelerated. There was also good news from the Northern Tower. The Eye of the North would fully assist Gloria. It only took 3 days and the main floating ring was completed. They could prepare to bring the Diamond Planet back in 1 or 2 days at most. The mechanical realm of the clock Nirvana. With a golden light, Soren's avatar appeared in this huge clock-like plane. As soon as Soren arrived, he received a happy message from the Queen of the Fermi Ants. She said happily, "My master, you are finally back. I have fused with the divinity you gave me. Now the size of the insect swarm has doubled. I defeated another queen and completely swallowed her clan. Your servant is breeding a new kind of combat soldier ant. If it succeeds, it will be more powerful than ordinary soldier ants, which will be a useful help for master. The insect race reproduced very quickly. Although a lot of them were killed by Soren and Thaling last time, they quickly reproduced during this period of time. However, their use for Soren was still relatively limited. This was just a foreshadowing for the future, and it might be useful. Soren comforted the insect queen with his mind, and then teleported into the Thaling One's tower. Welcome, sir. Lord of Shadows. The three Thaling welcomed the arrival of Soren, and Soren smiled and nodded, and then said directly, I need a whole factory to make diamond golems. Do you have a way to help me complete it? The level of the golem factory in Mordor was not high enough. If it was to make iron golems, it would be fine, but the efficiency of making diamond golems was very low. After taking down the diamond planet, the diamond golems in Mordor would be produced on a large scale. At this time, the requirements for the golem factory would be very high. He must prepare in advance. Thaling One fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then said, No problem. But we need a little time to prepare. Soren was getting closer and closer to a great divine power. For Thaling, such a god was worth investing in and making friends with. If it weren't for the Avatar crisis, it would be difficult for them to have a relationship with a god. Very good. Soren nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. The diamond golems were very important in his future plan. Only the diamond golems could fight against the most elite Devil Legion. The impact of the undead disaster could be resisted by mortals, but the Devil Legion that retreated from the bloody Battle of the Abyss, almost all the mortals would die. Soren could only use the golems to fight against them. As the army of Mordor gradually gathered near the south coast, Soren and Princess Royal's plan to join forces to intercept the Diamond Planet officially began. This operation was led by Gloria. Soren was responsible for using the power of the divine spark to teleport the meteorite to the Shadow Plane, and Princess Royal assisted him in completing the plane teleportation. Gloria's task was the most difficult. She not only had to calculate the location of the meteorite falling, but also had to arrange the protective energy enchantment in advance. At the same time, she had to personally install the floating ring. However, the premise was that she must be under the protection of Soren. The radiation energy erosion was very serious, and Soren had to play the role of a healer to bless her with magic. Chapter 1009. Happy birthday to myself today. By the way, I love you guys. La la la. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Just before the war against the undead on the south coast was about to begin, Soren, Princess Royal, Gloria, and the Eye of the North had also begun to implement a plan to intercept the Diamond Planet. In the endless astral world, in a dreamy and gorgeous galaxy, Soren's figure first appeared near the teleportation beacon, followed by a golden light, and Princess Royal also appeared next to him. During this time, Princess Royal lived in Mordor, and Soren prepared a special luxurious room for her. However, perhaps because of the arrival of Princess Royal, the winter of the Outer Islands came early. The next day after Princess Royal stayed, light snow began to fall in Mordor, and then there was a beautiful silver-wrapped scenery between heaven and earth. Soren could feel that Princess Royal's clergy had a strong interference in the mortal world. He was afraid that after the end of the Avatar crisis, she would be the first batch of gods to return to the kingdom of God immediately, because if she was restored to the form of a true god, Princess Royal might stop the season of the entire Frost Kingdom in winter, even if she did nothing. Is this the place? Princess Royal frowned as soon as she appeared, and then a divine shield rose. She wondered, such strong negative energy radiation? I'm afraid there's not only diamond in it, but also some other evil substances. Soren was silent. There must be other reasons for such strong radiation. According to his guess, there should be something similar to an axis that had strong radiation in this multiverse. To some extent, the more microscopic particles superimposed, the stronger the radiation, so most of the destructive substances had a curse effect, and only legendary creatures could offset it. If mortals held it, They would easily age and die. There were 2 more astral whales in the distance. It seemed that during this time, other astral whales had discovered this meteorite, but they still did not dare to approach it. Let's begin. Princess Royal waved her hand, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Soren nodded and activated an energy barrier. Then Gloria appeared. During this period of time, she had gotten along well with Princess Royal, mainly because she had mastered part of the domain of the wizard. Princess Royal was also a part-time ice witch, and as a deity, the Princess Royal had given Gloria a lot of inspiration in the structure of the weave. Princess Royal had also learned a lot of special knowledge from Gloria. For example, she had made a finished product yesterday, an animated alchemy construct, ice golem, that she had personally given life to, as well as a lower-level snow golem. Princess Royal's power was very special. She could construct a body completely made of ice in the blink of an eye. As long as she was willing, she could give it a trace of divine power, or inject a soul crystal to activate it. This was an extremely terrifying combat strength. This meant that Princess Royal could create thousands upon thousands of ice golems to fight for her. However, this ability also had a fatal flaw, that was, the requirements for the environment and temperature. Ice golems would be damaged and melted in a high-temperature environment. They could only move freely below 0 degrees Celsius. That was to say, they could only fight in a specific environment. However, there were also many advantages, such as their ability to repair their bodies. This thing seemed to only have an obvious effect in a cold area. Oh, even with Soren's energy barrier, Gloria's face turned pale after she arrived. There was nothing she could do. Although she usually took the initiative to spar with Soren and seemed to have good physical strength, in fact her constitution was only about 15 points. With the energy barrier, she could also feel the damage from the nearby fear. Don't delay. Princess Royal frowned and urged. The negative energy here is too strong. Your current situation is quite special. You can't be directly affected. Leave here quickly after you're done. After that, she could not help but glance at Gloria's stomach. Soren seemed to be aware of this, but he did not speak. This was not the time to discuss this. It was not suitable to discuss this during the Avatar crisis. Gloria was also surprised. Then with a wave of her hand, rings appeared one by one. She used the Greater Mage's hand to control these rings out of thin air and quickly put them into the ground, while Soren was responsible for cutting the surface and arranging the floating rings one by one. 36 floating rings were arranged. The whole diamond planet shook, which meant that the plan was feasible. Soren could not help but be excited. You go back and prepare first. Leave the rest to us. After that, Soren and Princess Royal looked at each other. Saint form. As Gloria teleported away, Princess Royal and Soren entered the saint form at the same time. Change space, shard of divinity. Change reality, shard of divinity. Astral teleportation, shard of divinity. Plane teleportation, shard of divinity. A huge amount of divine power emerged. Soren and Princess Royal opened multiple shards of shard of divinity at the same time, and wrapped the whole diamond planet in it. Immediately afterward, Soren waved his hand and said, "Shadow." The void in front of them split open. Then a gray world appeared in the orbit of the asteroid. Accompanied by the brilliance of divinity, the asteroid suddenly disappeared from the astral boundary. Then, the astral giant whale following behind couldn't help but become restless. At the same time, near the tower in the shadow plane, Gloria and the Eye of the North were also waiting. The teleportation has begun. Gloria stood at the top of the arcane tower. With a wave of her hand, more than a dozen energy rings appeared. She said in a deep voice, "Valing. Start the elemental furnace. Run the magic lock at full power. Open the protective enchantment. Activate the anti-gravity shield. Energy shield to the maximum. Raise the magic lock. Prepare for the impact." A dazzling fireball appeared. At the moment of entering the shadow plane, the whole diamond planet began to burn violently. The semi-crystal on the surface quickly melted, and then the diamond structure inside was revealed. Soren and Princess Royal looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then two golden giants rose in the sky. Change form. Shard of Divinity. Regional Divine Shield. The power of the magic lock alone could not support it. In order to keep the planet intact, Soren had to use the power of the Regional Divine Shield. Two divine shields were opened. With a blazing high temperature, the first impact came. Buzz. As if hitting an invisible energy barrier, the whole diamond planet trembled violently, and some cracks and collapses occurred. Its volume also shrank to about 1 kilometer. All the floating rings were shining with a dazzling white light. The gravity of the whole space was distorted, especially Soren, who had mastered the shadow divinity. He almost used the control of the plane to release all his divine power, to reduce the impact of the falling meteorite. It was obvious that the speed of the meteorite was getting slower and slower, and then slowly decreased under the effect of the floating rings. Finally, when the meteorite was about 500 meters from the ground, its speed had been reduced to about the same as a high-speed car. The last wave of impact broke out. The diamond planet collided directly with the magic lock shield. With the magic lock shield broken, the entire meteorite's speed decreased greatly at about 100 meters. Rumble. The whole ground trembled. A huge cloud of dust was lifted, and a pit of about 10 kilometers in diameter appeared. The strong impact directly flattened a nearby forest, and almost all the trees were broken. But this was not the most terrible thing. With the shroud of energy radiation, all the plants within 20 kilometers began to wither, and the surviving creatures also died. It was not until outside the negative energy shield that some withered plants could be seen. Start cutting immediately. Gloria's hurried voice sounded. The radiation is too strong. The shield won't last long. Soren panted and landed on the ground. On the other side, Princess Royal's full breasts were also rising and falling rapidly. Both of them had just used a lot of divine power. In the tower, Thaling's cold voice sounded. Activate the number 1 golem formation. Activate the diamond golem formation. Activate the meteorite cutter. 2 special steel golems appeared. Their palms were very special and had been transformed into 2 huge boxes. It was the special laser device that Soren had encountered when exploring the arcane tower. This kind of magic-powered device could easily cut magic items, and they would help to complete the cutting work. However, it was impossible to cut a meteorite with a diameter of about 1 kilometer with just these 2 golems. The main force was still Soren and Princess Royal. Divine power materialization. Above the meteorite, Soren and Princess Royal's palms appeared with golden light at the same time. Then they reached out and broke the semi-crystalline surface. The internal structure of this diamond planet was not clear. It was mixed with a lot of rare materials. The surface was semi-crystalline, and there were more crystals inside. As soon as the cutting was completed, Princess Royal's surprised expression appeared. Then she waved her hand and took out a purple gem about 1 meter high from under her body. It was an unknown gem. Its hardness was about the same as a diamond. Its specific structure and function were not known. But just looking at the beautiful color and crystal appearance, it made Princess Royal's eyes shine. After the cutting work began, more and more gems were found. The whole meteorite had the most diamonds, and the number was so huge that it was unbelievable. Then there were all kinds of gems and metals with special structures. These were no longer ordinary metal materials. The surface was gray and black, and the hardness was quite amazing. Then, it was a lot of mithril and adamantine. It was worthy of being the top material in the material world. It was not transformed in this meteorite, but maintained a fairly stable shape. However, because of the compression of the material, a part of the mithril had automatically formed into silver-gray metal blocks. These all needed to be refined again. After the preliminary cutting was completed, Soren began to go deeper into the interior. He needed to take out the core of the destructive material, and then put it in a half-plane without living things. Otherwise, this energy protection enchantment would be broken in half a day at most. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire shadow plane. At the same time, in the position of the arcane tower, the golems had begun to move and cut again. At the same time, Thaling set up an energy detection device in front of the arcane tower. Some objects did not have the slightest reaction when they passed by the amethyst, but some automatically lit up as soon as they got close to the amethyst and issued a sharp alarm. Then, these objects were all stored separately in the half-plane. Without a doubt, these objects all carried radiative energy damage. Chapter 10:10. The whole process was busy and fast. Whether it was Gloria or Princess Royal, there was an inexplicable satisfaction on their faces when they harvested these diamonds. Perhaps for women, these gems were really irresistible, even for gods. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many diamonds. Soren was now a little numb. The entire diamond asteroid was rich in a large number of gem resources, almost comparable to the core area of the Earth elemental plane. In the core area of the Earth elemental plane, the Earth Jinn liked to eat gems as food. In addition, there was a large amount of metal inside the meteorite, as well as the astral sand that had condensed into a silver-white solid. As for the most common soil and rocks in the material plane, they were basically invisible because of the collapse of the elements. The composition of the semi-crystalline solid material was not clear. Anyway, it felt a bit like tempered glass, but it was not transparent. Soren directly opened an internal passage with his divine power. It would take at least a month to cut the entire meteorite, but the protective energy enchantment could not last that long. As he went deeper into the meteorite, he felt stronger radiation energy. When he finally reached the interior of the meteorite, a strange black crystal appeared in front of Soren. It was a huge destructive substance that had never been seen before. The original structure had completely collapsed and been reassembled. Soren separated the surrounding metal, then cut it out separately. But when he reached out and touched it, his face changed. What a strong negative energy. Soren tried to put it into the half-plane, but then a terrible weight pressed down, making him frown and murmur. This strange weight is a bit unreasonable. The strange black crystal was about the height of a person, and its weight was more than 3,000 tons. It was unbelievable. Divine form. Soren's body appeared with a golden light, and he directly opened the space door to his own small half-plane, then grabbed it and threw it in. As soon as the strange black crystal entered the half-plane, it released a strong negative energy. At the same time, because the half-plane was not fully formed, Soren immediately caused a mutation when he put it inside the half-plane. This is... Soren looked at his demiplane in surprise and mumbled. The gravity is increasing. The concentration of negative energy is also increasing. Double gravity, triple gravity, 4 times the gravity, 5 times the gravity. As the strange black crystal gradually fused with the demiplane, the increase in gravity began to stabilize. The gravity on the periphery of the demiplane was about twice as strong, and the closer to the center, the stronger the gravity was. It gradually increased from 3 times to 5 times. Soren seemed to have thought of something. He whispered, "If we can increase the gravity, I wonder if we can turn this demiplane into a training ground?" His demiplane was independent of his divine kingdom. The divine kingdom was a kingdom brought about by the clergy and the identity of a god, and the demiplane was created by Soren's wizard profession. In other words, the demiplane was an independent small space, and he could let anyone enter, unlike the divine kingdom, where only his own petitioners could enter. This way there was a lot of room for manipulation. The gravity of the demiplane itself was the same as that of the material plane. If Soren wanted to increase the gravity, he had to connect it to the elemental plane of Earth and expand it dozens of times. This required a lot of divine power, or it would take decades or even centuries. Now the most basic gravity in the demiplane had been completed. Soren only needed to use the power of the divinity of space alteration, and he could easily complete the transformation and make the demiplane into a training ground. Training in a high-gravity environment was very useful for close combat professions. Although Soren's level was already very difficult to increase, it was very easy for ordinary people to improve their basic abilities. However, there was also a problem, and that was that Soren had to suppress the energy radiation. This could be greatly reduced by placing the core underground, and the demiplane's own characteristics were enough for Soren to offset some of the negative energy corrosion. However, This was not enough for low-grade professions. Even if they wanted to enter the outermost area to train, they had to be at least a profession level 10, and the inner area of the core needed to be at least a profession level 10. After Soren took away the inner core, the radiation of the meteorite quickly decreased. Then, Gloria's joyful voice sounded. The radiation on the surface of the meteorite has decreased to normal levels. Basically, ordinary people won't be hurt too much. But there are still some materials that contain negative energy. They should be from the lower planes. They just need to be stored separately. There were many dangerous materials in the lower planes, but at the same time, they were also very rare materials. Yes. Princess Royal's expression was very happy at this moment. It was rare for her to have a smile on her face when she looked at Soren. She said softly, "The harvest this time is very good. Just the diamonds that we have mined so far have made up for the initial consumption. These diamonds can help us deal with a lot of things." The amount that they had mined so far was less than 1%, but it had already made up for the consumption when they first set up the barrier and made the floating ring. In other words, Soren's harvest this time was not only the destructive substances, but also the diamond harvest alone was more than 100 times. Moreover, the closer they were to the inner area, the higher the chances of finding precious materials. Maybe we should sell some of them. At this time, Gloria said, "Currently, the price of diamonds in the material plane is very high. The Wizard Alliance's demand for diamonds is not low. Maybe we can secretly sell some of them and use them to exchange for kindler and other resources." During wartime, the price of gems should have decreased. However, there was a profession called wizard in this world. Their research was piled up with gold, silver, and gems. The material plane had always been in a tight currency situation. Although the reserves of gold were huge, there was not much circulation. Every year, gold from other planes flowed into the material plane, but the total amount of gold was still barely maintained. The same was true for gems and other resources. Wizards themselves were consumers. In the case of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, gems had become a war preparation resource to some extent, and the price had been rising. Not to mention that there were dragons in the multiverse. Therefore, the price of diamonds was about 30% higher than in the past. The most important reason was that the Wizard Alliance was preparing to make diamond golems. "We should sell a batch first." Princess Royal also nodded at this time and said, "At present we can't digest so many diamonds at all, so it's best to sell a batch now." P.S. First update. Recently, I've been in contact with some game companies to open up my network for the future. Chapter 10-11. Night fell. Soren and Princess Royal also returned to the tower. Teleporting the meteorite to the shadow plane consumed a lot of divine power, so the next work was handed over to the golem puppet. Arendelle still needed Princess Royal to stay in the center, so she would return tomorrow with a batch of diamonds. The next distribution of income was that she would get 30% of the income, the northern tower would get 10% of the income, and Soren would get the remaining 60%. The first batch of diamonds had been quietly shipped out. They would be sold near the Wizard Alliance, and then directly exchanged for resources. Maybe because of the diamonds, Soren clearly felt that Princess Royal was much more pleasant to him. It seemed that her favorability had improved a lot because of this cooperation. Obviously, her attitude had reached more than friendly. This was a good situation. After all, Soren and Princess Royal had a close relationship. They could not be tied together by alliance and interests alone. Personal friendliness was also very important. The golem factory in Mordor had now begun to operate. It took a lot of time to make diamond golems. At present, Alice was mainly responsible for this part. At the same time, she was also in charge of the operation of the diamond golems. According to the preliminary statistics of Thaling, if there were enough soul crystals, this diamond planet could make at least 15,000 diamond golems. 15,000 of them. The combat strength of the diamond golems exceeded that of the legendary warriors. So many diamond golems were enough to determine the outcome of a large-scale abyss blood war. Soren felt excited. This was the first time he felt that he had enough confidence to deal with the Avatar crisis because he could fight with the devils and demons by relying on the golems alone. If he added the legendary professions of Mordor and the power of the allied gods, then Soren's strength would not be worse than any divine system. However, Soren frowned when he thought of this and murmured, "At present, the only thing missing to form a divine system is the power of greater divine power. I must advance as soon as possible." A god without great divine power was not qualified to be called a divine system. The sea goddess had cultivated a lot of gods for so many years. Why was it not a divine system? Just because she was not a great divine power. Mid-level divine power only meant that you could occupy a seat among the gods. But if you wanted to divide the god system and divide the land, it was impossible to do so without a strong divine power. The framework of Soren's divine system had been created, but if he did not become a great divine power, he would still be an ally of the gods. "I'm already a great divinity." Soren frowned as he pondered. He murmured, "If I want to advance to a great divine power, I need to obtain enough divinity value. My current godhood value is 240 points. If I want to continue improving, there are very few people I can choose from." The number of gods was limited. Why were there some mortals who ascended to godhood, but there were very few who reached mid-level godhood? This was because all the divine creatures in the material plane added together could only support a god with intermediate divine power at best. As for increasing one's godhood value, it was even more difficult. Basically, every godhood value had its own godhood value. If one godhood value wanted to be promoted, another godhood value would fall. Soren still lacked 60 godhood points. If he wanted to kill a weak godhood value, he needed 6 godhood points, and he had to completely absorb their power. So Soren's goal could only be a mid-level godhood value. That way, the choices would be reduced a lot. Basically, he had to choose a godhood value. Sirik is the first target, but at present his location is uncertain. Sirik has the divine title of conspiracy. It's not easy to plot against him. Soren continued to think. Now it's the undead disaster. At present, there are 2 gods that are the easiest to deal with. One is the king of the dead Klemvox, who is seriously injured, but no one knows where he is hiding. The second one is the god of Lich, Vishalin. I know where he is, but to deal with him, I'm afraid I'll have to meet a god from another world. A god from another world? There were many gods from another world in the material plane. The entire pantheon was very tolerant of gods from another world. The orc god system was a god from another dimension, and it had spread over here from other dimensions. The god of knowledge was also a god from another dimension, and even the god of light was a god from another dimension. This was because his predecessor, the sun god, was a god from another dimension. Later on, he was assimilated by the material dimension. Strictly speaking, other than the gods born from the battle between the Lady of Silvermoon and the Lady of Night, as well as the gods from the native plane, the other gods were all gods from another world. They came from another world and took root here. The easiest target to harvest in the undead disaster was the god of Lich. He also had a trace of the power of a mage. But to harvest his head, one had to face another god from another world, the goddess of death and magic. She came from another world, and came here for some reason. At the same time, she was also involved in the battle between the gods of death. She was a goddess who was preparing to rise from mid-level godhood to greater godhood. Her relationship with Naruto was very strange. It seemed like they were cooperating, but also seemed like they were enemies. These 2 mid-level gods both wanted to master the power of death, and use it to rise to greater godhood. The goddess of death and magic. Soren knocked on his head and murmured, "This goddess is really difficult to deal with." But there is still a little time. The god of Lich seems to have fallen at the end of the year. He should still be alive now. Robbing the power of death. The god of Lich participated in the sneak attack on the king of the dead, Klemvox. He must have the power of death. Good news. Just when Soren was thinking, Gloria's figure came in from the door. She looked a little excited and said, "Mother just sent back the news. She has obtained the information about the core of the Mies. If she succeeds, She can bring the core of the Mies back in a month. The core of the Mies? Soren's expression was also shocked. He said in a deep voice, "That is to say, the island of Moder can rise next year?" Gloria nodded and continued, "It's not just that. The core of the Mies can provide far more energy than the elemental furnace. Even to some extent, the core of the Mies is a kind of almost infinite power. As long as it can be maintained, it can continue to support all the consumption of the floating city. Not only the rise of the city, but also the complete operation of the magic lock and the maximum energy shield. In short, if the elemental furnace was compared to an ordinary power plant, then the core of the Mies was a super huge nuclear power plant." Soren said seriously, "Tell your mother immediately. No matter what material and assistance you need, tell me immediately. The city of Moder will provide everything she needs." Once the core of the Mies was obtained, the city of Moder would have energy that could not be squandered. At that time, not only the most basic supply, but also other aspects of the city could be arranged according to Soren's requirements. Even if the energy was really as amazing as Gloria said, Soren could configure the city of Moder according to the standards of the Star Age. Energy was the foundation of everything. If there was endless energy, then the technology tree of Moder could directly usher in a super explosion. The core of the Mies would become the well of eternity of the city of Moder. P.S. Second update. That's all for today. Chapter 10-12. Moder City. Inside the Great Temple. As a black shadow appeared in the secret room in the center, 3 men and 2 women who had been waiting for a long time bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Lady Nightingale." The black shadow was a woman with a tall and beautiful figure. Her slightly pointed ears meant that she was a second-generation half-elf, which meant that her father or mother had a pureblood elf. The half-elf assassin was wearing a large black cloak. She glanced at the others and said, "My lord has an oracle. The 5 of you will be sent to Sigil City to assist Lady Corinne. All actions will be at Lady Corinne's disposal. Do you understand?" 2 of the 3 men and 2 women were half-elves, and the other 3 were humans. They belonged to the Inquisitors, assassins and shadow dancers who were responsible for dealing with unspeakable matters. They were the most elite group of people under Soren's command. More importantly, these people were given a trace of divine power and divinity. Nightingale was one of the best. She was more talented than other rogues. She was almost a natural assassin, and she had superhuman perception. Therefore, she was more favored by Soren, and was given a status and strength far beyond others. To some extent, Nightingale was equivalent to half of Soren's chosen. Understood. The 5 of them knelt on one knee. Nightingale nodded with satisfaction, then said, "Come with me." The group walked through the winding underground corridor, and then came to a spacious secret room. There were already many people waiting here. The rogues glanced at them, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned because there were many high-grade witches in front of them. Nightingale said at this time, "They will go to Sigil City with you." The teleportation circle had been set up. The personnel for this operation was very professional. There were priests, rogues, wizards, warriors, rangers, monks, and droll. The whole team reached more than 20 people, and all of them were high-grade professions. There were several legendary figures among them. As Soren's divine power became stronger, some of the talented believers who could access core areas such as slaughter and death also improved rapidly. The others present did not speak, and the atmosphere was a bit dignified. As long as one was not an idiot, one would know that this operation was definitely not easy, and it must be very important. At this time, a man in a gorgeous wizard robe came in. "Lord Saruman." The others bowed their heads to show their respect, and Nightingale also bowed slightly. Saruman, who was blessed by divinity, improved his strength the fastest. Now he had the strength above legendary, and was close to demigod. He glanced at the others as if there was a trace of divine power, and then he said, "In order to ensure the success of this mission, I will go with you. Let's go. Open the portal." Saruman took the initiative to participate in this operation. Although his strength increased quickly, his experience did not keep up. Saruman did not want to be an academic wizard, so he wanted to use this operation to train his ability. A legendary wizard was not easy to die, so Saruman wanted to use this operation as a trial. The wizard in charge of the preparation began to inject magic and locked the portal to Sigil City. Saruman was the first to step into the teleportation circle, and the others followed. After all of them were teleported away, Nightingale turned around and walked out. She still needed to report this operation to her master, Soren. In the tower, Soren's figure appeared behind Gloria and said slowly, "The first batch of people has arrived. The high priest will send people to support soon. If you need anything else, tell your mother to tell me immediately. I will find a way to send it to her." Soren was determined to get the Mies core. Whether or not Mordor City could rise this time depended on the success of Fallen Witch's operation. Soren was still a little confident in her because to some extent, Fallen Witch was more reliable than Gloria. She was a person who did not care about the means, and a place like Sigil City was very suitable for a woman like her who was ruthless enough. Gloria heard this and looked away from the crystal ball and said softly, "Mother said that this batch of people is enough. Sigil City can't have too serious a conflict, or it may alarm the Lady of Pain. She is trying to negotiate to get the thorium core." The survivors of the Arcane Empire seem to have divided into two groups. One group wants to stay in Sigil City, and the other wants to return to the material plane. Mother said that she has more than 50% confidence that she can get the thorium core through negotiation. Return to the material plane? This was almost impossible. The material plane had been divided by the gods, and there were also the Northern Witches and the Wizard Alliance. These survivors of the Arcane Empire would not be of much use even if they returned. There were too many enemies to face. Soren nodded and said, "It's best if she can negotiate. I'll wait for her good news." As the evil god in charge of shadows, slaughter and death, Soren did not mind using other means to get all this when necessary. There were already a large number of high-level assassins in his church, which was enough to solve most of the problems among the mortals. South Coast. From the south of the City of Wealth to the north of Port Tylon, more than 120,000 coalition forces had gathered. This operation was led by the great Shadow Lord Soren, and even attracted the attention of many good gods, because the purpose of this operation was to completely eliminate the undead near the south coast, and there were not many forces in the material plane that could gather so many professionals at once. This operation to encircle the undead was centered on the army of the city of Moder. Among them, the City of Wealth sent 8,000 troops, including a group of priests and a group of monks. Port Tylon sent 5,000 troops, including a group of priests led by an archbishop. The Church of Agriculture sent 1,500 troops, most of which were priests and droll. What surprised Soren was that this operation also received the response of the Lady of Silvermoon and the Goddess of Love. At the same time, a group of paladins under the Lord of Light also joined the battle. However, these paladins did not like to stay with them. Instead, they chose a route alone and prepared to cut into the army of the undead and kill the lich who was responsible for controlling the undead. These paladins brought the legendary weapon, the Star of Day. In order to cooperate with Soren's operation, the Northern Tower also sent a group of witches. At the same time, because of the call of the god Soren, some adventurers also responded to his call. First of all, Soren's legend in the material plane was very high. Many adventurers worshipped him very much, and many of his rogue followers gathered spontaneously. Finally, the undead calamity itself was a threat to all living beings. The outbreak of the undead calamity put the adventurers in a very dangerous situation. There were also those whose loved ones had died at the hands of the undead. In the end, these people elected a person called Nord as their leader. The number of people gathered was also around 10,000. The army of Raging Sand Island had advanced to the city of Bernard. The army led by the half-elf First Mate had encountered the first wave of undead troops. It was a group of ghouls driven by hunger. They had been spreading along the south coast to hunt, attacking any living thing that could be eaten. The ghouls were the vanguard of the undead army. They moved faster than the skeletons, and there were a large number of ghouls. When more evil ghouls began to appear, the army led by the half-elf First Mate began to settle down, waiting for the other troops to arrive. as well as the allied forces from the Principality of Rossard. In order to deal with these undead and to restore her reputation, Mrs. Duke of Red Dragon even personally negotiated with the rebels in the Principality of Rossard. In the end, both sides reached an agreement to target the undead first. After all, no one wanted the whole kingdom to become a paradise for the undead. No matter who won, they could only get a ruin. The Duchy of Rossad's rebel army only had around 30,000 soldiers. The Duchess of Red Dragon had put everything on the line and managed to gather around 100,000 soldiers. In a battle of this level, the role of the militia was very small. If they used human wave tactics to fight against the undead army, they would only drag themselves into the quagmire of dealing with the resurrected undead. Mordor City in the study. A tall half-elf woman entered carefully, then whispered, "My lord, the army on the south coast has begun to move. Lady Adele, Isabella has encountered a group of necromancers. They found this on the enemy's body. After that, the beautiful half-elf believer sent a special emblem to Soren. Skull and sickle. This was a very eye-catching and very special emblem." Soren took a look and frowned, murmuring, "Naruto." Sure enough, it was him. The spread of the undead disaster was very fast. It had only been about a month since the outbreak. This was a barren medieval civilization background, and the communication roads were seriously backward. Only the intervention of the evil gods could cause the disaster to break out so quickly. Soren took a look and threw the emblem back to the half-elf in front of him. Then he pondered for a moment and said, "Give this emblem to the Church of Glory." At the beginning, Naruto was just secretly manipulating the situation. Now that the king of the undead, Klemvox, was seriously injured by him, and his whereabouts were unknown, Naruto was now standing on the stage ready to launch the undead disaster. He was the abhorrer of life, enemy of good, messenger of darkness, and reaper of flesh and blood. A god of death with intermediate divine power, close to great divine power. And his strength was probably 30% stronger than Soren. Such an enemy was not something that Soren could deal with alone. Since the other party had even sent out his own believers and priests, Soren felt that it was time to help him draw a wave of hatred. Chapter 10:13. For the gods, secretly manipulating something and directly sending out their believers to participate in it were two different situations. The god of death, Nero, had even sent out his own believers. That was equivalent to laying all his cards on the table and challenging the gods. Basically, most gods did not accept the undead as believers, and Naruto's favorite thing was to end lives and resurrect the undead. At least 30% of his believers were high-level undead, 50% were half-undead monsters, and the last 10% or 20% were half-dead living people. Naruto was an absolute supporter of those who did evil for their own pleasure. In Naruto's cold view of the world, everything was the same. For him, all living creatures were a great insult to him, the god of death. On the contrary, all dying creatures were sparkling with green and black sparks of joy, and he liked these sparks. Some people did not pray to Naruto devoutly, hoping to obtain Naruto's power. Most of them were given death as a reward by Naruto. Because few people were tolerant of Naruto's priests, they often acted in secret and independently. Except in places where evil was everywhere, there was almost no organized Naruto church. Because there was no hierarchy, the independent small churches often had internal conflicts. Moreover, the god of death was still the object of fear here, and evil people were also afraid of the god of death. When Naruto's priests did not need to disguise themselves, they usually wore rusty red robes. If their behavior was discovered, they would move to a new place and continue to hunt. Some of them lived a traveling life and pretended to be kind people, appearing in one town after another. Naruto's temples were usually hidden. Even in places where evil was everywhere, they were usually built underground, usually part of the underground tomb. Most of the temples kept undead creatures and other creatures that spread death or created death, such as banshees and demons. If we want to stop the undead disaster, it seems that we can't avoid facing Naruto head-on. Soren frowned. To be honest, he was still a little afraid of Naruto. No god would have absolute confidence in defeating the Grim Reaper. He stood still and thought for a long while before muttering. Naruto has a lot of enemies, and he himself is also an otherworldly deity. If we want to deal with him, we have to borrow the power of other gods. The God of Light is the first target. He will not allow Naruto to end all life in the material plane. Of course, Naruto did not have the ambition to go against the Pantheon. What he wanted was death, a large number of deaths, and the end of a large number of lives. In the end, he could directly advance from middle divine power to great divine power. However, if one were to simply rely on death to advance, this number would be extremely terrifying. If Naruto wanted to successfully advance, at least half of the mortals in the material plane would have to die. This was a bit of the bottom line of the gods. The gods had not made a move yet. On one hand, they were not strong enough to defeat Naruto. On the other hand, they did not dare to fight against the Grim Reaper. On the other hand, the powerful ones did not want to provoke an enemy. It's not enough to rely on the God of Light alone. We have to find an enemy for Naruto. The gods were actually very selfish. In the face of such a tough battle that threatened their own safety, not many were willing to stand up first. Soren thought and muttered. Who else can stand up against Naruto? The goddess of suffering, Ilmit? The goddess of the forest, Marikai? The silver moon, Soren? There were only a few in the human god system. The possibility of the elven god system making a move was hard to say. The orc god system was even harder to estimate. The dwarf god system had always been unreliable. The halfling god system was not bad, but their racial bias was too obvious. If the halfling was not in danger, those gods would not make a move. Right. Soren seemed to have thought of something and murmured. Naruto is so high profile. If I were Sirik, what would I do? For a moment, Soren began to think in another person's shoes. Sirik was the god of murder. His clergy was special. If he wanted to recover, there were only so many targets to choose from. Soren, Vivian, Klemvox, Naruto. Compared to the city of Mordor, which was far away in the outer islands, Naruto, who had obviously attracted the attention of the gods, was more obvious. If Soren was Sirik, Naruto would definitely be his target. Basically, as long as he took the power of Naruto, Sirik could recover his original strength. Maybe I can lure the snake out of its hole. All the clues were inextricably linked together. At present, it was just a matter of who could not help but make a move first. Soren was very patient. He had no particularly dangerous enemies at present, so he could quietly wait for Sirik and Naruto to make a move. But at this time, maybe he should throw out some bait. Come. Soren thought for a moment, waved his hand, and a black shadow appeared in front of him. The shadow knelt down on one knee and said, My lord, what can I do for you? He took out a document from the desk and handed it over. Let the assassins act according to the arrangement on this document. If you find anything unusual, tell me immediately. Yes. The black shadow bowed and left. The mining of the diamond asteroid was on the right track. It was estimated that it would take 3 months to finish mining. The bottomless abyss had consumed too much energy to attack the kingdom of fear. At present, the demon incarnation was constantly recruiting. It was estimated that it would take more than a month to reassemble the demon army. Thaling, who was in the mechanical realm of Nirvana, had begun to make advanced golem factories. It would take about half a month to complete. Gloria's research progress was still continuing. Alice was busy making puppets. Fallen, which was still working in Sigil City. The War of the Undead on the south coast was in charge of the High Priest. Unless there was a true god involved, Soren was not ready to go personally. In this way, Soren also had a rare buffer time when he was in Mordor City. He decided to use this time to teach Vivian how to become a new god. Although the little girl was very smart, she was still too young after all. Vivian did not have Soren's data on her body. At present, it would take her a whole day to deal with the prayers of the believers. In fact, other gods did not have much time to appear. The reason was that a lot of energy was consumed in responding to prayers. At present, Vivian's church had about 30,000 people. Because of the integration of everything in the Church of Fear, the number of Vivian's believers was about 200,000. Among them, the proportion of PAM believers was very high. But even so, the number of prayers that Vivian responded to every day was very large. PAM believers prayed once every 3 days on average. Devout believers prayed at least once a day. Fanatics prayed at least 3 times a day. Vivian's believers in the material plane alone had to respond to more than 30,000 prayers every day. Then the petitioners in the kingdom of gods would also pray. At present, there were more than 1 million people in the kingdom of fear, which meant that Vivian responded to at least 1 million prayers every day. Although not every prayer had to be fully responded to, devout believers and priests had to respond to divine gifts. Even if they process 100 divine gifts in a minute, they could only process 6,000 divine gifts in an hour. One could only imagine how much work Vivian had to do. What Soren had to do now was to teach the little girl how to quickly respond to divine gifts, which required some mastery of divinity. At the same time, Soren's own strength should be improved. There were many kinds of divinity powers that gods could master. At present, Soren had the ability to change space, change size, Death's Hand, change reality, change form, divine shield, regional divine shield, divine shockwave, regional divine shockwave, language proficiency, character proficiency, cross-plane communication, astral teleportation, and plane teleportation. Vivian, on the other hand, had even fewer godhood abilities. This was the biggest gap between them and other gods, so now Soren had to shorten this gap. If I want to improve to the standard of a normal mid-level divine power, the divinity powers that I still lack are Avatar, Destructive Strike, Creation of Magic Items, Creation of High-Level Magic Items, Divine Acceleration, Divine Creation, Divine Spell Specialization, Divine Spell Resistance, Divine Spell Penetration, Automatic Arcane Casting, and Absolute First Strike. In the study, Soren listed out the divinity powers that he needed to master one by one. After thinking for a while, he murmured, Avatar must be mastered first, then Destructive Strike, Divine Acceleration, is equivalent to Time Stop, and finally, Absolute First Strike, needs to be mastered. Avatar was a very powerful combat ability. Destructive Strike was equivalent to a crushing attack, and Divine Acceleration could replace Time Stop. These were all abilities that Soren needed. But Soren thought for a while and said, Automatic Arcane Casting is equivalent to a legendary or above accidental spell. It's also a very important ability. He thought for a while. Then Soren listed out the divinity powers that he needed to help Vivian master. Divine Spell Specialization, Divine Spell Penetration, Automatic Arcane Casting, Arcane Proficiency, Divine Shield, and Change Reality. Seems like Vivian still has a lot to master. Unlike Soren, Vivian was a pure spellcaster, so the divinity powers prioritized spellcasting. He thought for a while, and decided which abilities Vivian needed to master the most. And then he thought about how to teach these abilities to Vivian. The growth of a god was very slow. Under normal circumstances, it would take hundreds of years to master these abilities, but now Soren could only give it to the little girl. Because if they were to fight against the Death Pantheon, Vivian would have to adapt to the battle between gods. Chapter 10:14. The morning light shone on the city of Mordor. The pale golden light shrouded the great temple, and Soren's figure was sitting on the throne. The power of faith was constantly flowing into his body. With the rise of a dazzling golden light, Soren's figure suddenly shook, and then he suddenly stood up with a happy smile on his face. I finally succeeded. The power of faith poured into his body like a flood, and then a golden mark was left on his divinity. This was an extremely important divinity ability. Only this level of divinity ability could leave a mark on a god, because this ability was called Avatar's Descent. Deity's Descent Divinity Ability. A special divinity ability possessed by gods with intermediate divine power and above. When Deity's Descent is activated, immunity to all Circle 1 to 8 spells increases with divinity ability. Increases all resistances by 10 points. When activated, immunity to instant death, charm, control, energy drain, and other negative statuses. Temporarily increases strength by 10 points, dexterity by 5 points, Constitution by 5 points, and an additional 300 points of temporary HP. After activating Avatar's Descent, divine power will continue to be consumed. Avatar's Descent. This was one of the signature abilities of a god. If it was a god with great divine power, after activating Avatar's Descent, they would be directly immune to all spells from level 1 to level 9, which meant that only legendary spells could work. This divinity ability was not only very effective against other gods, but it also formed a complete crushing effect against mortals. That was to say, the effect of human wave tactics would be sharply reduced. Spellcasters below legendary level could basically ignore them. This was also the reason why many gods had fallen in the Avatar's crisis, but very few mortals could kill a god with intermediate divine power. Avatar's Descent was a very difficult divinity ability to master. Unless it was a combat-type god, some gods might not be able to use it even when they reached the level of great divine power. The golden light began to shrink into Soren's body. When he stood up, the whole temple had returned to normal. He calmly listened to the prayers of the believers and slowly said, "Now I have a little more confidence in fighting against the god of death." South Coast. The operation of cleaning up the undead in Mordor City continued, but as the intensity of the battle gradually escalated, some terrible creatures also appeared. The ghouls and ghosts had now become cannon fodder. The ones that were really difficult to deal with were the necromancers and skeleton lords. The traces of liches had also begun to appear frequently. Although the army of Mordor City was advancing step by step, the casualties were increasing. At the same time, the Duchy of Rossad's army also suffered heavy losses. Faced with such a huge sea of undead, there were only 2 ways to defeat them. One was to kill the high-level undead, and the other was to destroy all of them. The former was very difficult, and many liches had the ability to see through stealth and liked to hide behind the army. However, because of the Lord of Glory's army of paladins, the number of liches that had fallen so far had reached 5. All of them had died under the godly weapons, and even their phylacteries had been shattered. It seemed like the god of light was truly enraged this time. He injected his divine power into the morning star. When he killed the lich, he directly connected it to the phylactery and destroyed it. This was a method that only the gods could use. At the same time, Naruto's believers were increasing. The actions of the undead kings were often coordinated by Naruto's believers. Many of his priests were constantly resurrecting the undead, ending their lives and bringing death to the material plane. The smell of death in the material plane was getting stronger and stronger. Although Soren did not know where Naruto was, he knew that Naruto was most likely preparing for his promotion. Promotion to a great divine power. The number of deaths in Mordor City had exceeded 20,000. Relatively speaking, there were also hundreds of thousands of casualties among the undead. More than 150,000 ghouls had been permanently killed, and even the necromancers could not resurrect them. In the kingdom of God, the oracles from another world, led by the ugly monkey, were very busy. This time, the casualties brought a large number of heroic spirits to be reincarnated. Soren was the mastermind behind everything. In order to make up for the consumption of heroic spirits in attacking the Kingdom of Fear, he had transformed more than 25,000 petitioners at the cost of the army in the material plane, and the number of heroic spirits reached about 70%. Because most of these believers who died in the battle were professionals, many of them had the potential to be transformed into low-grade heroic spirits. With the army advancing step by step, the undead army was still retreating. During this time, they had brought tens of millions of casualties, destroyed hundreds of towns, and almost wiped out more than 30% of the population on the south coast. Soren did not know the situation in other places, but the casualties were probably higher than on the south coast. Because this time, even the Elven Kingdom could not be spared from the disaster of the undead. With the consumption of the ghouls as cannon fodder, most of them were civilians who starved to death and were directly transformed. The undead could not form an effective attack by relying on the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the horn of Mordor City's counterattack was completely blown. Mordor City. In Soren's study, the shadow of the high priest appeared and said, "My lord, the undead on the south and west roads have been cleared. The believers are very tired. Although victory has encouraged their fighting spirit, death is also consuming their fighting spirit. I suggest ending this battle as soon as possible because there are enough heroic spirits in the kingdom. The number of casualties reached more than 30,000. To Soren's surprise, only 20,000 of the 30,000 people entered his kingdom. It seemed that the proportion of people who believed in God was not small. He nodded and said, "Yes. Since the number of heroic spirits has almost recovered, then inform Gloria to get ready to end the battle." This was a harvest. It was like a shepherd harvesting his flock. After Soren harvested enough souls, he was ready to end it all. With his order, the guards of Mordor City immediately operated quickly. The witches under Gloria began to gather, and with the sound of hurried footsteps, more than 10 airships began to rise. Below the arcane tower, the purple crystal that stored energy emitted a dazzling light, and with the activation of the teleportation circle opened one by one near the Lion Plain on the south coast. Activate the battle command. Activate the first Clay Golem Combat Legion. Activate the battle command. Activate the third Clay Golem Combat Legion. Activate the battle command. Activate the seventh Clay Golem Combat Legion. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps sounded below the arcane tower, and the activated golem puppets walked out of the underground storage room silently, and walked toward the teleportation circle under the control of Thaling. At the same time, on a battlefield full of blood and bones, a white light suddenly appeared behind the army of Mordor City, and then a portal opened, and a golem with a faint red light came out of it. 1, 2, 3 more and more golem puppets appeared, and they gathered in silence, and then rushed toward the undead army from the side. There was a burst of cheers. In the cheers of the army of Mordor City, more than 1,500 golem puppets arrived. They advanced quickly with the cooperation of the witches, and directly cut into the undead army of more than 100,000. The lowest challenge level of these golem puppets was above level 5, and they could completely crush the low-level undead, especially the steel golems among them. The low-level skeleton soldiers could not even break their defense, and the ghouls could only leave shallow scratches. The golem army easily crushed these undead, opening a passage for the witches in the rear, and the necromancers hiding behind also appeared in front of everyone. Lion Plain. The appearance of the golem army completely changed the battle situation, and as the coalition army approached, a high-grade undead hidden in the rear finally could not help it. The smell of death filled the air. As the darkness spread, a necromancer holding a huge scythe appeared on the battlefield. A believer of Naruto. He prayed for Naruto's divine power, and used himself as a medium to become his temporary incarnation. Mordor City, in the Great Temple. Soren watched all this silently, and when Naruto's incarnation appeared, a smile appeared on his mouth. Finally, can't help it? Golden light emerged. Soren's shadow rose from the temple, and at the same time, on the battlefield thousands of miles away, the saint priest Milan knelt on one knee and prayed devoutly. A golden beam of light fell from the sky, and at the next moment, a faint golden light appeared in Milan's eyes. Summon the oracle from another world. Milan slowly stood up, waved his hand, and opened 2 portals behind him. Then 2 gray-winged god emissaries appeared on his left and right. Group courage. Group power bestowal. Shadow realm. The radiance of spells spread out along with the aura. At this moment, Saint Priest Milan seemed to have been deified, affecting the battlefield with a power that didn't belong to mortals. She looked at the front with a cold expression. Then, in the shadow realm, she disappeared instantly, and the next moment, she appeared directly inside the undead army. The golden divine power turned into 2 sharp blades, and Milan floated like a ghost. Every time she passed, several high-grade undead were killed. Even the Lich could not compete with her power. Often at the moment of being killed, the Lich's phylactery hidden somewhere would be directly broken by some powerful divine power. The black scythe of the god of death struck. With a crisp collision sound, the incarnations of the 2 gods fought for the first time. Bottomless abyss. The 3rd floor. The Forgotten Land. Behind the Galumba Arena was an active volcano all year round. Now a wide passage had been dug out by the Hezru, directly connecting to the magma layer inside the volcano. A team of demon guards guarded in front of the gate. Through the gate was a group of succubus in revealing clothes. Behind the gate was a huge pool with hot magma flowing in it. The temperature here was unbearable even for demons, but at this moment, there was a huge black shadow sitting cross-legged in the middle of the magma pool. The blazing flame shrouded it, and the wide demonic wings moved gently in the magma. Roar. Suddenly, an excited roar sounded, and then a huge figure of about 8 meters high rose from the magma. An endless amount of flame power surged toward the figure, and the blazing flames completely enveloped it. One could only see a terrifying shadow that was full of pressure. The huge figure waved its hand, and a burning sword appeared, followed by a flame whip that was more than 50 meters long. The terrible heat melted the rocks, and the pressure of the Lord-level demon enveloped the whole volcano. The Baylor leader, Sauron, slowly walked out of the magma. His body size at this time was very amazing. His bare chest showed terrible muscles like steel. The wide demonic wings were almost 15 meters wide, looking like huge dragon wings. He had leveled up. Sauron, who had successfully evolved into the form of the Baylor leader, was nearly 8 meters tall and weighed more than 7,000 pounds. His huge body size did not affect his movements. Even if he had evolved into a super-large otherworld creature, Sauron's dexterity was still as high as 25 points, and his strength had increased to a terrifying 40 points. The Baylor had two forms. One was the large otherworld creature, which added 30 points of basic HP. Each creature level had an additional 30 points of HP. The other was the large otherworld creature, which was the evolved form of the demons. The basic HP was 60 points, and each creature level had an additional 60 points of HP. And now, Sauron had evolved into a large otherworld creature. With the successful evolution of the Baylor leader, his HP directly exploded to more than 1,500 points. Chapter 10-15. After the battle in the Divine Kingdom of Fear, Demon Lord Sauron finally ushered in the most important evolution. There were two forms of demon evolution. One was to change the nature of the demon, such as evolving from a berserk demon to a berserk demon. The other was to continue to advance in the original form. There were two ways to advance. One was to take on other professions, and the other was to change the basic form. This kind of advancement was very huge for the Baylors, including the Baylors. The profession advancement of the Baylors was mainly beheader, executioner, and so on. The form advancement was from large otherworld being to super large otherworld being. The latter's improvement was even greater, because after the Baylors were promoted to super large otherworld being, it was equivalent to adding the leader template. The super large otherworld being Baylors had twice the life base of ordinary Baylors. Once the evolution was completed, the Baylors could completely crush the giant dragons in terms of vitality. Let's take the red dragon, the most powerful of the chromatic dragons, as an example. A baby dragon's basic HP was 8 points, a baby dragon's basic HP was 12 points, a juvenile dragon's basic HP was 15 points, a young dragon's basic HP was 20 points, an adult dragon's basic HP was 24 points, an adult dragon's basic HP was 27 points, and an old dragon's basic HP was 30 points. In other words, the basic life of the Baylors was equivalent to an old red dragon. The basic life of an old red dragon was 33 points. The basic life of an ancient dragon was 36 points. The basic life of an ancient dragon was 39 points. And the basic life of an ancient dragon was 41 points. The ancient red dragon was only 41 points. According to the strength of the bloodline, the ancient red dragon was at least 41 points. The highest was uncertain, but there should be a lot of 50 or 60 points. At present, after evolving into super large otherworld being, Demon Lord Sauron's basic life was 60 points, which directly surpassed most of the ordinary ancient red dragons. Now, Demon Lord Sauron's attributes had changed. Name Sauron. Racine. Form, Baylor's leader. Grade 6, super large otherworld being. Plane crossing. Evil level. Creature level 27 attributes. Strength 40, Agility 25, Constitution 35, Intelligence 25, Wisdom 25, Charm 25. Alignment. Lawful evil note. Other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 15121512 demonic energy. 8506100000 domain. Massacre, frenzy, evil. Skills. Sneak 285, Deception 325, Negotiate 215, Literacy 270, Intimidation 370, Spellcraft 220, Use Magic Equipment 220, Listen 215, Detect 225, Search 190. Abilities. Aura of Fear, Flame Body, Flame Whip, Burning Explosion, Bind, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all resistances +10, Damage Reduction 15 Boss, Night Vision 60 feet, Resistance to Electricity, Fire, Poison, Acid, and Cold Resistance 10 points, Magic Resistance 30 points, Telepathy 300 feet, Truth Constant. Abilities. Advanced Dual Wielding, Advanced Attack, Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery, Beheading Sword, Exotic Weapon Mastery, Long Whip, Super Fierce Attack, Super Whirlwind, Super Cleave. Spell-like abilities. Soul Manipulation, Telekinesis, Blasphemy, Dominate Monster, Advanced Dispel Magic, Order. Intimidate, Evil Aura, Advanced Teleportation, Dominate Demon, Summon Demon, Telepathy, Summon Demon Army. Firestorm, once a day. Implosion once a day. Hot magma slid down from the demon Lord Sauron's body. Accompanied by a strong pressure, he slowly walked out of the palace. The succubus maids on both sides knelt down, looking at him with eyes full of fear and greed. These succubus maids had never seen such a powerful demon before. The strong masculine aura and power made these succubus maids unable to control themselves. They longed for a certain liquid from Sauron, and believed that this liquid could give them the power to advance. Although these succubus maids tried their best to show off their voluptuous breasts and slim waists, Sauron didn't even look at them at this moment. He walked directly into the barracks with the demon guards. Advancing into the Baelor leader, form had increased his power rapidly. Not only could he deal with the abyssal demon dragon entrenched in this level, but he could also deal with the Null army. However, before this, Sauron needed more intermediate demons to enrich his army. The blood pool he controlled was not enough to meet the consumption. He needed more souls to hatch the abyssal demon worms, and then transform into demons. Master. Groups of demon guards knelt in front of Sauron. The demon goblin leader rushed over as soon as he heard that Sauron had come out. Sauron glanced at his subordinates. The demon hunters acted as his personal guards, and the other demons stayed in the barracks. His realm of order brought a slight change to these demons. At first, they were much more restrained in their territory. Only when they went out would they show the chaos and brutality of demons. Souls. More souls. With the great increase in the strength of the demon incarnation, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. The souls in the bottomless abyss were limited. Although the abyssal blood pool would constantly transform the abyssal demon worms, the main body of the souls was still the river Styx. The huge number of souls was not much after being distributed by many demon lords. That was why the profession Soul Stealer was created. Now the order of the underworld was gradually collapsing. As a powerful evil god, Sauron naturally had the idea of getting his hands on the souls of the underworld. Many undead lords had entered the material plane. Not only the souls of the underworld, but also the places that were connected to the underworld, had a large number of souls that could be plundered. As long as these souls were taken back, they could be turned into worms through the abyssal blood pool to replenish Sauron's army. This was a relatively dangerous operation. But if it was successful, not only could it greatly weaken the power of the undead lords, but it could also reduce the pressure on the material plane. The underworld has death's servants. It's not a very good place. Sauron's alarm clock flashed through countless knowledge of the other world. Planes and half-planes were filtered one by one. Finally, a place appeared in his mind. Skeletal Wilderness. A half-plane between the spiritual world and the underworld. The leader is a powerful skeleton lord. If I can plunder this half-plane, I can get at least 1,000,000 souls. The undead also needed souls to be resurrected. The river Styx grafted the entire interior of the multiverse. Many evil gods, devils, demons, An undead all cut off souls from the tributaries. If Sauron could take down such a half-plane, he could directly create an army of hundreds of thousands of demons. And more importantly, many high-level undead had entered the material plane. This was a very good opportunity. As a demon incarnation, Sauron could bring a large number of demons to the rear of the undead. As long as he succeeded, he could cultivate hundreds of thousands of demons. The divine power of death was dissipating. In front of the divine priest Milan, the undead priest in front of her gradually shattered. The fire of soul in front of her disappeared along with the light of divinity. Soren won. Naruto seriously underestimated his strength. He thought that an ordinary incarnation could compete with Soren's divine priest, but reality gave him a heavy blow. Not only did one of Naruto's chosen die, but he also lost 3 divinity points. However, this failure would also remind Naruto of Soren's strength. Perhaps next time, he would not send an enemy of this level to die. The golden light dissipated. Soren's shadow disappeared from the divine priest Milan's body. The battle around them was about to end. The death of Naruto's priest made the undead gradually lose control. Soren did not need to intervene in the next battle. Those mortals were enough to deal with it. Moda City. Soren's original body stood on the tower and murmured. It seems that Naruto's strength and mine are only 3 to 7. The gap had been calculated in the battle just now. Soren's divinity and godhood were not as good as Naruto's, but he was basically immune to the special ability of the godhood of death. The other party was an enemy who was promoting to a great divine power. It was impossible for Soren to fight against him alone, but it was not completely without the power to fight back. If he really wanted to fight, Soren had about a 30% chance of winning. However, this chance of winning was still too low. If I want to deal with Naruto, it's best to use the power of other gods. Vivian is a fighting force. Princess Royal is also a fighting force. Gods with low divine power can basically be ignored. It must be a mid-level divine power. Soren thought and murmured, "Where is Clemvox? And the goddess of magic? She hasn't shown up for such a long time. Is she really going to lurk until the end of the Avatar crisis?" Soren, who was meditating, suddenly felt something. Then his figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on the sea dozens of miles away. A dazzling woman wearing a gorgeous robe and jewelry with skulls as decoration appeared in front of Soren. A faint divine light shrouded her. "Nice to meet you." The woman in front of him nodded slightly to Soren and said slowly, "Dear Lord of Shadow." The goddess of magic and death, Verges. Although the two sides met for the first time, Soren recognized the identity of the other party in an instant. The visit of the goddess surprised Soren a little, but he nodded and said, "Hello." The goddess of magic and death, Verges. A god from another world. She was also an outsider, a god from another world. Soren was a little surprised that the other party would find him. He was full of vigilance, but he did not do anything else. Lord of Shadow, the goddess of magic and death, seemed to feel Soren's vigilance and said directly, "The world you are in is being ravaged by death, which is not a good thing for any god. Not all gods of death are as extreme as Naruto, who believes that life must end immediately. I came to you to seek an opportunity for cooperation. As a god in charge of magic and death, I can't stay in this world for too long. So I hope to get an opportunity to advance from this world before I leave. And you, as a god in charge of the power of shadow and slaughter, obviously need a temporary ally to break through. Maybe we can try to cooperate. By the way, I seem to have found the trace of the king of the dead, Clemvox. He seems to be in a bad state. Maybe you can try to replace him." The goddess of magic and death. Soren's weakness seemed to be caught by the goddess of magic and death. Chapter 10:16. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. If Gloria were here, she would definitely be able to guess that Soren was thinking, and was already a little tempted. But Soren still couldn't trust the god in front of him. Not only because of her identity as an outsider, but also because of the death and magic in her clergy, which conflicted with Soren's. Soren thought for a while. Then he slowly raised his head and said, "Your proposal is very interesting. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to cooperate with you. And for a new god, rashly challenging the king of the dead isn't a smart thing to do. The expression of the goddess of death and magic, Verges, gradually froze. She had imagined that Soren would make all kinds of requests, but she didn't expect him to directly reject her. She couldn't help but ask, why? Because I'm a god from another world? Soren shook his head and said, no. It's because I can't completely trust you. And trust is the foundation of all cooperation. Besides, with the current situation, it's not the time to deal with the king of the dead. Even Naruto couldn't kill him after so long of preparation. It's not easy to completely replace him. The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was surprised. You know all this? Soren smiled and said, the gods wouldn't be ignorant of this. Unlike your world, this world has already experienced a catastrophe. With the example of the fall of the 3 death gods, the gods are able to restrain themselves. The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was silent, but she wasn't ready to give up. Instead, she said, what can I do to make you believe me? Soren pondered for a moment and said, tell me your real purpose of coming here. The goddess of death and magic, Verges, was silent. Her expression was hesitant, but then she shook her head and said, I'm sorry. I can't say it because if I say anything related, it will attract the attention of the other party. I can only say that I came to this world to seek an opportunity to advance to a great divine power. There is almost no conflict of interest with you, and I can help you advance to a great divine power in this world. You're a new god with great potential. But the Avatar crisis is just the beginning. With the end of this crisis, the power of the gods will be reshuffled. At that time, you will have to face more than just the gods of this world. The pantheon will be a bigger challenge. If you don't have enough strength, even the gods will encounter all kinds of problems. Why do you think the orc gods can enter this world? Isn't it because the native gods aren't powerful enough that a part of this world was carved up by the orc god system? Speaking, the goddess of death and magic, Verges, the goddess of death and magic, and then disappeared into the sea. After hearing her words, he couldn't help but be. Because they had spread in this plane for too long, many people regarded the orc gods as the native gods, but in fact they were outsiders, gods who entered the material plane after the battle of the Gate of the Orcs. In addition, there were the Mohun gods, the desert gods, and the dinosaur gods. Not all the gods could gain a foothold in the material plane, and some had gradually disappeared in history. The pantheon was the real big stage. After the end of the Avatar crisis, Soren needed to occupy a chair in the pantheon in addition to returning to the kingdom of God. The Avatar crisis had reshuffled the power of the gods, and the competition for the material world might lead to a new struggle between the gods. She was right. Soren did need to be a great divine power to ensure his status. I can't even say my name. Soren's figure returned to the city of Moder and murmured, it seems that the goal of the goddess of death and magic, Verges, is very likely to be a great divine power. A great divine power could already obtain a very high status and control in a plane. If what Verges, the goddess of death and magic, wanted to do was related to a great divine power, then the difficulty would become very amazing. According to Soren's guess, this goal was very likely to be related to Verges, the goddess of death and magic, and it was likely to be a god above her, a god from another world. Soren pondered and murmured, when should I go to other material planes? As a god from another world, I can fight if I can win, and run if I can't win. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the consequences. Is it possible that they will chase me to this material plane to beat me? Why was Naruto so fearless? It was because Naruto was also a god from another world, and this material plane was just one of his strongholds. The god of death, Nero, wantonly launched the undead disaster because his core belief was in another world. Even if he offended a large number of gods, as long as he did not fall, he could just return to his original world and start all over again. It was like a war between two countries. One was fighting in one's own home, and the other was fighting in someone else's home. These were two completely different concepts. Soren had more and more concerns, and he couldn't kill gods as casually as before. Why? It was because of the Motor City, the foundation of the south coast, a large number of mortal believers, and many people who served and followed him. Soren couldn't completely ignore these people. If he overdid it, the enemy would vent his anger on these people. However, if it was in other material planes, he really didn't have any concerns. The bottomless abyss. The third floor. The forgotten land. The barracks of the Golumba arena had been expanded more than 3 times, and there were many more demons here than before. The night witches herded batches of abyssal worms forward on the wide granite road. These hideous worms with human faces were herded and hunted by the night witches from the wilderness. They were going to sell them to the demon merchants in the Garuba arena. Tall buildings rose from the ground. The demon goblins drove the berserk demons to carry heavy stones. The buildings here were basically more than 10 meters high because the height of the demons was already amazing. Some hell worms were mixed in. As the Golumba arena became more and more famous, many Ugros who smelled business opportunities came. Not only were there worms from other planes, but even the souls of the Bator Inferno were smuggled in. The most popular goods here were souls, weapons, and gems. There was a legend that the lord here, Sauron, was like a dragon. He liked to collect all kinds of gems and strange stones. It was said that these things were stored in his treasury. Golumba Arena sold a large number of weapons. The quality was much better than the demons, and the price was cheaper than the demons. The demon merchants and demon merchants would use the souls and gems they brought to exchange for these weapons, and then sell them to other places in the bottomless abyss. The third floor was a good transit station. It was far away from the location of the Abyss Blood War, and there was the river Styx leading to the lower levels. Now, this town ruled by demons was glowing with a different prosperity. At this time, in the deepest part of Golumba Arena, a tall black shadow came to the lava pool behind the barracks. Master! Rows of demons burning with raging flames knelt down to the Baelor leader, Sauron. These were the demons he cultivated. At first, there were only some fire demons, but with the war in the Kingdom of Fear, some of the fire demons began to evolve. When a new flame demon appeared, it meant that Sauron's plan was successful. Baelor leader. The word leader not only represented Sauron's strength, but also his own combat power as a leader. It also meant that Sauron had the ability to create Baelor demons. If the fire demons he cultivated had not evolved into flame demons, he would not have been able to get the power of a leader so easily. This was a feedback ability from the plane. Baelor demons were one of the species closest to the original demons, and they had always been the most powerful demons, second only to the lords. The demons outside were all cannon fodder. Sauron really needed these more powerful Baelors to be able to run rampant in the bottomless abyss in the future, and help his main body in the war in the kingdom of God. One by one, the fire demons stood up from the lava pool. Sauron used his blood as a medium to awaken many souls. Nearly half of the souls eventually died and were twisted, and the other half with potential were transformed into fire demons. At present, Sauron had a total of 127 fire demons. The war in the Divine Kingdom of Fear had cultivated 5 flame imps and some flame imps elites. Now that Sauron had become the leader of the Baelor flame imps, what he had to do was to continue to expand the scale of the flame imps and train more flame imps. General of the Burning Legion, Archimonde, salutes you, my master. With the fluctuation of the lava, a flame demon about 5 meters tall walked out. He knelt down on one knee towards Sauron and said, "More of my kind are being transformed. Those dissipated souls have become nourishment. It is estimated that a new fire demon will be born in a month." Transforming a fire demon not only required a lot of souls, but also an active volcano. Sauron was now accumulating numbers. The focus of the demon hunter had shifted to the kingdom of God. In order to cultivate new combat power, he was ready to directly cultivate a flame demon army. These souls alone were not enough. The growth of a flame demon required a lot of energy, and there was only one place in the entire abyss that could provide this energy. That was the Abyss Blood War. Now the intensity of the Blood War had been reduced a lot. Sauron was now waiting for an opportunity, a suitable opportunity to launch a blood war. As long as he won, he could directly cultivate a group of flame demons. Let the flames purify everything. As the leader of the Baelor demons, Sauron was looking forward to the arrival of his flame demon army. Chapter 10:17. Time quietly approached November. As the army sent by Sauron cleared most of the undead on the south coast, the refugees gathered near the city began to return to their homes. The Temple of Agriculture took the opportunity to expand the scope of believers. The priests of the goddess of agriculture and the Droll began to distribute winter wheat seeds to the refugees for free, and then settled these people in the land around the Wind Spear Hills. Because some cities had been destroyed, Adele Isabella also suggested that Sauron expand the size of the territory. So the Wind Spear Hills annexed the territory of 3 nearby cities, and the area expanded by about 500 square kilometers. Most of the original nobles in these territories died in the undead disaster. The surviving bloodlines were all collateral branches, and they were not qualified to compete for the right of inheritance. Similarly, with Sauron secretly backing her, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife also began to attack the nobles in the Principality of Rossard. The undead had been forced hundreds of kilometers away, close to the edge of the halflings' territory. The necromancers gave up this land and began to walk death in other places. Their task was to walk death in order to collect the power of death and help Naruto and the undead kings to level up. After this disaster, the population of the south coast had been reduced by about half. The rest of the population was almost under the protection of the big cities, so they targeted other places. For example, the Shire area, which had been almost unaffected from the beginning until now. The halflings were well protected by their gods, and had not been affected much so far. But for the undead, they did not have so many concerns. The race of halflings was their next target. At the same time, in the outer islands of Mordor, the city hall began the 3rd census because of the approaching new year. The census of Mordor was conducted almost every year, but this year was a little different. Under the arrangement of Sauron, the high priest began to conduct a census of the number of believers in the church. Because of the help of the witches, the whole process of the census was very fast. A few days later, Sauron got a document. Very good. Sauron looked at the statistics and couldn't help but smile. You did a good job. The population of Mordor City grew rapidly. Now, with the population of Treasure Island and other nearby islands, the total population of Mordor had reached about 400,000. This was mainly because Sauron had completed the city's planning. The housing and farmland were enough to support the huge population. This number was still increasing. It was expected that the population of Mordor City would reach more than 600,000 next year. According to the statistics of the City Hall, many wealthy families from other places wanted to move to Mordor City to avoid the war. For this reason, the City Hall received a lot of extra taxes. Next was the number of Sauron's followers. This was a huge increase. At first, Sauron's followers were mainly concentrated in the half-elves, but now he had about 300,000 followers in the city of Mordor. The half-elves who originally occupied the main position were now only 1/3 of his followers. This had a lot to do with Sauron's dominion. Because of the prosperity of Mordor City, many humans had become Sauron's followers, and this number was still increasing steadily. There are 300,000 followers in Mordor City. If you add in other places, there should be about 1 million followers. That is, if I advance to greater divine power, I won't be unable to bear the consumption. Gods couldn't advance randomly. If there was not enough followers, blindly advancing would only make one enter a period of decline. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1 million followers to maintain a greater divine power. If there were not so many followers, then the power of the god would decline little by little, and eventually decline back to intermediate divine power. Similarly, if the number of followers was enough, even a god with intermediate divine power would slowly advance. It may take hundreds of years to reach the level of a greater divine power. The expansion of Mordor City ensured the number of Sauron's followers. That was to say, he now only needed to make up for the divinity and divinity value to become a greater divine power. In fact, it proved that Sauron's initial layout was correct. If he didn't build Mordor City, he would have to rely on priests to spread his followers slowly like other gods. It was a very slow process. It was impossible without hundreds of years. The realm of bones. This was a half-bit wall between the spiritual world and the underworld. It was born more than 3,000 years ago, and its creator was said to be a demigod lich. In the long history of the multiverse, there were many powerful people who were comparable to the gods, and the demigod lich was undoubtedly the closest to the gods. Many demigod lich tried to get the power of a true god, but so far, only the god of lich got it by luck. The mystery of the gods was not so easy, and the gods would not easily allow others to touch it. However, the legacy of the demigod lich was undoubtedly preserved, and that was the half-bit wall that he spent hundreds of years cultivating. Compared with other spellcasters, the demigod lich had enough time to squander, so this half-bit wall was already not small at the beginning of its birth. The half-bit wall would gradually grow over time. Therefore, there were more and more half-bit walls attached to the gap between the spiritual world and the underworld. In the end, it was almost the size of a small principality. Over the past 3,000 years, the realm of bones had gradually stabilized. Due to the death of the demigod lich, the demiplane was getting closer and closer to the underworld. In the end, it was attached to the underworld, just like the moon orbiting the earth. Therefore, this half-bit wall also became a place where the undead lived. The underworld was the territory of the death god system, and many powerful undead were unwilling to rely on the underworld, so they could only gather in these half-bit walls. For a long time, this half-bit wall was controlled by a powerful winter ghost. This winter ghost was the creation of the demigod lich, and it had terrible strength. But later, this winter ghost was killed by the death god's servant, and a powerful skeleton lord took over this place. He called himself the Skeleton King. But in fact, almost no one cared about his title, because basically every powerful skeleton lord liked to call himself the Skeleton King. The outbreak of the undead disaster caused this skeleton lord to covet the souls of the material plane. But he was cautious and did not send out all of his troops, but kept some of them to guard this half-bit wall, for he was afraid that others would rob this place. And today, under the gray night sky, near the edge of the half-bit wall, a blood-red portal opened. On one side was the gray territory of death, and on the other side was the dark red-hot plateau of the portal. Countless restless and excited demons appeared on the other side of the portal, and when the whole portal stabilized, immediately two secondary balers flew up excitedly and rushed directly into the half-bit wall. For demons, there was nothing more interesting than breaking out of the bottomless abyss and snatching other half-bit walls. P.S. There will be an advertisement for a game tomorrow. Slowly accumulate contacts and try to do something. Chapter 10:18. Groups of Hezru walked out of the teleportation gate. Unlike the demons in other parts of the abyss, the demon army that came out of the portal was more disciplined, and not as messy as the other demon armies. Moreover, they were all equipped with excellent weapons. Although they were not as good as the elites of the demon army, they were basically magical weapons. Due to the high skin resistance of demons, most of these demons were not equipped with armor, or were only equipped with part of the armor. Their bare chests were full of muscles with bulging veins, full of a sense of strength that mortals could not compare to. Behind the Hezru was a squad of 6-armed Marillion. These terrifying warriors were among the best in the abyss in terms of close combat ability. Any 6-armed Marillion could take on a small army by themselves. As the smarter demons, the Baler led the army. They split into 3 groups and advanced forward. This time, almost all of the demons that came out were intermediate and advanced. The inferior demon cannon fodder was not worthy of being teleported to the battlefield of other planes. The last group that came out of the portal was a group of flaming demons. There were 7 or 8 Balers mixed in with them. Then the demon lord, Sauron's figure, appeared behind them. This was the demon army that came from the Galumba arena. Sauron's strength was not enough to compete with the archdevils for souls, so this demiplane controlled by the undead was within his range of plunder. There was a rule in the lower planes. Ever since the river Styx ran through the multiverse, the lords of the lower planes loved to steal souls from the river Styx. The servants of death and the oracles could only ensure that the souls of the more devout believers would be returned to the river Styx. However, The souls of the non-believers would mostly float along the river Styx before being distributed by the servants of death. This gave the lords of the lower planes a chance to reach out. Master! A tall elite succubus flew in front of Sauron. She smiled and showed her tall figure. Then she said, "There is a large group of ghouls in front. We should be close to the main camp of the undead." The faint sound of battle could be heard. Sorin nodded and said, "Let the Glabrizu and the soul judgment demons prepare." All the advanced demons prepare the soul assimilation spell. A team of demon elites flew out. As the place where souls were needed the most in the lower planes, the high-level demons of the abyss basically had a way to plunder souls. The Hezru at the front had already broken through the ghouls' defensive line, with some of the ghouls falling to their attacks. The Balors and Balrogs were picking out suitable enemies, and each time a legendary tier undead spirit appeared, it meant that they would swarm it, kill it and extract its soul energy. The ground of this half-plane was black. Some kind of poison had seeped into this land, and any food or water that mortals ate here could cause them to die. Some pale skeletons were exposed in the wilderness, and it was unknown when they had died. This plane was endowed with certain characteristics. The speed of decomposition of corpses was very slow, and the white bones would not decay so easily. On the contrary, it was easy for them to turn into skeletal warriors due to death and resentment. This was an ability granted by the undead monarch. They had transformed their kingdom into a suitable territory, and as long as that characteristic was not erased, they could constantly replenish their forces from afar. The undead did not have much intelligence. In the entire half-plane, there were millions of undead wandering. Among them, the low-level undead wandered in the wilderness, while the mid-level and high-level undead were incorporated into the army. They were responsible for guarding the Lord's palace, and most of the time they were in a deep sleep. They would only be awakened when the enemy appeared. A group of succubus maids dragged grayish-black soul crystals to Sauron. These were the spoils of war of the demon army. In the lower planes, the chances of a soul crystal dropping from killing enemies were not high, but if it was combined with spells, the chances would be greatly increased. Using the soul spell would definitely give a soul crystal. Very good. Sauron picked up a gray soul crystal and looked at it, feeling the energy in it, and said with satisfaction, "Continue to advance. Destroy the enemy. Destroy this place." Thousands of ghouls and ghouls were slaughtered, and the demon army advanced step by step until a towering fortress appeared in front of them. This was a fortress that had existed for thousands of years. At first, it was a lich's laboratory, but later it was transformed into a skeleton fortress by the winter ghosts. Finally, about 1,000 years ago, it was turned into a skeleton fortress by the undead monarch. The ground in front of them was pale white. Who knew how many skeletons were buried underground? And the air was filled with thick corpse poison. If it wasn't for the Devil Legion, the human army would have been annihilated here. But this was nothing to the powerful demons. They ignored the poison here, and rushed directly into the skeleton guard army. About 300,000 undead were gathered here. This number was terrifying to humans because these skeletal guardians were all level 5 and above. However, this number was nothing to demons. The Balor leader of the third layer of the abyss, Sauron. A low roar came from the fortress made of bones in the distance. A skeleton king about 5 meters tall appeared in the fortress and roared at Sauron. "Why did you invade my territory?" The pale fortress was mixed with the color of blood. For thousands of years, it had absorbed the essence of countless skeletons. A thick aura of death shrouded this place, and every once in a while, it would automatically awaken the undead. For the souls. Sauron looked at the enemy calmly and said slowly, "Because you are too weak. You don't deserve to own this plane." Kiki. Hearing Sauron's words, many of the high-grade demons could not help but laugh strangely. This was the demon's cold joke. Sauron explained a principle very straightforwardly, and these high-grade demons felt that it made sense. Since ancient times, there had been no shortage of clowns in the chaotic evil camp. Hearing Sauron's cold joke, there were even Hezru who slapped their buttocks with their backs facing the enemy and mocked him without holding back. Anger made the skeleton monarch's soul flame jump. He said in a low voice, Do you think you will win? This is my territory. Wake up, my skeleton army. Destroy these arrogant demons in front of me. A blood-red light appeared on the skeleton fortress. The entire fortress was enchanted with powerful magic. When it was activated, the aura of death began to spread, and then the countless skeletons gathered underground were all revived. Millions of skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground. Over a long period of time, countless skeletons had been collected on this land, and when the magic was activated, they were all revived. Only this much strength. A secondary Baylor scorned. He was a demon who had retired from the bloody war in the abyss. At this moment he looked at the skeleton monarch in disdain and said in a low voice, "Master, this useless fellow is not worthy of your attack. Leave him to me." Millions of skeleton soldiers surrounded the demon army, but from the beginning to the end, not a single demon showed fear. On the contrary, most of them showed contempt. Compared to the undead, the demons were also experts in human wave tactics. Basically, every demon had experience in fighting one against many, and in the bloody battle in the bottomless abyss, millions of soldiers were nothing at all. Any local conflict would have more than hundreds of thousands of demons. There were more than 600 levels in the abyss. These demons had basically experienced large-scale battles. At this moment, they did not feel anything when they saw millions of skeleton soldiers. Berserker demons charge. Bela ordered in a low voice. Thousands of berserker demons waved their heavy weapons and rushed over. Although it was still a little chaotic, at least a formation could be seen. These Hezru with over 25 strength and over 2,000 pounds of weight pushed forward, crushing the skeletons in front of them effortlessly. Meanwhile, a group of 6-armed Nagas were like monsters. They wielded multiple weapons at the same time, and any one of their whirlwind slashes could easily take out over a dozen enemies. This small group of 6-armed Nagas took out thousands of undead with just a single charge. Assassin demons lurked in the darkness. They quietly approached and aimed at the necromancers in the rear. As legendary demons, they were born to be top-notch assassins. Flaming demons and Balrogs also gradually joined the battle. They were like the turrets of the demon army. Every attack would bring about a violent explosion. Sauron did not have any room to attack in the entire battle. He sent out more than 30 legendary demons this time, and they completely killed their way into the skeleton fortress. As expected, Sauron thought to himself, although the abyss has been defeated by the demons because of the chaos, it is still the most powerful force in the lower planes. A group of beautiful succubus mates surrounded Sauron. Since the battle did not need a demon lord like him to fight, the witty succubus naturally seized this opportunity to curry favor with their lord. Succubus mates surrounded Sauron, trying to use their fullness to rub his body to attract Sauron's attention. There were already hundreds of succubus in the Galumba arena. Every succubus wanted to collect the essence of their lord, and there was a leader-level succubus lady boss above. If they did not seize the opportunity, they did not know when they would succeed. The demon army rushed into the skeleton fortress. In order to show off in front of Sauron, 3 Balrogs, an elite 6-armed Naga, an elite soul judgment demon, and an elite assassin demon all tried to kill the skeleton monarch in front of them. Demons were basically unreasonable, so under the siege of 8 legendary demons, the skeleton monarch did not even have a chance to fight with Sauron before it was killed by the assassin demon. Spirit summoning. Sauron stood up at this time, pushed away a large group of succubus that was a little annoying and headache, and personally extracted the soul, then said, "Destroy this place. Collect the scattered souls and take away all the soul crystals." P.S. Many people know that playing Undefeated Legend and getting Durex. Considering the fact that there are single people, I called today to suggest whether the officials can add the Rubik's Cup award, haha. Chapter 10:19. With the end of the battle, the succubus began to count the spoils. As a smarter demon, the succubus was used by Sauron as part of the brain. As for the other demons, it was not that he didn't want to use them, but there were very few middle and low-grade demons with brains. As for the high-grade demons, they had other tasks. Most of the high-grade demons were not willing to accept this position. They liked to join the battle as a commander instead of counting the casualties of the cannon fodder. In contrast, the succubus, who liked to use their brains and sit on their own, was much more useful. They didn't like to fight head-on, but they liked to have some power. Soon, the statistics of the spoils and casualties came out. After Sauron captured this half-plane, he had obtained about 50,000 soul crystals and several warehouses of other rare resources. There were not many gold and gems because the undead didn't need them. However, the number of necromancy casting materials was huge. Sauron took half of these spoils, which was about 25,000 soul crystals. The rest of the soul crystals were to be rewarded to the demon soldiers. Otherwise, they would definitely not buy it next time. There were also unspoken rules in the abyss. In a plundering war launched by a demon lord, the demon lord's spoils could not exceed 70%. More than this number, the high-grade demons below would be dissatisfied. Of course, compared to other places, the demons were still relatively evil. Sauron took half of the soul crystals and spoils, and the other half was mainly given to the high-grade demons as rewards. However, after going through the Golumba arena, these things would eventually be returned to him. Master. A mature and beautiful succubus came to Sauron's side, and threw a flirtatious glance. Then she said, "This time about 5,000 demons died. Most of them were berserk demons and Hezra demons. The first batch of spoils has been sent back by Sir Angid. These little bitches only knew how to seduce him all day long." Sauron ignored the flirtatious glance and nodded. "Very good. Let the secondary Baelorcators continue to clean this half-plane and collect souls and spoils. I'll leave him a demon army of 10,000. In any large-scale battle, it would be strange if the demon casualties were less than 20%. The demons that died were basically brainless and liked to charge forward alone. For example, berserk demons and Hezra demons. These demons were too deeply infiltrated by chaos and had a high death rate in every battle. They were completely high-level cannon fodder. However, if they died, they died. These kinds of demons could be replenished very quickly. Sauron also needed to eliminate them in order to cultivate a demon army that would listen to his command. The first batch of demons began to return. However, there were still many places in the demiplane that had not been cleaned up. Sauron left behind a secondary Baelor while he led the army back. This was a perfect plundering battle. To the demons, any plunder would be a perfect plunder as long as the casualties did not exceed 50% and they won. They would be happy and look forward to the next plunder and destruction. Bottomless Abyss, Third Layer, Forgotten Land. Just after returning to the Golumba arena, Sauron came to the abyssal blood pool. In the demiplane of the undead, in addition to the soul crystals, there were also many souls imprisoned. These souls were thrown into the blood pool by Sauron. Soon, the blood pool began to bubble. Then new abyssal worms crawled out of the blood pool one after another. The mother of worms gradually approached. After Sauron occupied this place, the mother of worms, which was close to the strength of a demigod, had surrendered. It guarded against other demons from approaching and protected these abyssal worms until they became dretches. The souls of mortals could only be transformed into abyssal worms, and most of the soul crystals came from the dead professions. Sauron selected a batch of less powerful soul crystals and threw them into the blood pool. Then some stronger abyssal worms crawled out. These abyssal worms would grow quickly and quickly evolve into demons. In the end, they would most likely transform into berserk demons and Vroks. 3 days later, collect all the demons here. After doing all this, Sauron said to the demon guard next to him, "No one else is allowed to come close. The transformed abyssal worms will be transported every 3 days." The blood pool was the core of the source of soldiers. The strength of any abyssal lord was measured by the number of blood pools they controlled. A blood pool would give birth to new demons every day. If one did not rely on the blood pool and only collected slaves from the wilderness, it was essentially the same as those night witches who herded abyssal worms and sold them. A demon lord who only needed to buy abyssal worms from night witches and ghosts would be looked down upon. Golumba Arena, inside the fortress. Another batch of higher quality soul crystals appeared in Sauron's palm. These were the core of the undead steel, the souls from Styx and the servants of death. A small blood pool appeared in front of him. But unlike other blood pools, this one was directly connected to the magma pool next to it. Plop! Sauron threw a gray-black soul crystal into the blood pool, then bit his fingertip and injected a drop of blood into it. With the boiling bubbles, the figure of an abyssal worm quickly emerged, and then it changed into the appearance of a dretch. However, the form was not stable, and it quickly continued to advance. Demon lords could use their power to directly promote low-grade demons. Just like Sorin's Slaughter EXP, demons needed soul energy to advance quickly. The form of the newborn demon gradually stabilized. If Sauron stopped, a middle-grade demon would be born. But what Sauron needed was not a middle-grade demon. He waved his hand and put the middle-grade demon that was about to take shape into the magma pool. Soon, there was a painful scream. Create fire demon. Sauron's blood was awakening the potential genes of the middle-grade demon in front of him. Through the magma pool, if successful, a fire demon would be born in the flames. However, it seemed that this time it failed because the demon in front of him quickly turned into charcoal. Another one failed. Sauron did not look frustrated, but put another soul crystal into it. The transformation rate of a fire demon was much lower than that of other demons. Under normal circumstances, only 1 out of 3 promoted middle-grade demons could transform into a fire demon. Sauron transformed about 30 times a day, and on average, he could transform about 10 fire demons a day. This transformation required at least a Baelor to complete. When the other Baelors grew up, Sauron could let them transform the fire demons. Soon, the second soul was formed. The body of the demon transformed by the blood pool was very successful. At the moment when it was ignited by the magma pool, it did not make a painful cry, but roared excitedly. Then a fire demon burning with fire came out of the magma pool and knelt on one knee toward Sauron. "Master!" Sauron nodded and said, "Take him down." A successful demon would lose most of its memories, but its instincts and a few memories would be retained. Any successfully transformed fire demon would have direct combat power. The whole transformation process continued. Sauron transformed more than 100 today, but the success rate was still about the same as before. Only 1 out of 3 successfully transformed into a fire demon, and they were basically all transformed by middle-grade soul crystals. The proportion of these fire demons that could be promoted was about 1/10. After many battles, less than 1/10 of the fire demons could be promoted to become fire demons. Sauron needed a bloody battle. Only a complete victory in a bloody battle could quickly produce a batch of flame demons. Night fell. Sauron returned to his palace, and groups of succubus maids were already waiting inside, looking at him expectantly, hoping to be favored. However, Sauron was not interested at all today. He still had a very important thing to do, which was to send a portion of the high-grade soul crystals back to the material plane. Mordor City needed these soul crystals to make diamond golems. Mordor City. Sorin was busy preparing for the production of the diamond golem factory, and today bad news was sent to him. The Falcon Kingdom was destroyed? Sorin frowned as he looked at the information in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Was it really completely conquered by the undead?" The south coast was under his protection, but other places were not so lucky. The Falcon Kingdom was located in the southwest of the continent. It was not a small kingdom, and there was a church of the noble goddess. The noble goddess, Sinwold, was a weak god. Her church was not strong, but it was not weak either. But now the whole kingdom had fallen, and the church of the noble goddess was almost wiped out. This was the first time the church of the gods had been hit so hard by the undead. At the same time, an evil name also spread in the material plane. Sazastan. The leader of the Red Robe Wizards, the evil demigod Lich, led the undead army to destroy the Falcon Kingdom, and gathered a group of Red Robe Wizards to try to rebuild Tori's kingdom. Sorin pondered and murmured, "The Red Robe Wizards have also come out. Then the undead, Oro, should also make a move soon." The god of Lich seemed to have fallen after the undead, Oro, appeared. Then Sirik appeared. Because of the phylactery, the god of Lich was not so easy to kill. Even if the gods in the original book destroyed his body, the god of Lich would find a way to be reborn. Only Soren, Cyric, and those who inherited the power of the three gods of death could directly kill the god of Lich. He was one of Cyric's targets, and the time of his fall was after the undead, Oro, appeared. Looks like it's time to start. Soren pondered for a moment, and then a little bit of divine light separated from his body, and then an identical Soren appeared. P.S. By the way, on the 28th, which is tomorrow's beta test of Undefeated Legend, the Futu army is preparing to enter the Wei Kingdom in the sun-chasing area. My sock puppet is still Futu. This time, I want to see if I can really get the Rubik's Cup. This is a game that does not require experience to level up. My name is Futu. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.